Good day and good afternoon, and welcome to my birthday stream. Hope you're doing well. On this stream, there's a bunch of things we are doing. I've made sure to grab clips in case we're doing some clip reviews like we do sometimes. And given that we didn't have a walk and talk stream yesterday, we might do that. I know that some people wanted to see me that are not in EU as well. So I'll probably come on over to OCE as well at some points in the stream. But if we're doing content, it'll primarily be on EU. I've been thinking to do some duties, maybe some frontline stuff, because that can get so silly and crazy. Maybe we'll try the new extreme. I don't know. We'll probably also spend some time just talking. But yeah, it is actually my birthday today. So, ta-da! With that said, hey Zav, hey Erdil, hey Zeros, hey Rust, hey Tristan, hey Hoshi, hey Kurufimo, hey Hound, and hey Yannick. Hope you're all doing very well. And it has been quite a while, hasn't it, Hoshi? Quite a while. Is it an official birthday stream if you don't have a birthday hat? I don't own a birthday hat, Hound. And I also remember actually from last year... Hey, thank you so much for the 5 gifted memberships, Saras. Thank you. I think most of those are first-time members. Thank you so much, Saras. Yeah, last year around like end of like December or so, like just before people went on holidays and such, we had a special like Christmas special like tea time stream. And for that one, I had like a Christmassy hat on for most of the stream, which turned out to hurt a lot, as it turned out, wearing a hat over your headphones. Okay, Hoshi. Well, that's entirely up to you. I hope I hope you had a good break and that the IRL stuff is not too bad. Hey Derby and Vulpes, hope you're doing well and thank you. And good luck, Derby. I haven't been in the new extreme yet. I haven't even watched anything on it because I might want to have the first time I step in be the first I see of it, just for the fun of it. Thank you, Vivi. It's very hard. Well, I mean, I feel like the first 2 extremes were also reasonably challenging the first time you step in. Thank you, Subgrades. And thank you for the 10 gifted memberships, Merfolk. Thank you. Did someone say birthday? I did. Me. And thank you. It's awesome. And good luck, FFXIV. I'm guessing you're also progging on Extreme. Nick Yassel, Nayshak, hope you're doing well. Once the party locks in certain mechanics, it feels so smooth. I could imagine. I feel like that's usually how it goes. It also makes sense that it's harder than Extreme 1 and 2, since they're more like introductory for the expansion, right? Hey, welcome to the Cult of the Pink, Captain Slushy. Thank you so much for the support, and hope you enjoy the emotes. Hey Sonnen, hope you're doing well, and thank you. I'm 30. I'm 30. I went like... later today, all of the hair on my face will turn grey. Just all of it. Next stream, I'll have like a way longer beard. I'll look like an actual wizard. You look like a lot of Santaka. Yeah, exactly. Nick, Dragon Mo, Slider, and Taldabar, and Furry. Hope you're doing well. And thank you so much, Shaq. Thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. Thank you. And thank you for the birthday wishes. I'm glad to hear that, Furry. Thank you so much. "30 years young." Thank you, Korux. Did YouTube run out of people it wanted to give memberships? Shaq's one is just sitting there. Thank you. Did you finally get them all? I don't think so. I'm pretty sure I see several names in the chat that could get some. So I don't know what's happening there. Oh no, what I mean, Murfolk, is I'm seeing some names that have had gifted memberships before that don't have them now. I don't believe so. Nope, something's happening now. That was weird. Yeah, it really took its time. It was like, oh right, memberships. They come with glasses. That looks pretty funny. YouTube couldn't comprehend your age for a while. I was like, 30? Really? Huh. I feel like I've forgotten something. Try to not feel like you got the age to debuff from the second she sweepers. Oh yeah. Thank you, Marcus. I wonder. There is of course the possibility that, I don't know, maybe YouTube has done something. I don't know. Maybe they've done something where they don't want to give people that have already gotten a gift too much. Who knows? I don't think that's it. But, I don't know. Hey to you, thank you so much. Strange, you can't remove the glasses with the visor thing. Now I have a party hat. Yeah, thank you so much for the 5 gifted memberships, Aradel. Wow. Okay, there I see at least one person that I know have gotten a gifted membership before. Kick the table? Yes. I'm like slicing my my shoes up against the table. Just... YouTube is stacking mechanics and then releasing them like M4S. Thank you, DS Musin Pal. Thank you so much. Yeah, it's completely random, FFXIV. Thank you, Grateful. I am very grateful. Thank you. It is really random. It is pretty funny because sometimes you'll see like a bunch of gifted memberships and YouTube will like start to find names that you've never seen in the chat before. Ever. Maybe they've just like, I don't know, watched a few videos on the channel. Meanwhile, the person who's watching every stream, nope. And they miss like wave after wave. Like it happens. And thank you, Mihoels. Enjoy work. As I hope I didn't miss you, but I hope you're doing well, Gazel. Thank you, Diaz Muzimpal. Thank you, Mandalore. Bangladesh Mandalore. Hope you're doing well. Exactly, Sarah. The way that it works is that, well, there's a few things to it. If you have a brand account, which is, I believe you can turn a regular account into a brand account. Like, that's an option, but it's not a two-way street. If you turn a regular account into a brand account, there's no way back. If you have a YouTube account and you've gone into the system and added an additional account, so like that you can switch between your accounts, the additional added accounts are pretty much always, I don't think there's any other option, I'm pretty sure they're by default always brand accounts. So if you have like your main account with your real name and then like you have added an account to have a different name, that other account can't receive a membership. Anything you do, you can buy one, but you cannot get it gifted. And if you are on a brand account, the toggle to enable receiving gifted memberships will just not exist. Like, it'll just not be there. So you can be told, oh, you just have to do this thing. You can't. I'm also reasonably certain that that receiving gifted memberships is on by default. I'm pretty sure, but my knowledge of that is specifically based on the simple fact that I have heard from people, including friends, that have received a gifted membership, like, out of nowhere. It could be an account setting somewhere. It could be an account setting somewhere that has, like, decided whether it's enabled or disabled by default. But I know it has been enabled by default for some people. But then, finally, it's random, and you cannot choose who you gift memberships for, which is a little strange. Like, it makes sense that you can choose them to be random, but it is a little strange that you can't choose to gift someone in particular. See, Hoji says, a friend of mine gotten so many subs on Twitch once that people who had never heard of their stream gotten a sub as well. You cannot choose, Marcus. Yeah, that's the weird part. Zav says, my account is from a time when YouTube was like, never share your real name to anyone. You know, the weirdest part about that is if they say that, like, that's pretty funny. And yes, Leah, hope you're doing well. And thank you, FFXIV. And yes, if I didn't have it enabled, I'd never be here. I got gifted a sub like several days after I visited a stream here and thought, why not keep coming back? Well, I'm glad that you keep coming back. But yeah, when I say out of nowhere, it's like, if you receive a gifted membership, you receive an email, or a mail, I guess, that tells you that you received a gifted membership to this channel. And sometimes people, like, realize that the channel is live as a result of that. Thank you so much for the 5 gifted memberships, Tristan. Thank you. Now YouTube's fast again. It might have had a little bit of a hiccup earlier. I will save the cultist! Hey, Dawntrail. Hope you're doing well. Hey, Matthew. Hope you're doing well, and thank you so much. Yeah, I don't know. I'm sure there must be some sort of order. But it is a little surprising how few of the regulars are getting hit today. But that's how it is sometimes. I remember we had a stream a long time ago where I think we had like a combined 80 plus memberships given. And there were still some people in the chat that were like, well, and some among them actually had enabled it. Cult is a very loaded word. We prefer obscure niche organization that plans to take over the world. Ah, yes. Hey, Amokius! Hope you're doing well, and thank you and Murpho for the gifted memberships. Wow. Double memberships. Thank you for the 5 gifted memberships, Matthew. Oh, wow. Wow. You know, the wildest part is how many names I haven't seen before getting hit. YouTube is not being happy by how slow that is happening. It's pretty normal that it feels like it takes like a second per membership, but a little bit ago we had Shaq gifting 5, and then it just hung there for like 2 minutes. And then they came like 1 second, 1 second, 1 second, 1 second, 1 second. Like normal. You never know how many lurkers you got. That's true. The closest I know to that is that I have an idea of how many people are talking and how many people are viewing. It's trying to pick out the perfect targets. I mean, it would make sense if what YouTube is trying out is, what if it gifts to someone who isn't watching right now? Maybe they'll look. I don't know. I have no settings to choose this. Alright, Krakenbo, thank you so much, and good night to you. Or, good sleep. Okay, Hoshi, enjoy. Slaves to the algorithm. Yeah. Thank you, Truck Driving Gamer, and TTA Boot. Hope you're doing well, and thank you so much. The algorithm must be pleased. You must please the algorithm. Gazzle says you can't hurt me. Have you turned it off, or have you switched to a brand account, Gazzle? The algorithm chasing lurkers like Mustadio? Yeah. What's it? Show hole. Don't worry, guys. It isn't weird. Hey, Liv. Hope you're doing well. And thank you. And thank you, Shorakai. Hope you're doing well. Just dodging perfectly. Ah. Hey, Anolana. And thank you. Hope you're doing well. Alright, Yannick. Good luck. I remember you had a really good run going, so I hope it goes really well. You have my special birthday streamer blessing. I don't know if the watcher can shoot out any blessings. I'm trying. Dies instantly. Oh. Well, I mean, my blessing, of course, comes with the massive caveat that both on floor 180 and floor 190, I goofed it, and it was a miracle that I didn't wipe when I goofed it on 180. Sarah says, I wish YouTube would let me gift subs to specific people. I loved sniping on Twitch. Yeah, I get that. And that's also why I think it's weird that you can't, because it's like, some people, like, if we just think of it from, like, a business perspective, some people will, of course, go, I will gift memberships until I hit the person I want. But not everyone has that kind of money, or desire to spend that kind of money. But there's probably a much larger percentage of people that'll be like, I could gift one, just to give that person in particular. Thank you for the 20 gifted memberships, my folk. Oh boy. It's like an avalanche. Basically, YouTube membership gift is a gacha. Yes. Yes, pretty much. Membership gacha. Hey, Arca Creep Up. Hope you're doing well. Gotcha party. Yeah, pretty much. Thank you for that. Thank you for the 10 more gifted memberships, motherfucker. Be careful you don't empty your whole wallet. Push it to the limit. Dawntrail says, what dance is that? The dance Hound is doing is Songbird. That is from the store. The dance I'm doing is Lop Hop, which you get from a quest for completing all 3 of the Endwalker societies. And the dance that Odin is doing is, which one is it? Ball Dance, which you can find, and I think it's Ulda. Like, it's super low level. And Milo's doing the, it's technically not a dance, but it's Shake Drink, which you can buy in the Gold Saucer for MGP. Don't thank me yet, Gazel's still grey. Well, it is difficult when you're fighting someone who is supposedly, allegedly, actively dodging. Let's go gambling! Oh, dang it! Oh, dang it! Oh, dang it! The really funny thing was that Fishbread, I think, pointed out in my Gunbreaker guide yesterday that when I demonstrated the Lionheart combo, I had, like, hit with, what's it, Rain of Beasts? And hit with Lionheart, followed by 2 critical directed auto attacks. Like, it's the perfect storm of, well, fun fact, you can get Ball Dance without doing Sastasha. I would assume that you can get all the 3 starting dances without doing Sastasha. Of all the emotes, the drink shaking one is an eternal loop. You know what I also think is funny, Vivi? That the watering can emote is an eternal emote for some reason. Like, why that one? There's a lot of emotes in Final Fantasy XIV that are like, why are they not like looping? For those that missed it, the watering can emote is sold by the achievement vendor, which is here. And also, if you haven't been there, while you're there, remember that for this patch only, so limited offer, there's a Moogle over here that just is handing out free Fantasias, one for each person. And it's not like a quest or anything, you just go and talk to the Moogle. And they'll just hand you one. Like, he'll talk with you, but he'll just hand it to you real quick. Hey, Les DC, thank you so much. Thank you. And I hope you enjoy your day. Funniest thing is that Paladin's Confiteor used to have the same crit RNG jokes. The swords combo made this redundant because now you have a lot more opportunities to get to getting the high damage attack. Well, the funny thing there, Leah, is that Gunbreakers had this complaint about double down. Then they got 3 more attacks that hit like a freight train. And it just became them that people complain about instead. Oh yeah, true, it's single down now, my bad. Any Gunbreaker mains, or at least players that regularly play Gunbreaker, opinions on single down? And when I say opinions, I'm thinking more, does it feel better? Is it easier? Is it harder somehow? Is it confusing? Thank you, Roskind. Womb ejection day. The Moogle is there, my folk. Like right around the pin on the map, next to the trophy. See my bolide is really weird. Yeah, I could imagine that. Yeah, that's also the thing that... that's actually a funny thing, Hogger Creeper, is that I've been thinking about like random ideas for the game in general, and one thing that I thought would be extremely nice for Gunbreakers would be... Like, the thing I had thought was, what if you just had just one more cartridge slot? Not that Bloodfest would fill it, it would still give 3, but if you just had like one cartridge slot of wiggle room, then, you know, you would be able to like get that extra cartridge, but you only need 3 for your good, for like a good burst. It makes the rotation a lot easier, but there's a massive trap now because you can't enter a 2-minute window with 3 cartridges without losing one somehow. Yeah, I ran into that too. That's actually the reason why I said, is it harder? Because, I kid you not, the first duty I did as Gunbreaker, the first thing I did was pull a big AoE pack, press... so I by the time I had actually started No Mercy, I already had 2 cartridges. Press double down. Brain says it costs 1 now. Press faded circle. Press faded circle. Press faded circle. muscle memory goes, and then you click Bloodfist. I was like, great. 30 seconds into a duty, I already screwed it up. What you can do about that? What you can do about that? Kermit's guy's brain has Kermit voice. What you can do about this problem is, if you play on 2.50 GCD Gunbreaker for the 2-minute burst, it's a problem. Like, you will lose resources, you will waste resources or screw up your burst if you enter it with 3 cartridges. If you enter it with 2, you're fine. If you enter it with 1, you can go double down, Bloodfist, Gnashing Fang, so you're fine. If you enter with 0, you can just, you know, no mercy, Bloodfist immediately, like just double weave. And you're fine. The problem is only with 3, which means that you can avoid this by spending more aggressively in the 20 seconds or so between the Gnashing Fang and the No Mercy. And the reason why I'm saying that is because I thought of this, that, oh, you could just spend down to 0. Easy. And the specific, like, striking dummy attempt in Stone Sky Sea where I did this, I spent the last, like, I thought this, spent everything, and then looked at my bars and thought, huh, Gnashing Fang is ready in 3 seconds. And then I just exited. Like, I was just, right, we're trying again. Run that back. Make sure you don't spend all of it. Hey guys, Dragoon. Hope you're doing well. And yeah, I did say it was early. Just unbind Bloodfist. I have a feeling that would be even more likely to make me miss the timing. There's actually also another funny thing. Is that it's actually, if you're on a faster GCD, like fast enough that you can have 9 GCDs in your 2-minute burst, it gets a little weird because you do, specifically because of hypervelocity actually, Leah. If you late weave No Mercy and you do your 8 GCDs, if the 9th GCD is going to be Burst Strike, then hypervelocity is not going in No Mercy. Which means, if you want to be optimal, you actually have to, like, as you go into the burst, go, oh, okay, I have to use Double Down, I have to use Gnashing Fang, I have to use my Sonic Break. But you can't have Burst Strike be the last GCD. That basically has to be Sonic Break or Lionheart. Because if it's Burst Strike, then like a significant portion of Burst Strike, that being hypervelocity, does not go in the burst. And thank you, Agent Monaco. Hope you're doing well. Super Bolide, or Semi-Bolide, was it? Is pretty funny. I think the most interesting thing about that is that if you use it when you're already below 50%, then nothing happens. As in, you get the invulnerability, and you just, you know what would have been even funnier is if it had increased your HP up to 50% if you were below that. I was actually like, for a moment, like when I saw the change, I was like, did it say reduce? Does it mean reduce? Because imagine if it said sets your HP to 50%. Because if it said set your HP to 50%, then it would technically mean that it goes both ways. And it goes up to 50% if you're below that. Real Gunbreakers play with 242. Is that necessary? Can't you go with like 246? Truck driving gamer says, as a lover of Final Fantasy VIII, I love hearing all the references to Squall's moveset in the Gunbreaker job. Totally understandable. I also like. I generally think it's really cool when they make references to the other games. Hyperbolite, and it uninstalls the game. Oof. Ross says, was it patch note discussion on Tuesday? I saw new MSQ and didn't join to avoid spoilers. Usually what I've done, what I did, Ross, is that the stream started where the MSQ continues from. Then we talked for like, I think like 5, 10, maybe 15 minutes about job changes and various additions, such as where you find the watering can, where you find the shake drink emote, what other additions there are, like the tribe, or allied society thing, the fact that there are PvP changes, like a very short like news update for the game. Then we did the whole MSQ, then like a very small natural break. Then we did the whole Alliance raid, then another little break, and then we did the new final quest, wrapping up the Endwalker raid story. So like there's actually 3 different kinds of spoilers in that one. I specifically intentionally made the preview of the stream basically just 7.1 spoilers, you have been warned, like that, because that way I have like covered my bases. You can't, if you click that stream, you know that there's probably going to be spoilers. Normally I segment such a stream day into multiple pieces, but that usually extends the total stream time quite significantly, and I had like a solid specific time I had to be done, so I didn't want to risk intentionally extending the time I was streaming. Well, Vivi, you can always check it, like run it back later as a bot. It's still there. Hey Tinkle, thank you so much. I think the Alliance raid was really good. I thought it was really fun. And I'm glad that it was kind of challenging. Because the thing is, if you complain that the new Alliance raid is too hard right now, give it a few weeks. Give it a few weeks. I promise you that it'll be easier once people actually know it. I mean, sure, Derpy, but still, there are many different levels of skill in Final Fantasy XIV. But if you think the Alliance raid is too hard, it is okay if you think it was really, really hard. But the thing is, a lot of people said, and I know this, people were saying it, specifically on the Discord and on stream, that the dungeons of Dawntrail were very hard, very challenging, in a good way, for like 2 weeks. And then suddenly, like, the table flipped, and those people that said that they were very challenging and fun suddenly went, it's kind of easy now. And there were also players that said that they were too hard. They didn't quite go away, but point is that if you have new content that arrives as too easy, then it is a problem. Because give it a week or two, it'll drop in, like, it'll magically drop in difficulty when people figure out how to do it. So it's better that it arrives a little too hard than too easy, because it can grow into being okay difficulty. Matthew says, can I complain that it was too easy? Was it too easy? And yeah, exactly, Rust. Like, each boss had some mechanics that could sneak up on you. And some of the bosses also had mechanics that were just not quite intuitive. I'll try to keep it vague because there's a possibility some people are watching that haven't had a chance to do it yet. But a particular one that I didn't even consider was on the first boss. They have the smackdown where you get launched. Some players didn't realize that there was no danger in landing in the same spot as others. So like they were there like, how do I choose a safe spot? Because there's people everywhere and I can't see where they're landing. And then they just end up dying instead. The donut was funny? Yes. Although I think a little unfair. Truck driving gamer says, I'm still struggling with the newbies in a Realm Reborn dungeons. Maybe in the... What do you mean? What do you mean? Can we consider the penultimate boss a council boss? The fact that I've heard that they heal each other, or like rather that they split their HP, so it's really hard, if even possible, to like kill one off, means that like council bosses as a concept is like a little vague. But like I think it's like that. Some of you might have seen this table where it's like the alignment chart saying what qualifies as limit cut. I think it's a little bit like that, where depending on how what your preferences are, that boss can count as a council boss or not, depending on whether it being intended that you kill them off one by one or not is part of the process. Or if you think that, oh, the other bosses have to heal up fully whenever you kill one off. As says, what is a council boss? It's, you know how there's there can be many different categories and types of bosses, like how we say that in Final Fantasy XIV, most bosses are what is commonly referred to as a dance fight. Because a dance fight is a fight where you're basically told, go here, then go here, then go here, then go here, like, do the dance or you die. The reason why we can have a game like Final Fantasy XIV where basically every boss is that, with some exceptions of course, and it has a name, like in Final Fantasy XIV, that's usually what we call a boss fight. It's not a special category of boss fight, it's just a boss fight, right? But the reason is that in other MMOs, notably World of Warcraft, grab your bingo cards everyone, check that one off the list, dance bosses are exceedingly rare, and to my knowledge, very hated. So it's almost like a derogatory term, almost. A council boss is a fight, again, I know it from World of Warcraft, where there is a number of bosses. Like there's 2, 3, 4, 5 enemies at a time, and they do various things. They each have some various things. They might even like tag each other in and out. So like you're fighting 2 at a time, but there's actually 5 bosses, and they take turns fighting you and stuff. Like that can also happen. But the most common concept for council bosses is they each do things, and you want to kill them off one by one, your experience of that boss fight is heavily dependent on what order you kill them in, and for the most part, you can kill them in any order. Now, do you want to do that is a different story. Obviously, tactics usually figure out that, oh, actually, this boss is really annoying to kill second. And this boss is a massive problem if it's alive last. Because what usually happens is you kill one off, the remaining bosses heal up fully and get some sort of boost. Like maybe you have, as I said, like let's say you have 3 bosses on the field and they each have 3 mechanics that they'll do at various times. You kill one off. Now the 2 remaining bosses have 5 mechanics each that you have to contend with, and like those mechanics might be inspired by the guy you killed. So you killed that one to get rid of his annoying mechanics. They're still there. They're just even more annoying now. And then you kill one more off, and now that boss has, I don't know, 7 things that they do. And they heal up fully, so you can't go, it's easy, we'll just like deal with all 3 bosses at once and then just kill them simultaneously. Usually it's a bug when you can get away with that. Like usually that's not intended behavior. And the reason why they're often called council bosses is because often in like a raid scenario, the reason why it's like a council is because it's like, oh, it's the advisor and the commander and some like guard captain and stuff you're fighting. Like you're not fighting one big named guy that is super strong. You're basically fighting his or her entourage of dudes, his council as it were. And yes, in a way, the old version of Good King Mogglemog, praise be his fluffiness, on hard, or, you know, normal, before they reworked the fight. Wait, where is it? There it is. Some of you might not actually ever have experienced this, but that fight actually got reworked, which is also part of the reason why it's so different from the extreme version. Originally, the way the fight worked is that you fight the Mog's Guard in like sets of 1, 2, and 3 and things like that. And the interesting thing about that design is that by them showing up in a safe environment where they're not all there, you have time to like observe what they each do if you're like new there and blind. And you also have the opportunity to mark a kill order. And then when you have killed them all, the king comes down and the whole Mog's Guard comes back. The difference from the extreme and the hard version, though, is on extreme, like they all come back. When you kill one Moogle, like one of the Mog's Guard, the king will stop for a moment and cast a spell that fully heals all of the Mog's Guard, but it is paid for with his HP instead of like MP or something. So you're indirectly hurting him. He's invulnerable at that time, so that's the only way you can hurt him, by like hurting all of the Moogles as hard as you can, and then kill 1, 2, 3, 4, as many as you can before the cast goes through, and then he like fully heals all of them, reses all of them. You do it again. He does it again, and then like the 3rd time it's actually a DPS check because the king will actually start casting a Hardened Rage. So you have to like kill them all again to remove his invulnerability, and then you kill him. On hard, he does not res the Mog's Guard. They're just there. He's also not invulnerable, so you can just kill him. Like you can just straight up kill him. However, if you drop him below, I think it's below 50% or something like that, while the Mog's Guard is, like, any of the Mog's Guard is still, well, actually, when you drop him below 50%, he'll cast something like Memento Moogle I believe it is. And the damage of Memento Moogle scales with the amount of Moogles on the field, which means that if all the Moogles are alive, you die. Like, you straight up just dead. So what you have to do is, you have a tank grab the king and just run off to Narnia with the king. And that tank just has to tank that king, and no one else attacks the king. The tank preferably also does not attack the king. Only so much that you can, like, if you need to attack to heal, you know, Soul Eater combos or Storm's Path combos, or, you know, a paladin can auto-attack to keep their oath gauge running. Things like that. But you don't actually want to hurt the guy, because if you hurt him too much, like, maybe a tank alone can't actually bring him down fast enough that it's a problem, but that's basically what you did. While that's happening, the rest of the party deals with the chaos of the Mox Guard, and people learned a specific kill order where usually the Black Mage was at the top, like completely peaks in priority, because at some point he'll cast Palm Meteor, and I'm pretty sure you stopped that by just hitting him a few times, but you're playing with 7 randos in trial roulette. Potentially some of them are sprouts. There's a very high chance that no one or not enough people will turn and stop him. So the easiest solution is just kill him first, because you can kill him before he casts anything. If you do that. So like, there is a specific kill order, and the kill order was literally that guy is the most dangerous, then that, and then that, then that, then that, then that. And the difference with Thornmarch compared to like a traditional quote-unquote council fight is that when you kill off one of the Mox Guard, the rest of the Mox Guard don't get stronger or unlock anything. They just go, oh, now we don't have a Black Mage anymore. And the fight continues as it were. Oh, thank you. And thank you, Liv. But yeah, basically, the way that this was prioritized was which of the Moogles have the most annoying mechanics. And then you just kill them off in that order. It's that easy. Thank you, Demoniac. And enjoy study, merfolk. The Truck Driving Gamer says the 5 Judges Trial 100 fight from Final Fantasy XII TZA is a council boss fight, kinda. I'll trust you on that. I haven't actually played that, but I could imagine it. Thank you, Losi. Thank you, and hope you're having a good day. Leah says, all I'm hearing is that T2 is both a boss rush and a council boss. Is T2 the elevate? Oh, right, the orbs. Yeah, that's kind of a council fight. Kind of? It's quite a unique twist on it, but yeah, in a way. Do I even want to know how much the full stack of paint cost? Fortunately, I didn't buy it. But we can figure out how much it costs just here. Azanel says, wouldn't he also res Mox Guard again after some time and you depleted his health that way? Yes, on Extreme. On Extreme. On Hard, he didn't actually do that. But instead, he was vulnerable to attack at all times. And if you hurt him too much, he would just skip to a fast-casted version of the Harden Rage, which scaled the damage with the amount of Mox Guard alive. So if you try to just like bomb rush him down, you would die anyway. We have 5k per, so like something like 6 million for full stack of cherry pink dye, assuming that there is even that much. on the market. There is not. You wouldn't actually, on Louisoix, you wouldn't be able to buy a whole one. As an says, I remember that wrong from soloing him in Endwalker for the AR relic. He got reworked in Endwalker, so it depends on when. Cherry pink dye, but the icon is paint. Yeah, it's quite a lot, isn't it? Do you need such like a whole bucket of that? For a hat like this? It's a little weird, isn't it? Sim says back in my day, cherry pink was worth 20k. I feel like back when I decided to use it a lot, it would swing between 12 and 20k. Just dunk it in the bucket. I mean, the way that I have all this is Island Sanctuary. The blue, I think they're called Seafarer's Curries, which you get from, well, basically things that have a daily limit. You can use to buy various goods, such as cherry pink dye. And there, a stack of 99 cherry pink dye, not 999, just 99, costs like 56,000 curries. And on account of me having already unlocked and completed everything on the Island Sanctuary, I don't have all of the rare creatures, but you can't even have all of the rare creatures because there's more than 20. Like, my island is complete, as it were. So, my project on the Island Sanctuary is I check in on it every day. My animals did not starve on Dawntrail launch, I'll have you know. They're eating good. They still get that premium feed as they have always gotten. But what I'm doing is I'm slowly working my way up to have not 999, because then like you lose the excess, but 950 of everything. Most things. And the way that I do it is that I've already reached over 900 of the materials that you get from the mammoths themselves. Like you send them out on expeditions every day. I already have over 900 of each of them. And that means that now I'm basically just sending them out to get the materials that I have the least of. I'm just trying to make sure that everything's making their way up. The thing is, it takes an age, an eternity to get everything to that point. Because the limiting factor in this project, which is a really, really stupid project, I know, is the vegetables. Because you get, I think, like 5 of each every 3 days? 2 or 3 days? And since you gotta spend some for that premium feed, you have to. It would be cruel to the animals to do otherwise. It means that you simultaneously have a negative of like around 14. Like close to 14 of 2 of them per day. Which means that they rise very slowly. But that also means that you, like, if you want to cap out everything there, you don't actually have to go and harvest things, because the mammoths can collect enough that you're good. Like that part will keep up. I've also stopped filling out the entire craft order on my island. I only do the felicitous favors Because, you know, you can trade those for gacha loot boxes, and those loot boxes can contain white and black dye. Ooh, nice, 500,000 gil, thank you. Pretty nice, right? Guys waiting for the day he can dye his animals pink, that would be pretty funny. And hey Jim, and thank you, hope you're doing well. I did not clear Palace of the Dead. Last run we had was the one where I wiped on floor 190 because I goofed up my first attempt on the Godfather and then ran out of time and steel. Super close to the clear. Like, I would have had it if I had, like, one more minute. Hey Lana, hope you're doing well. And Bimo, hope you're doing well as well. Remember when those island tickets were selling for 20 million day one? The ones for the mount? Wow. I wonder how many actually bought them. And thank you, Vjek. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, indeed, Jim. It's just a long way back. But yeah, that's what I'm doing with my island sanctuary. And by simply doing those small things every day, it also means that every time I use cherry pink dye, I just go and buy more. Like, I just grab some more. And I also use the green curries to just buy this, typically. Good luck, Yannick. Yeah, the only reason why the Palace of the Dead stuff suddenly disappeared this week is just because there's other stuff. There's, we had the patch drop Tuesday, and, well, today we're doing this. I'm trying to get some achievements left on Island Sanctuary. I think I actually have some that I haven't done yet. Can't remember which tab they're on, though. I'm pretty sure they have their own. Do they not? Hello? Could have sworn. Oh? Oh, it's on general. It's easier to find when you toggle so you can't see the ones that... This one is pretty funny, isn't it? Who needs to train someone else's chocobo, am I right, guys? Also, 460, by the way. How does one train chocobos these days? The way you train another player's chocobo is, if you're in a free company, they can put like a chocobo stable in the outdoor area of the free company, and then people can like drop off their chocobo there. While it is there, they can obviously not mount the chocobo, and they cannot use it as their companion out in the field. While it is there, other players can then like train it, which progresses this and gives it a little bit of experience if it isn't already maxed out, of course. So I'm pretty sure that like that's basically it. Stephanie says, I trained one outside my apartment. That's also an option. I guess there is a chocobo stable outside the apartment building. But yeah, I've never interacted with it. The only thing I've done with the chocobo stable is when I wanted to dye my chocobo. I actually aimed to make it cherry pink, but when I saw what colibri pink looked like, I was like, yeah, it's about what I wanted. Alright, Tristan, enjoy work. I know it's a long day for you. If you want a minion, I can... Isn't it a... It's a barding. And don't worry about it, Sip. I'll figure it out one day. But thank you. Right. Oh yeah, that too. Yeah, the only thing I'm missing for the Island Sanctuary achievements is gathering 30,000 things. Like, let me actually take a look real quick, because I have a spreadsheet. I'm actually not sure if I have space for 16,000 things. I leveled my Island Sanctuary by gathering, though. I did too, Korux. I did do that thing with just running in circles, grabbing things. I'm actually pretty sure I included that in my Island Sanctuary starter guide. Why, that sounds super fun and not at all repetitive. Exactly. The best you can do for this is like, the way that gathering on your Island Sanctuary works is that you grab an item, then it, it despawns as you grab it. And when you have grabbed 11 things, the first thing in the queue respawns. So if you can find a reasonably tight loop somewhere of 11 things, you can just run in circles. But at best, that still takes like 20 seconds per circuit, which means that gathering 30,000 things would, like, at maximum speed, I'm pretty sure, take 60,000 seconds. And that's assuming that you're like full focus, click exactly on the split second that you can, move in perfectly optimized lines to the next item. Like, you're not going to be able to keep that up for 60,000 seconds. And exactly, Bimo, the reward, ooh, 20 achievement points. Whew. Whew, those are rare. 60,000 seconds, that's less than a day. Yeah, that doesn't sound right, does it? There's like a macro that your character can automatically run to the node and use it while watching videos. That is interesting. I'm guessing that you use things like targeting and auto run and confirm. Because if you can target, phase, auto run, and then just confirm, then you can cause your character to target the nearest item you want to loot, face it, run towards it, and then you just click loot when you're there. And you could, I don't know if I can actually go to the Island Sanctuary map from here. Nope. But there's like up on the mountain, like up at the very peaks, I'm pretty sure there are like exactly 11 items up there. So if you just start it, if you just get it started, like you just do the first circuit and then you just use that macro, it will automatically loop around. But yeah, 20 achievement points, like this is one of those you go and do when you have nothing else left. Because it isn't going anywhere. Like, unlike some other achievements that might go somewhere, or that has like a daily, weekly, monthly limit or whatever, this one, you have all the time in the world. Very annoying that your gatherer workers don't contribute to that number. It is a little funny that they don't, but in fairness, the achievement does say gather resources, and your mammoths are not you. So it's, you have to do this. Like, if the task says you have to collect a thing, you can't go, well, I sent Bob. Surely that has to count for something. Although it would be really, really funny if it did. And chip away at it waiting for queues to pop. See, that's also a good move. Like, that's something I did. I'm actually pretty sure if you go back far enough on the channel and find the the Abyssals, Savage streams that I did a few of, where I was proccing through Party Finder on P5S, while I was looking for groups, or waiting for groups to pop, I was on my Island Sanctuary running circuits. Alright, Damaril, enjoy your day. Hey, Nilsoru, hope you're doing well. Can't wait for the Island Sanctuary update that adds sustainable scouting 4. Like, wait a minute, why that name? Oh. 99,999. Macro with Ninja, M arrow off. Duty action 1. Duty action 1. Target NPC, lock on, auto move on. Don't you need a confirm? Yeah, exactly. Duty action being sprint. That makes sense. But why Ninja? Ninja doesn't run faster with sprint. Like, it doesn't run faster than other jobs with sprint. So it would have made more sense if you used Shikuchi or something. But that would be very inefficient because you'd have to wait for the cooldown. I went to my Island Sanctuary 99,999 times and all I got was this title. Ninjas have a passive that says that they run 10% faster, but speed bonuses don't stack. If you are benefiting from multiple speed bonuses at the same time, then only the strongest one will apply. It's not about which order they're applied in. It's straight up the strongest one is the only one that applies. So if you both are a ninja, 10%, have Peloton from a bard or something, 20%, and you're sprinting, 30%, then you run 30% faster. If you have passive speed bonuses, they don't matter. Actually, right at the very end of Endwalker, I made a Mythbuster video where I demonstrated this. How about those speedy mushrooms in Leap of Faith? I think those are way more than 30%. But I don't think that it's like stated exactly what it is, so I don't know. What I do know is that in PvP, sprint is 50%, and most other speed bonuses are 25%. Hey Pancake and Spectral, hope you're doing well, and thank you so much, Spectral. Glad to hear that, and hope you have an awesome day as well. VX says, I wish they'd make sprint permanent when not in combat and not in a duty. I can partly agree with that. I understand why sprint isn't just permanent when you're not in combat and not in a duty. I feel like it would be, like, at that point, why have it toggle, like, why have it at all? Like, sprint is just always active. But I do think that it's weird that they give you a special fancy schmancy sprint that has 100% uptime on Island Sanctuary, and it's not a toggle. Like, they went out of their way to make an additional kind of sprint just for that. Why didn't they make it a toggle? It's a toggle in PvP. I'm guessing the reason is because the PvP version goes off whenever you do anything. So they couldn't just reuse that. There's also the part that the PvP sprint is faster. You'd be better off keeping Peloton up with a range DPS and use sprint when it's available. Yeah, if you're just running, but exactly because on Island Sanctuary the sprint button is always active, like that macro that Korg sent means that you have essentially 100% uptime on the Island Sanctuary sprint, which means that it doesn't matter what job you are, you will have 30%. The only time it actually does matter is like when you start the run initially. Like if you start running and then you click sprint, then you'll run for like some frames until the sprint applies, and for those frames Ninja is faster. Yeah, exactly, Gazel. That's what I mean, is that it looks a little silly if everyone's just sprinting all over the place. Thank you, Tac Tac. I hope you're doing well. Tac Tac says random, but I think I might be the healer Vivi was talking about earlier in the new dungeon. What was that, Vivi? I think I might have missed that. See if I can find it. Yeah, I had my second run of the new dungeon take 40 minutes because the healer just kept getting called out. I felt so bad for them because I just know they were not enjoying it at all. Aww. Aww. Well, if you were that healer, then we can get your account of the situation. I'm guessing the answer is yes, that was not fun. But that is actually really... That's kind of funny in a way. Because remember that, everyone. When you randomly go out and vent on a essentially public forum, such as a live stream, to, you know, not be too mean about the strangers you played with. Because they might see that stream and they might realize that it's them. It's a possibility. So, you know, that's also what I've said before, is that when I've seen someone in-game having a hard time, I'm not trying to dunk on them. I'm usually trying to, like, be nice, especially if it's on stream, because it's not fun for someone to publicly shame you for being for doing something bad. Like, you might not intentionally be doing that. Stephanie says, being on Chaos, part of the fun of your mental roulette series is seeing names I recognize. Oh, I could imagine that. The most awkward times for me is if someone recognizes me and I'm not sure if they recognize me from the channel or because they were in a previous duty. But it is really funny when I do multiple mental roulettes and I see the same person over and over again. Like recently, I had a set. Hasn't been released yet. Working on the videos, of course. I had a set where basically most of the set was normal raids, and I met the same person like 4 times, if not 5 times. So at the end, I was like, well, a lot of normal raids tonight, huh? And they were like, yeah. It was just normal raid, normal raid, normal raid. And you might be thinking, well, it was like, it was during the Mocktome event still. So you could have been saying, ah, yeah, Alexander, am I right? Only 2 of them was Alexander at all, and only 1 of them was Fists of the Father, which is the one people usually use for that. Thank you, Maki. Hope you're doing well. Was it on Monday this week? No. Thank you, MX and Alicia. Thank you so much. I'm pretty sure it was last week. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, that also happens sometimes, Stephanie. It's been a while since, like, because I leveled all of the jobs, and I'm not really in in a great need of aesthetic tomestones, so I don't really like do all of the dailies every day. But when I was leveling jobs, I was absolutely doing them. And it's really funny if you're queuing for roulettes alone or with just a few friends and you see the same person multiple times, like, you're also going through the list in the same order as me. And that's good, Tac. Exactly, is that it sucks when things go bad, but there's a huge difference between when things go bad because someone is having a hard time or just unlucky, and when things go bad because someone is intentionally playing poorly. The difference between someone that is having a hard time understanding a boss mechanic and someone who's actively ignoring advice and things like that. That doesn't mean that you're suddenly in the business of going, all right, well, they weren't listening to me, so time to dunk on them. That's still not super nice. Also, I saw someone asked, let me just see if I can find that question. It was while I was looking at the achievements. Can I find it? Matthew saying, if I watch a stream of people clearing FRU, I should get the achievement too. I watched them do it. I'm having a hard time finding it. I think the question was, is there content that you have not partaken in? Also, Vulpes says, can you make a cherry pink chocobo? You can, yes. Content I've not partaken in. I have never tried Rival Wings. I've never tried The Feast, which was PvP before the rework. Also, thank you, Mastermind. Hope you're doing well. I have not finished Eureka, and on account of that, I have never done Baldesion Arsenal. I have not gotten much past floor 40 in Eureka Authors. I've never done an ultimate. Where are you in Eureka? I believe I'm in the final zone or the next to final zone. Clearly today should be a Eureka stream. I mean, we could go and visit that at some point. Thank you, Kato. Hope you're doing well. I've also heard you're doing better, Kato. So that's good to hear. I just want to point out, just for clarity on that, Leah, the reason why I have never tried Rival Wings is because every time I've tried to queue, like when I've had time and tried to queue, it don't pop. Like it just doesn't pop. So then I don't do it. Now with the crystalline conflict being consolidated to one data center per region, it might be easier for the queues to pop. So like that's something that I'm mildly excited for. I don't even know if I'll do it, but hey. Hey Smux, that sounds like fun. If you want to do Rival Wings, you have to do it at the right time. Yeah, I know, Tingle. I will say the last time I tried to get into Rival Wings was specifically in a Moogle treasure trove season where Rival Wings was basically like people had looked over the data, crunched the numbers and gone, Blue Mage strat is here. And here is a strategy you can just queue for or like make a party find. I think it was like P1N that you farmed, like just spam that. And then there's like Blue Mage strategy, Rival Wings, like right at the top. So people were queuing for Rival Wings just for mock tomes. There were people doing it, but not at the time I had time. So whoops. Have you played the hammer game at the Gold Saucer? Yes. I have participated. I have at least tried, at minimum, tried everything in the Gold Saucer. Because I have a video about the Gold Saucer that introduces everything that is in the Gold Saucer. And even ranks how good each thing is for MGP farming. And based on what I know, if you're in the business of like farming huge quantities of MGP, I've heard that one of the most effective ways to farm MGP is, well, first you need like an S tier racing chocobo. Like, first you need that, which takes a while to get. Then you also, need to know how to play that. And then you just do that. I've heard that it gives a large amount of MGP per hour to do that. And once you've got it going, it's very easy. Yes, as I'm utterly surprised how much people dislike Lord of Dominion. I think it's just a little overwhelming. I've tried it, it's a little confusing. And thank you, Angel. Hope you're doing well, Angel. Ninja Op says, I love Leap of Faith. Leap of Faith is fun. Personally, if you could just, like, queue into Leap of Faith and then just, like, do that, I could totally see myself just spamming that sometimes, just for fun. But you can't. You have to wait for it. The thing that I find the most overwhelming with Lord of Dominion is, ironically, the amount of options. Like, look at this. You go into that game mode for the first time, you're like, okay, which minions should I bring? Imagine if you opened like StarCraft or Warcraft or Age of Empires or something for the first time, and the game went, alright, what units do you want? Which ones do you think are good? And just shows you like 700 minions. You could do fine with the 3 minions in the store. Yeah, probably. It's still just like, it's too much. So I could imagine that a lot of players will just be like, nope, nope, I can't deal, it's too much. And yeah, that's also, like, that's the thing, Ninja Ops. What I have done recently, since they added Gold Saucer events, like the gates, as a way to collect Moogle tomestones, is that when I need them, I'll just hang out there when I'm doing other stuff. And then an event pops and you get some free tomestones. Agent Monica says, favorite Gold Saucer game is the tree one. Oh yeah, I believe there is a fun fact there that the tree and like the tree chopping and the mining minigames in the Gold Saucer is how botany and mining worked in 1.0, I think. Like, that was not just, like, that was actually how it worked, not just a minigame. Also, congratulations, Clove. Did you get loot? Anyone here try the new My Young voices? I have not tried them, Delane. If you actually take your time at some point to actually, like, if any of you choose to watch that Gold Saucer video I made, I'm pretty sure I have a quote there saying that I think I aged a few years in that one Mahjong match I did. It's not for me. I specifically remember that most of that video I recorded with Zip following me around and doing all the minigames with me. And thank Yaradil. And I specifically remember repeatedly saying something like, "It's still going! I don't know when this will end. I have no idea what I'm doing." Like in the chat. Because I was so completely dumbfounded and lost. Right, we could go and do something. What I'm thinking is we could go and look in Eureka for a little bit. Not for a long time, but for a little bit. And after that, I also wanted to go over and visit OCE for a bit, because I know there's some people that were like, "Are you going to be on EU the whole day?" So I think we might do that. And then when we come back to EU a little after that, we'll figure out something else. But before we go anywhere, I have to be right back. In the meantime, sanity restored. Thank you, Stephanie, and enjoy your day at work. Manatee bingo! Right. Let me see if something I need to bring. The story with Eureka for me, I've told this story a few times, I think. But when I got into Final Fantasy XIV originally, I was trying to play not hardcore raider. Like, I didn't want to do hardcore raiding. In any capacity. Like, I'm just bringing all the things that I have that are relevant to Eureka. Which meant that I refuse to do alliance raids because that's raiding. I refuse to do normal raids because that's raiding. Like, I just avoided it all. Just, nope. I don't think these are relevant. Keeps the shape. And that meant that my endgame grind essentially was Eureka. And at the time, there was only the first part of Eureka. I won't jump directly into it. I'll wait at the docks if anyone wants to come with me, so that we have a chance. But the thing is, I hate fate trains. And a significant portion of leveling naturally in Eureka, at least at the time, was fate trains. Basically, whenever I think they're called notorious monsters or something like that, spawned, you run to it. I think we're going to Hydatos. Oh, nice. And because I didn't like that, I basically had the experience of, oh, so the end game in this game, I won't enjoy. And a while later, I quit. I got to like level 18 there, which at the time, by the way, was required for unlocking mounting in Eureka. Thank you, Caroline, and thank you, Ricky out. Yeah, it's going to be a little hard if someone has not even entered Eureka. Hate the one Eureka map that has the sleeping dragons. I spent some time there as a result of being there, but here's the thing. As I said, I started and got to like level 18. When I came back to the game, like I quit Final Fantasy XIV, then I came back so late that Blue Mage had been added, which happened shortly before Shadowbringers. And then Shadowbringers came out, and now I had no reason to do Eureka anymore. The only reason why I got further is because I happened to be in a free company with like a few people that are way into like off track unusual content. One person in my free company at the time was like regularly, like almost weekly, if not like bi-weekly, well, actually not bi-weekly, like multiple times a week, would do Heaven on High full runs with first-timers. Like, just grab some people to teach it. Come on down. Let's go. And would regularly participate in Baldesion Arsenal, and I believe he was in the group. He might have been, or it might have been the other person who was also in that free company, who was in the Louis Soir first clear of the loop room Regine Savage. So like, I was in a free company with some of the people that were very, very deep into the weird, unusual content. Which meant that it was very common that people would be like, hey, should we go to Eureka? And I would be like, no. And eventually, they convinced me to go there for a bit. The problem is that while it is kind of nice to like speedrun through your weekly targets, actually farming XP by being boosted by high levels, I found dreadfully boring. So, not a big fan of that. So I never finished. Jose Quasari, thank you so much. Hope you're doing well. So, like, that's what ultimately made it so that I couldn't be bothered. I wonder what happens if I try to queue with Rust in the party. I'll just test to see what happens. Yeah, we actually have to kick Rust. Cha-cha. I'm level 50, apparently. Yeah, that's also what you might have seen, some of you. If you've ever seen footage of me doing something in Eureka, there's an extremely high probability that I've just gone out and killed some things. And maybe like done a thing that happened to spawn in the area. I can't both wear my party hat and the good Vermilion Cloak of Casting. Oh, Cat is here. I won't get XP? What do you mean? Oh, I will. We just have to kill things that are in like notorious monsters and stuff. And it still counts for the challenge log. Oh. Hey, Miva. Hope you're doing well. And hey, Rend. Thank you so much. I hope you're doing well. Because I says, I was personally part of the light first clear of the Lupin Savage. Oh, nice. Yeah, I don't know for certain. What was it he said? Get them up to scratch in Pyros first. Rude. Why you gotta do me like that? That's probably the reason why I'm level 50 is because I started working on a relic weapon or something. Welcome back, Hound. I mean, Kosadi, that is a good achievement. It is, however, difficult because it's like... It isn't... I don't think that's an achievement. So it's like... It's down to do people take your word for it, right? I can't remember how to make the logos things. Is this... Oh, it's that one. Ah, yes, the logos manipulator. That would work. That would do it. I don't know how to make the things. Did you ever do all of Boja since it's also mostly Fate trains as well? Yes, I did. But the vast majority of stuff I did in relation to Boja was the Lupin Regine normal. That is correct, FFXIV. You cannot post links. Not in the stream chat, because then if links are enabled, then bots will go, thanks. That's a lot. Drake has recipes? Uh, it doesn't look like recipes, but it does say what I've seen. And that is appreciated, FFXIV. I just don't think it's a very interesting stream to have me sit and read how to do logos. This is actually exactly the reason why things like Eureka is something that I'm like I haven't gone and done for stream so far. It's just because it's too much, man. So what do I do? To just do this? And then I extract memes? Martialist is the one for me. As a pictomancer? Blam! That's not the one for me. I can't use it. Yeah, here's a tip, by the way. If you don't have like the big smacker, like Eureka gear, like a full set, then the caster one is better than the not caster one, because the caster one is a 2-piece, so it gives like 50% more elemental bonus. Paper is bad unless you're solo. Well, what do I pick then? I don't have any other buff options, do I? Martialist plus feint? Like this? Hey Emir, hope you're doing well. Thank you so much for the super chat. Alles Gute zum Geburtstag von Deutschland. Gelukkige Verjaagstag van Zuid-Afrika. And happy birthday from England. Have a lovely birthday, mate. Thank you so much. Like this? I tribute summon Wisdom of the Skirmisher in face-up attack position. What do I do with this now? Does that matter? Should I just keep that? Hey Catch, thank you so much, and I hope you enjoy work. Well, then I have to destroy this. A plate bearer, one of all of them. I use polymerization. Splat. Huh. Probably at some point, Emir. We're in Hydatos, Hound. Any hands up? Hope you're doing well. Remember, it's hilariously important. Yeah, looking at what it does, it seems like it's a big problem if you forget about it. Which means that when you die and you don't have it, you go, oh, I just remembered something. Hey Matoro, hope you're doing well. I don't know why I have Paralyze. I'm guessing it was from the Logos tutorial or something. Like, you could make this. That chitin? It does look like chitin, doesn't it? Thank you, Matoro. Paralyze is useless. Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what I mean, FFXIV. Why would I have this? Use remembered first. Splat! Oh, like that. So then you go splat. And then you go wabam. And then wabam. That is a really awkward way to do it. I don't know why we're going as Pictomancer, but here we are. Drink me? Skirmish only persists as a buffer as long as it's in your duty actions. That's weird. So that means that while you're using it, you can't, like, use other Logos actions? Because your favorite jobs from each role? Well, I think the problem is that if you start swapping around your job, then you lose your things. You can make a Logos action set that uses both slots. Both slots? There's one. You have to make both at the same time. Oh, so it like makes like a double, like a combo action? How strange. This is like the Kai hostile takeover of a Eureka zone. I have no idea what to do, by the way. My best suggestion is just kill stuff. Don't worry, Ymir, we'll be doing other stuff. I just... people were saying you could go to Eureka, so we could go to Eureka for a bit. We're not staying for 3 hours. Thank you. Let's do Delubrum Savage. We're not enough people for that. Excuse me, excuse me, excuse me. Ah! Danger! And someone, I believe Juan here, which was Smux, I think, made a tracker. I remembered a thing. You are right that I'm not getting XP, and it looks like I'm also not getting progress on my challenge log. Is that normal? Thank you, Kinrao. Hope you're doing well. Yeah. The weird thing is that I specifically remember finishing the challenge log with friends, but I'm guessing the way we did it was that we had the person needing the challenge log hit things first, or something like that. It counts levels of others. Oh yeah, then I see the problem. Then we would have to fight level 58 things for it to count. It says no more than 2 levels below, and we have we have level 60s in the group. Whee! Saves for small guy, then the whole cult will help. That would be pretty funny. I don't think it changes that much. But I've also said before, in a rather broad statement, so to speak, that a reason why Small Kai doesn't do any actually hard content is because I could have done that on my main and gotten progress on that on my main. Yeah, I remember doing that, Tingle. Just have the team all sync down with the help of the notorious monster, and that way everyone's synced. It is funny that you can't like willingly sync down. Which message, Emir? Because I saw it. I guess that's true, Tingle, but I don't think that's optimal. It is funny how a game where being over-leveled can be such a pain that there isn't an option to just say, it's okay, I'll just sink down willingly. Thank you so much, Gleaming. Really nice. Thank you. We wish it was our birthday so we could Holy 2. Holy 2? I think you'd have to D-level twice, Leah. It says... I think. At least for these. Hey, Caetsu. Hope you're doing well. That sounds dangerous. Thank you. Just for normal XP. Yeah. The thing is, I don't know how any of this... there is a drink me down there. We could drink that. Holira lives in our hearts, even if it can't live in our hot bars. I'm actually... Let me see. Might recognize it when I see it. Oh yeah! A long time ago when I made a video on something where Eureka was relevant, like it was a relevant subject in a video, I went to Eureka to record something. So what I did is I went to the zone and just attacked something, and then when I saw a relevant duty like this one appear, and it was specifically this one, then I just went and did it. And then a bunny appeared, and I knew from my teachers that had gotten me this far that, oh, bunnies are relevant, like they matter, I should do that. And then I did that, and when I had finished doing that, I left. Yeah. Oh. We did it! What do we do now? We have acquired bunnies! Far, far to the east. Do I just follow that blindly? We go to the east. Onwards to glory. This feels a little sketchy. Can you stop following me? Buddy? Thank you. And just this level 52 following me for 30 miles. More east. We're going east. You do stand out. What? Just because I'm glowing bright pink? And I'm riding a mount that is actually glow in the dark? Looks like there's a story there. Ah, we have limit break too! We no longer have limit break too! Hey Lisa, and thank you so much. Hope you have a great day as well. More southeast. Laser beam! Hey Rock Break, hope you're doing well, and thank you so much. Did I get, like, the bunny spawn that goes all the way to Narnia? Truck driving gamers says, I've been playing Paladin lately. It's weird seeing an enemy list full of green. Well, the good thing is that you've been paying attention to the enemy list. There are a lot of players that don't even realize what it means. Are you kidding me? It's a bronze cover. I feel like I got trolled. I feel like the game just trolled me. Can I grab that? Like, since I'm in Narnia anyway, can I grab that? Yeah, woo! A cursed horde is found in Narnia. Oh, level 62. I think I'm going to die. I can't grab it. Oh. Oh, man. Yeah, this is kind of the thing. Whenever there's been, like, I've had any interest in going to Eureka, is like, if I go alone, I'm like, I don't really know where to go. So I just kind of scuffle around a bit. and then I lose interest. If I go with friends, it usually looks like this. Which means that we have to do like, they're basically there to do what I want to do. Because I can't do what they want to do. And then we do that for a little bit. And then I lose interest. The fairy position. How long is that going to stay? That's really far away. Thank you, Ardell. I'll say, Bluefish. Hope you're doing well. Motorbike? I'm close to level disparity not being a problem anymore. I mean, what level do I need to get to before that's the case? Buff get. But I can't receive XP. All you have to do is, like, just get one more level. Okay, but I can't gain levels right now. Small problem. Only from fate spawns. Yeah, that's true. Oh, man, if only we had one. And this is where I would put my fate spawn if I had one. Why can't you get XP? Because I have level 60s in my party. Cat says they're also not getting XP at level 53. We might have a problem here. What are we waiting for here, by the way? We're waiting for the bunny fate to respawn. Is that the only fate we can do? Oh boy. Yeah, I think it's a good thing in a way that I said we're not staying here for the full 3 hours. Isn't there a thing where killing specific mobs makes stuff spawn faster? I believe it's kill specific things to make stuff spawn. Oh. Are you ready to go to Narnia? Helpst. Helpst. What do we do now? Do we kill them? Hey Thaddeus, hope you're doing well. Yeah, that's a good idea. The problem is again that I'm in a group. And you might be saying, so leave the group. Why did I bring all these people then? Yeah, thank you. Thaddeus. Happy Babby. And thank you, Giraheen. What do we do now? Now we'll have a bunny and a fate. What do I do now? Do I follow the carrot or what do I do? You know what? Too bad, bunny. We're doing the other thing. I'm not going to Narnia for a grade 5 materia. I've arrived. I'm pretty sure that's not a Stegodon, but okay. So what do we do now? I think it's counting Aradel. Nope. I think it's counting Aradel. Do we fight it now? Oof. Now I'm getting XP. Can we even reset the boss in this chaos? Hey, in fairness, Tingle, Aradel is also an elf, and you know how it is with elves and loot. Isn't that right, Aradel? Smash cut to a picture of Frieren. Wait with killing them. We have level 60s. Can we actually wait with killing them? I think one is dying. Don't wait. Save one. Yeah. Ever bring Frieren to Palace of the Dead? Well, I mean, you just have to make sure to kill the mimics. Don't bring Kai. Oh no! A 10 chain! I'm very confused. I'm getting like 500,000 per mob. The mob we just killed gave me 1.1 million XP. I've already gotten like 10 million XP since we started this. We're just doing leveling in Eureka. What we're doing, Girahina, is that we were talking about things to do, and someone suggested we could go to Eureka because someone asked if there's content that I've never partaken in Final Fantasy XIV, and then I mentioned Eureka. And indeed, we could just go to Eureka for a bit. So we're here for a bit. We also spent a while just talking. So we're not staying here for full 3 hours. We're just hanging out here for a bit. And given the level range of the players we have here, leveling in Eureka is basically what we can do in Eureka. Hey Vicels, hope you're doing well. What is max chain anyway? The chain is going to run out. One is still level 60. One is still level 60. That gave 0. It gave 400,000. Logos action birthday. Yeah. What do we do now? You could do treasure maps. That's true. That is also an option. Nice one, Vicels. I think Odin is out trying to find Gazel, who died out in the field. That's why that batch didn't give any XP either. It's because Odin was running off to help. Yeah, that's also something to do, Bluefish. I've also been thinking we could do, like, I could do PvP for a bit. I also wanted to visit OCE for a bit, because I know there's some people that are not in EU that were like, oh. Uh-oh. That were like, are you... can we not see you at all because you're on EU all day? Oh boy. Ow. Yep, Earth 1 just completed. Hey Tay, and thank you so much. Hope you're doing well as well. Mental roulette grind. I feel like that would be really awkward. Because that would be exactly content when no one can join me. Like, not unless you, like, try to, like, intercept my queue. Just a bit, eh? Just for a bit. Exactly, Liv. That is the funniest thing that I was like, if I ever did mental roulette on stream, my expectation would precisely be, oh, sure, someone is probably going to like, people are going to, oh man, queue for something ridiculous. Are you sure this is a good idea, Juan? I'm going to die again. I'm definitely going to die again. Can we stabilize this? Kill the boss? Okay. Okay. I mean, we could absolutely do something like Golbus Extreme. Unsynced. I mean, we could also try synced, but I feel like that's just Balsa's Tasha minimum item level. About the new extreme? That is also something that we could do or try. What is Ovni? Is that Ovni? Is that Ovni? Okay. Hopefully you understand my confusion, because this is what I can see. It's fine, Bluefish. It's fine. I should probably aspect for defense and see if it helps. It's a giant jellyfish! The Wiggly Boy! Thank you, Ultra. Hope you have a good day. I have actually streamed Golbez Extreme synced a while back, Bluefish. Exactly, Gleaming. I will free us from the blade. The origin of blade. We're not a lot of people here. But we're over half the instance. Myself says I tanked Ovni yesterday, or another day, I guess, and forgot to change my elementals. Ooh, boy. That's not good. Oh, right. I forgot to do this. Pull of the void. Yeah. I'm not throwing. I'm trying my best. Rock hard? Excuse me? Run? A bit late with that one. A little bit late with that one. As the marker comes down. By the way, if you see a marker, you should get away. I have a marker now. You should get away from me. Well, I was getting away. Ow. Is anyone dispelling Ovni's debuff? Or buff? Nope. Oh well. Yeah, Gleaming, I was moving away from them and then it exploded way bigger. Someone in the shout chat says, the Dispeller died. To which I say, 1, we had a Dispeller. 2, we needed a Dispeller. There was a guy on Crystal who just lived in this part of Eureka to dispel stuff. It's the Dispeller Man! Da da da! What's he doing? He's dispelling the boss! Quick! Get a picture of him! Dispeller Man! He better have a super outfit. Like a super suit. Where's my super suit? You pulled the boss, Glow. You pulled the boss? Oh no! That's not good. Is that safe for that tank over there? It doesn't look good. By the way, there's 2 minutes on the clock for this one. I don't think we can make it. Also, I think the person who's tanking the boss might die. Exactly, Blackthorn. There's both an upside and a downside to content being less popular. The downside is, of course, that at times you're missing people. The upside is you get to know people. Because you see the same ones. That's also what I've talked about with... by the way, I'm just standing over here watching the chaos unfold, because we need to do, like, 10% of the boss's HP per 6 seconds to make this. And my damage is not going to make a difference. So I'm just... yeah. You feel me? By the way, Juan, in game, this is where... This is a lesson that you will one day learn if you do enough frontline. You might be going into a fight that you can see that you have to run from to survive. But your presence there is what means that that other person has a chance of survival. So you feel like you can't leave. But if you stay, you will both die. So sometimes you just have to go, well, they had to go. No, I still got 5 million XP. You failed! Here's your wage. Hey, Bits, thank you so much. I hope you're doing well. Hey, Nozereld, hope you're doing well as well. Also that, then they go back in because you're there and you don't even know which one of you is there to protect the other. It's exactly, Visels. It's not just tactical retreat, it's tactical watch from afar where you won't die. Alright, Matsuro, thank you for coming. I think we will also wrap this up shortly. Go do something else. Alright, Wilpez, thank you for hanging out. Good night. Yeah, I think that'll... We've been here for about an hour. So I think this would be a good time to like hop out and do something else. A case in point, and I did mention this earlier, but I am wondering, because I did say we should come over to OCE as well. There's no point in me coming over to OCE if everyone in NA and OCE, and even JP for that matter, is like, well, we're busy now. So, like, I'll just end up grabbing the people from EU and then we just stand there. I am curious if I did come over to OCE now, if there would be people like that would be hanging out with us on OCE as well. Can I just do this? Oh, I can. Hey, Cyanide. Hope you're doing well. Alright, guys, Dragoon, and Abyssal and Cleaving, and Bluefish. I think we'll do that then. It was also specifically, I knew that Dragoon was the one that asked me, are you not going to be available outside of EU? So I think we'll do that. And thank you all for joining me in Eureka. Let me just fix my... Did I actually save that? That was really weird of me. We're going over to OCE for a bit, FFXIV. Open the boxes? Can I do that without entering? No, I guess I didn't, Cat. Yeah, it'll be on Ravana. Yeah, we could go to Gridania. Sure. Good idea would probably do it near the achievements guy. Since a bunch of people need to go there anyway. Picker of locks. Open this. Wow. And this. And this. Wow. This. And this. And this. And this. And this. And this. And this. Hey Marcus, we hung out in Eureka for a bit. We failed to beat Ovni. It looked good, but then it looked bad. And then we had been there for about an hour, so we hopped out. Next thing we're doing is we're going to visit OCE, because that's a data center where everyone can visit. So people from NA and JP as well can come hang out for a bit. I'll figure out cleaning up the rest of the stuff that I picked up later. Oh, perfect. OCE Eureka. Oh boy. Gazel asked me to move over some maps for him. Well, I'm going over anyway. Right. So we do this and this. And this. We do OCE treasure maps. It looks really goofy with the double glasses. Yep, if you're not sure how to visit OCE, what you do is, if you've not done it before, or if you haven't done it recently, is you go out to the menu screen, then you go to data centers, then you click, like, go over to OCE as if you were going to actually log in there. Just go there and see the empty character screen, like, acknowledge that there's no one there, then you click quit, data center, choose back where you came from, and then you visit. And the reason why you have to do that is because if you don't do that, when you try to visit, it'll be like, you can't do that, we don't have updated information. And then you have to do that whole process anyway. So easy to just start with that. Thank you, Ardell, that is a good idea. And hey, Mokodoka, thank you so much. Hope you're having a good day. Hey, Bronto, hope you're doing well as well. And yeah, exactly, Marcus. I would guess that around this time is at a time where there is a chance that people over on NA have a chance to catch it at all while I'm here. Simultaneously with people over in OCE parts of the world. possibly not having gone to bed yet. Crazy stream starts before I have work. We've been going at it for a bit. Thank you, Philippe. Hope you're doing well. If we managed OC Alliance raid, we absolutely should do the new one. It'll go so bad. Yeah, it would. We'd just get repeatedly sniped by ping. And we'd have a hard time resing people. Oh wow, a lot of people got here long before me. Including people over from EU. Sometimes I can't even single weave on OCE. I'm not entirely sure what my ping is on OCE. But it's usually 300 plus. Usually. And it being 300 plus means that, let's see, that means that my animation log is like 1.2 seconds. And given that it's unstable, it means that when it swings up, it's more like you can't weave. Oh, thank you. Well, I have to try that. It looks nice. Thank you. What class I started as? This character started as an Arcanist, which is the reason why I land in Limsa. Akabi said, thank you. I like that floof. Thank you, law-abiding Pokemon. Hope you're doing well. Hmm? There's a lot of people here, yeah. We are at the trophy. We are on Ravana, next to Trophy Man, up here. You go to Miketo's amphitheater and then around and up there. While people find their way here, I will just be right back. Sorry. In the meantime, energy restored. Caetsu Chaiji. I'm being watered. Maybe I'll finally grow a bit. Oh. Well, the chair's still here. Wouldn't that be funny? The next stream, I've used a Fantasia to make my character like an inch taller. Character growth. Literal character growth. Finally, the emote is being used on a non-Lala. Actually, Tinkle, I'm pretty sure I've been watered at least 4 times. Like, by people randomly. Did you grab the free Fantasia from the Wandering Moogle? I have. It actually has a really small quest icon over it until you grab it. This is 6. Well, this is one occasion. We should make Kai Fanta for his birthday. Why? Is there a problem with this? It is funny, because I could imagine that if I were to Fanta at all with this character, it would probably be to a Lalafell. Now we're all being watered. We have enough people here for an alliance. Quick estimate says no. To grow the opposite direction from hydrating. Make a derp lander. What? Oh, Sip's here. Does look weird, is Shuna with no cast time. But then Small Kai would make no sense. That's true. Cake! It's a shortcake! Thank you. Excellent. And chocolate. Hey, excuse me. Isn't that exactly what was mentioned in the MSQ the other day? Thanks! Oh, carrot juice! Is the fancy cookie like something you can't trade, maybe? Oh, happiness juice. Perfect. Thank you, Sip. Hey, Jenniverse, thank you so much. I hope you have a good day. Zapdos, I tried so much to make something other than aura for my alt, but nothing else stuck with me, so I have 2 aura now. Nox says, is that purple carrot juice icon animated? No, it's not. You know, the funniest thing is exactly that. Oh. A map? Thank you. And the funniest thing is that I feel like with Lalafels, it almost doesn't matter what you dress them with. They'll look cute. But I still feel like in some weird way that the other races have, in a strange way, more options for outfits. Wait, what does that mean, Yannick? Does that mean that it went slow? We have the watering can party and a Lalafell with an umbrella. We might end up with enough people for an alliance raid. We might do that, Gleaming, but we probably won't end up with enough people that can do the new one. Hey, thank you so much for the 5 gifted memberships, Bronto. Thank you. Can I have clips? Are we going to talk about WoW for 6 hours? Well, we have actually not talked about WoW very much, but we can have some clips. Ah, like that. Now I get it, Yannick. It was at least on the table, Gleaming, that since we didn't have it yesterday, we could have it a little bit today. Mario Kart for the bingo. Ultimate Trainer says, have to wonder how good the housing in WoW is gonna be. Yeah, I would guess so. I do wonder if that's going to be good. Hey, Canned Wolf, thank you so much, and I'm glad to hear that you came back to the game. I hope you're enjoying it. You do the Unreal trial. That's also an option. Like, we've talked about both the Unreal and the new Extreme. But, we're just doing stuff. Like, I have a list of things we can do. Now the question is what we will do. Like, that's a separate thing. But yeah, clips was also something that I had. No, not on OCE, Savik. But we can do clips while on OCE. That is something we absolutely can do. And some of you might be thinking, so now you have to find the clips. But no, I am actually like a TV chef and have them right here. Savik Face says, I personally think we should do maps. I'm not actually the biggest fan of the idea of doing maps because I have one. Aside from the one that is here, I have one map. And right now, at least the newest maps are going crazy. It is pretty funny because from what I've seen, like my observation of maps is that the new item additions are so valuable that it has caused a huge spike in interest in maps, which then has made the demand for maps completely dwarf the supply of maps, which has then caused the price of maps to skyrocket so hard that people that otherwise are not interested in maps will go out of their way to, you know, there's a daily cooldown. Would you like 180,000 gil for like 2 minutes of work? Like, it's free real estate, right? You just go and grab it. Which has then meant that the supply has started to like spike to meet the demand a little bit. And like it might spike again now that like the evening is coming on and people have time to do some more maps. But it did look like earlier today that maps are starting to stabilize, at least, like starting to stop increasing in price. Do you get the maps from Wondrous Tales or something? You can get one map a week from Wondrous Tales. But if you have a gatherer leveled, you can collect one map per day from gathering. Which means that you can just, like, if you have botanist, you can just go like here and then just like look for a map, use the luck of the whatever button on each tree to see if it's there. And then you just loot it. And when you have it, you go on. And it's specifically the Brock skins that you want. Because there's also like a Lobo skin, I think, that is not the one you want. Technically one map per 18 hours. Is it per 18 hours? I guess you're right. But yeah, exactly. That is a way you can get a lot of maps. Yeah, Luck of the Pioneer, exactly. And that's one map a day, at least. And as Brontom says, it could be more than that. If you go full speed mode optimized. But just think about it. There are a lot of players that are like, I have like 1 million gil to my name. Imagine that now there's suddenly something that if they have a gatherer leveled, it takes basically 2 minutes, boom, almost 200k gil, just like that. That's pretty good. And given that I usually just end up like stockpiling maps and then I just sit on them for ages, I sold mine. I just sold my maps. And then people were like, do you want to do maps? Not anymore. I say, Vegestealer and Rajin, hope you're doing well, and thank you. Hope you have a wonderful day as well. But exactly because they're unique, there can only be such a, like, so much of a supply. How's the map reset work? From what I can see on the timer, because I collected my map like an hour before the stream started. And it says there's 14 hours left. That matches pretty much with when I, like, 18 hours minus the time when I grabbed it to now. So yeah, if you grabbed the map and then was ready exactly 18 hours later, you could grab one exactly there. Which means that, like, you'd get one map a day, and then every 4 days or so, 3 to 4 days, you'd get an additional one. Imagine the guy putting all the maps in the gathering nodes. I'll put one here and one here. Like the Easter Bunny for maps. Ah. Where does all these treasures come from? That is an excellent... Now that's a good question. They added a new map? No, it's Brock skin maps, FFXIV. Thank you for the pastel pink. The thing is, Tinkle, I've seen this kind of stuff before. It's not exactly the same, but hear me out. Thank you, Vicels. Just pulled the Lobo skin map. Those are the... Oh, thank you. The Lobo skin map, you can actually see on the items. You see how it reads. This bottle holds a time 1 map classified as risk reward grade 12. Lobo skins are grade 16, whereas Brock skin are grade 17, and the higher the number, the better. Thank you, Cyanide. Hope you have a good day. And exactly, Vegistila. Luck of the something. Yeah, specifically the Brock skins that drop it. But yeah, on the thing that I was saying with I've seen this before is... And exactly what we saw is that on day 1, the weapon covers were like 20 million. And they've already like dropped to 10. And what you'll probably see is that the covers will like slowly drop in price, or perhaps even quickly drop in price. And given that the collection of these covers are directly associated, like the maps are directly connected to those covers, it means that the price of the maps will be directly connected to the price of the covers. So as the covers drop in price, we will eventually see the maps drop in price. Not because the value of a map is lower, but simply because people will be less inclined to buy the maps, which means that the supply overtakes the demand, and once that happens, the price starts to drop. And then when the price starts to drop, people will feel less inclined to grab more maps, and because they can at most have 2 on sale at a time and have 4 at most in total, unless they have more retainers, of course. If there's like random spikes in sale, it won't help very much because people can't like stockpile for a big sale. Not like that. So as the price slowly drops on the covers, like the price on the maps will drop, and the interest in it altogether will slowly drop. But the thing that I've seen before is the hairstyle, I believe it was called Early to Rise, which came from Boja. It was a rare drop from the Lubrum Reginae normal, which meant that you could run it dozens of times and never see it, and even if you did see it, you probably didn't win it. And I remember that one, I think it was at like 10 million. Like, that was around the starting price that I saw, and the reason I saw it was because I liked the hairstyles, so I wanted to buy it. Fun fact, when I finally got it, I tested it and went, nope, this looks weird, and never used it. But what happened was that it stuck at 10 million for ages. And then a short while before Zadnor came out, which in Zadnor you can straight up just buy the hairstyle, like to sell if you want, or to use it for relatively cheap. But before that, there was a moment where suddenly the price started to drop really quickly. Like, we're talking... like, it had stuck at around 10, 11, 12 million for this hairstyle for months at this point. And then suddenly it dropped to 10, strict, then to 9, then to 8, then to 7 million, then to 6. Like, it suddenly just went... What happened is very likely that for a lot of things in a game like Final Fantasy XIV, who's going to buy a hairstyle for 10 million gil? I'm not. I didn't buy it for 10. I waited until it hit like 1 million. And then I still got goofed because it was 100k a week after that. But 10 million is main, like for something as specific as that, it's likely that the people that are buying those things are the players that have so much money that it doesn't actually matter what price it is. 10 million, 20 million, 50 million, doesn't matter. I'll buy it. And sometimes people will do it as a present, yeah. Like, that's also a thing, is that when it's a present, it's suddenly a different story. But it means that the moment that every one of those kinds of players with that kind of money has gotten the item, suddenly the value of the item just goes, and now it's not worth that. Like, the moment, like, there's a huge cliff, like just a massive chasm between the players that will buy it for 10 million and the players that will buy it for 1 million. And it's the same problem with these weapons. Which means that there is a reasonable chance that the weapons will suddenly stop selling very quickly, and then like the supply will overtake the demand, and once that happens, that's usually where the snowball effect happens. Alright, Bluefish, enjoy your day, and thank you. And the snowball effect is, of course, that if you have, I don't know, 50 of this item on the market board, there's a reasonable chance that like 5 to 10 of them are those kind of people that regularly check in on their sales. So they'll check and go, oh, I've been undercut, I'll just move under them. And then you'll have this like basically inverse bidding war, where they'll just like undercut each other until someone relents. And then if no one like butts in to buy while this is happening, you'll see the price suddenly like just dip all the way down to a really surprisingly low price. And all it takes is that the supply is too great. Then it goes relatively quickly. So like, that's something that you can just wait for. And it'll happen eventually. And when those weapon covers are in too great supply, the maps will drop in price. Thank you, Sawyer. Hope you're having a good day as well. Thank you. In a very roundabout way, you can see them from the aesthetician. Yeah, it is weird that you can't, like, inspect a hairstyle. Majin says, I bought a hairstyle for 1.6 million, and very soon after it was in the Noctome event. Yeah. Actually, speaking of early to rise, I'm pretty sure that the way that one went is that, like, it went up, like, it was up at there in like, that 10 million range and stuff. Then it dropped down, and then it became easy to get in Zadnor, and it dropped to, like, 100k. Like, when it reaches that kind of pricing, it's at a price level where the reason why it doesn't go lower than that is because if it's lower than that, then people can't be bothered to supply the item in the first place. So they'll use their time on something else. It's like, items that always drop in price forever are items that people just, you know, butt into by accident. Like, oh, I was looking for a Braxkin map and I had to choose something, so I took some logs when it wasn't on this tree. So I have some logs now, I guess. Things like that. And items that you have to go out of your way to get will have this effect where it'll drop in price because people are supplying it, but it'll stop dropping the moment that people now go, wait a minute, this isn't worth my time anymore. And the amount of effort it takes to get early to rise is great enough that it's a decent payoff if you're doing other stuff in Zat or Aboja anyway, but if you're not, then you're probably not farming to get early to rise. So the price increases a little bit again. And I'm pretty sure since Zadnor is like side content that people aren't doing very much now, like not nearly as much as it were, I'm pretty sure that hairstyle has gone back up to like 1 million or so, without even checking. Brontom says, I have to say that people who buy maps or suckers or desperation just want to do one more. I think it's complicated because right now it's a little bit like the like whenever there's a new crafted gear set, you know, a new raid tier, where the crafters like turbo craft gear sets, because the first sets are usually very valuable. It's the same with these weapon coffers. And let's say, see, a treasure map costs like, if we just round it up and say it costs 200k, right? Let's say it just costs 200k. You can buy 100 maps if you get one weapon coffer sale on day 1. You can still buy 50 maps with the profit from one weapon coffer sale now. Which means, depending on how lucky they are, it might not be so bad. But the thing is, you made 200k in 2 minutes. They might make, like, after the, like, investment, they might make 5 million in an hour. And if it takes you 2 minutes to do your part, you still have a higher profit per hour than them. So it depends on what you're looking for. The strange part with that, Vegistila, is that people will see what the price is on the item. They'll see what the price was before the Mock Tomb event. And some players will then stockpile the item to sell later. Especially if the item is easier to get with Mock Tomes. So they have them. And then they'll put them up on the market board when the price rises again. And that's the best way you can do it with these Mock Tome items, is if you try to sell them while they're current, the competition is a lot fiercer because there's a lot of people doing that. But if you wait until the event is over, then the people that are buying it are like the customers that would buy them before the event and just didn't get it during the event for whatever reason. It's complicated. Also, Canticle Drawl. Hope you're doing well. And yes, definitely, to spend 10 million to gain 50 million either means that you did a really, really clever market. Like, you figured out some sort of flip. In one day, anyway. Or you were lucky, probably. Right, should we take a look at some clips, maybe? We could do that. I have a bunch of clips. Let me see what I have. I have one from Cyanide that is actually pretty old, I think. I have something from Jake. I have multiple from Yek. I have something from Garsel. I have something from Annie. I also have something from Bluefish, but I think they just had to go. Also have something from Orion. And something from Cat. Something from Emir. And I also have some like exact or rather like clips not on YouTube from Chinggis, Yannick, Annie, El Pickler, and Mizunaji. That's okay, Cyanide. The big question is whether you think it would still actually help you to get this advice. Will there be a stream, clip review stream? What do you mean, Gassel? Like one where I'm reviewing the clips from my own streams? That could be a thing, but there's usually so few of those clips that that would be a very, very short stream, wouldn't it? But that could be a thing. It's just that part of the reason why that doesn't work too well is I usually actually watch those clips the moment after the stream. So it wouldn't be me reacting to them, and if I don't, then I feel like often it will feel like it's just no one saw them. And I think that would be weird. But it could be a thing. Anyway. So this is, as I said, it's a clip from a while ago, which means that we still have a long holy and not instant Yashuna and things like that. And it's off. It is pretty interesting way you've put up your buffs, like there. You could have used Presence of Mind here. Personally, I would also say that I feel like your party frames, like your party menu there is weirdly small. But that's of course you're up to your preference. The big problem with cooldowns like Presence of Mind is that if you had used Presence of Mind on the first pack, then you would have been able to have Presence of Mind almost certainly for the boss at some point. But if you start using it now, then you might actually not have it. Yeah, that's true, TTA Boot. The last boss is a weirdly huge step up in difficulty in a way. But I think that's more so because the first boss, you can kind of just wing it through. The second boss, your punishment for getting it wrong is that one player dies. Most of the time. But that's one player. And usually it takes so long for that mechanic to actually resolve that you just kill the boss afterwards. So it's just like, oh, well. But the final boss is like has mechanics that go long, like that happen early enough that it could be a problem. Is this a speedrun? Nope. It is actually a white mage that is still learning who would like some advice from me. And it's Cyanide playing. That was a decent start. Looked like a late weaved Presence of Mind. As eyes? As eyes? You didn't have to clip your GCD for that. Also, yeah, in the name of the Emperor! He says that a lot. A funny thing with White Mage in this level range is that you feel compelled to use your lilies over other things. But in a lot of situations where you can do that, using Medica 2 is better. Like when you used Solace just a moment ago when you got hit, it would probably have made better sense to use Medica 2 at that time. Because there were multiple players that needed it, or could use it. But because you have the Lily, you use that instead. And at higher levels, it makes sense because, you know, it has the free kickback. Glad to hear that, Vegistealer. Thank you. Hey, Ben. Hope you're doing well. And a funny thing with that boss is that the ads are weak enough that it feels like you can ignore them. But if you actually do ignore them, they explode. I believe they hurt enough to justify killing them. And I think they also give a Vuln stack. But yeah, the point is that they technically have a hardened rage in a way. Individually. That makes sense. Dotting each one. This part is the awkward part in this dungeon. Do you kill the node? Do you just focus the node or do you AoE? I believe just AoEing is usually best. Because then you get rid of everything. And if everyone's AoEing and you single target the node until the mobs came, they'll usually go down together-ish. As you saw there. But there is something on the second boss. I have talked about this in the mental roulette videos. I think at least once, if not like 3 or 4 times. Oh yeah, the interesting thing is that in this dungeon, like speaking of what Hound is saying, if you're healing, it might actually make even better sense to AoE and not single target, because the comparative power difference between your single target and your AoE is so much smaller that AoEing is a smaller single target damage loss for you. Which is also basically what Gazel said. So the thing with this boss is specifically when it turns into the tree thing. The other enemies don't really matter. Like the petrifaction is a problem. But this guy is the real problem. It does this. And what it does is it puts this marker down. There's 2 orbs swirling the player. This means that exactly 2 players must be in the circle. If there's less than 2 players in the circle, then the players that are in a circle, meaning that one person, takes massive damage. They don't die, they just take a lot of damage. I think they also get a Vuln stack. If there's more than 2 players, and this is where the problems arise, if there's more than 2 players, then everyone in the circle takes that massive damage. Which means that if you're one person and goof it up like that, then that one person takes a ton of damage. If you're 3 or 4, then basically everyone takes that ton of damage. Like, it's just, now it's 3 times the damage, or 4 times the damage, spread evenly. If you're 2 players, then it looks like the mechanic bugged out. It doesn't even do damage. And the main concern of that mechanic is the stack marker that follows. That could hurt. Hey Strat, hope you're doing well. And exactly, like the mechanic that one is based on has both a 2 and a 3 player one. And that one is more punishing because of course it is. Also, that sounds like a bad idea, Yannick. 7 sustain potions in a high floor in Palace of the Dead. Yeah, that's the big problem, is that... And the reason why it becomes a problem is because... How do you learn that mechanic? Because if it's the first time you see that mechanic on that boss, which it likely is, then you might go, oh, that's a stack marker, and join them. And you might not be the only person that do it. And then you see that you all get punished hard. You might conclude that, oh, we need 3 players, because if there's less than that, then everyone in it dies. Did you see how much damage it did? Is that specific type in Hall of the Novice? I can't remember, and I did it yesterday. Tells you how much I was paying attention. It's in the menu. Oh, okay. Now, then the problem is, will people read that? Yeah, exactly, Emir. But that's the thing, is that I would say people that watch this channel are probably more likely to read it, or already know about it. They call them multiplayer markers. Sure. I guess. I mean, enumerations isn't that much more descriptive, I guess. But yeah, basically what I'm saying is that how do you learn that mechanic by, like, when experiencing it? How do you learn it? Because if you get it wrong, you might learn it wrong. Isn't every marker here a multiplayer marker? Not all of them. Sometimes they're solo markers, because if you share them with someone, you just both take damage. The difficult part about this boss specifically is exactly associated with the fact that you can't just what's the word? Stand and let thing resolve. Not, at least not as easily, because you have to move quickly. Yeah, same Zap. I also did notice that. Why is everyone's name tag green? I have a feeling that summoner's going to have a hard time. Hiding numbers was set for green. The ice fire AoEs don't give bones anymore. I don't think they ever did. They just hurt like crazy hard, I think. Or do they give them here? Oh yeah, they do. And dead. Oh boy. Why are you running? That was not a bad time for a cure 3. Oof. This is where I actually started to wake up. And that's understandable. Rock! Rock! My best guess when I see the stack marker move weird is it might be centered on a melee DPS. Like, my positionals! Oh, now the boss is looking at me, and it's because the tank is standing next to them. So a tip, just for a moment, for anyone who's having trouble with this fight. If you can't dodge in time for this mechanic, it could be a ping issue. It could be a reflexes issue. It could be a skill issue. Doesn't matter. If you can't dodge this, if you only get hit by one explosion, you can survive it. Which means if you position yourself so you only are in the firing range of the solo inner orb, then you can survive it. And that's safer than trying and then failing to dodge, because that risks that you get hit 2 or 3 times and then you die. Like that. Hey Emily, and thank you so much. I hope you have a good day. Kaboom! Oh nice, thin air. You could actually have used Presence of Mind for that. Hey Yannick, yeah, we're doing a little bit of clip reviews. But yeah, I think you did pretty well. The main things that I saw was that you could have used Presence of Mind a little more aggressively. And there were a few points where you can, like, you could maybe have used Medica 2 instead of a Lily spell, mainly because look at your MP. But this was good. Not that much to say. Like, you're also not that high level yet, so you don't have that many options to play around with. But Presence of Mind being used a bit more aggressively is a good idea. The lack of dash was odd. Actually, that one I understand why there wasn't very many dashes. Given that White Mage has not had a dash for so long, and suddenly you have it at like level 40, I feel like it's very common for people to forget that it's there, and I do it too. I've also noticed that as a White Mage, it is reasonably rare that you actually want to use the dash. Like, one way you could end up in a situation where you'd want to use the dash is, like, say the tank is pulling everything, and you dot each mob, and then you end up having dotted everything, so you stop and cast Stone or Glare on a mob while you wait for the pack to be fully packed up. That means you stop for a moment, which means you fall behind. And then you could dash to, like, catch up and then use Holy. But that's really specific. Like, and, like, that's extremely aggressively optimized, I think. There are ways you could use it. Like, for example, you could possibly use it to dodge the explosions in that final phase, but that was clearly not needed. And I'm also personally not the biggest fan of using a dash like that to dodge, because the timing feels awkward. I see, Yannick. I have actually already grabbed all the various clips. So I'll probably... That would probably be a clip that we'd have to check another time. Yeah, I think you did well, Cyanide. Is Cat still here? Do we have a cat? Because we do have a short clip from Cat. I'm a cat. Cat has actually it was actually the one that said if you can't dodge everything, try to only get hit once. That's true. So Cat is here. Presumably. Cat found some weird jank with Tengetsu that I think might be interesting to check. I think. Okay, that is weird. Okay. Take that really really slowly. I'm sure. That is strange. So, the way Tengetsu works is you use it, and if you get hit within the next 4 seconds, it turns into Tengetsu's foresight. Which heals you and reduces damage taken for like 9 seconds. That's also what gives you 10 Kenki. But what happens here is, notice that Cat is not going to take damage during Tengetsu. But the enemy will cast their attack, but because they're dead, it doesn't go through. You probably have experienced this in content in general, that sometimes you'll see the boss actually fire their attack, but because they die before the damage actually connects, nothing happens. That's basically what happens, but apparently it leads to a situation where, like, the explosion happens, no damage is taken, which means that Tengetsu doesn't switch, but for some reason it goes, well, I should have switched, you did get hit, right? And then turns into foresight anyway. What makes it even weirder is the Kenki for being hit is awarded here. So it happens like 2 seconds later. It's really strange. Attack was so fast it got through the monster's attack. Yeah, exactly. Really weird. Yeah, exactly, Ilana. That's also a problem for a lot of players that, oh, thanks, but the button that I use for dashing on other jobs is dedicated to something else on White Mage. Why did you give me this? That is pretty funny. Well, maybe I should then say, if you are in the chat and you have a clip, or you know that you have a clip for me that you have posted, let me know that you're here. By the way, Emir, I did notice very briefly, I didn't actually watch it, but I noticed that you had added something here at the start. Was that? Can you explain it to me? Because, isn't that also something you'd want us to watch? What could this be? It's an intervention. Just watch. Okay.
This voice from the resident cat girl, Isabella, also known as Emir. I regularly post on the Caetsu Chaiji Discord server. You may be wondering why I am talking with you right now. Well, this should at least be watched on Kai's birthday, so you know, I wanted to do something slightly memorable. Hi, I'm Emir.
Wow.
I post on your Discord server a lot. I would like to be able to count you among my friends, I hope at the very least, and you are an inspiration to me. You've boosted my self-esteem and my own mental health so immensely the past few years I've been a part of your channel. It has truly been an honor being a part of this community with you. I wish you the best for your birthday, and I hope you have a wonderful day. On to the clips. Or clip, singular. Hopefully you managed to watch a few before mine, knowing how you like to sidetrack yourself. But, you know, anyway. Other direction. I'm not used to the camera. Bye. Enjoy the clip.
Relatable, by the way. doing the bye-bye. Wait a minute. Like this. Thank you so much, Emir. That's very nice. Thank you. And I'm glad you feel this way. I'm glad that I can inspire people and help people with brightening their day, however I can do it. So thank you, Emir. Time to get torn to bits. Well... Oh, I'm here! So this is... let me check the note. Emir playing Dragoon against Valiamanda on one of the farming sessions that Sip hosts. This is also before the Dragoon change, where they made it so that Nastrand is only 1 shot instead of 3. Food buff, good. Man, what a cool red mage. I believe that was an evening where I got an orange pass, I'm pretty sure. Oh yeah, that's also true. Emir did notice this. Those of you that watch the Savage streams will notice that the only Savage Raiders, like the Savage team member that is missing is Ham. So basically what we have here is Naomi, who normally melee DPS, is tanking, and Emir is playing DPS. And Giraheen is even playing Paladin, so we have almost the actually, wait. We have the only outlier from the team we normally use is we have a Dragoon instead of a Viper. I can actually start with a tip already here. The sprint is not a bad idea. But you don't need to use Winged Glide. If you just run up to the boss, there's a reasonable probability that you'll get your first GCD at the same moment as me, because... Well, you don't know this because this is the first go with us in this session, but I'm pulling with Heavy Swing. Hey, Rillian, hope you're doing well. Where do you put these limbs, cat girls? That is a good question. Right now, in case you're interested, Rillian, we're here. On Ravana, on OG. Exactly. You can basically just get into melee range and then just click True Thrust when you're ready. It's a really, like, that's a small thing. But it's just a minor tip, is that you don't have to use Winged Glide. Thank you, Bonsi. Hope you're doing well. Oh boy. So, here's actually a tip for this boss. And then that's fair, Ymir. It was just a tip, that thing you can do. The way that I do it, and I've talked about this before, the way that I raid lead sometimes, or lead the pack. Thank you, Ridlian. The way I lead the pack is that, like, when I do mentor roulettes, when I do duties with strangers, when I do duties with people I'm trying to teach something, when I'm doing difficult duties, I will sometimes do this thing where I'm doing something unnecessary, like overkill movement or exaggerated movement, because it means that where I'm standing... Oh, I'm not specifically talking to you about this here. It's like a general advice for this mechanic specifically. It also goes out to you for the things where you think it's helpful. But the reason I do this is because people sometimes gauge the safety on my position. Which does mean that when I started using Holmgang to cheat some uptime during the feathers in the lightning phase, I started to see more people die. Because they went forward when I went forward. I don't know if that's the reason, but it was a weird coincidence that I didn't go forward, people survived, then I started going forward, and more frequently I would see someone die by doing it too. But on this mechanic specifically, you can actually see, if we go back to like here, before we have moved out, you can see Sip is standing, like Sip is standing this close. Sometimes he gets sniped by a damage down because he like slightly misjudges the position, but he's being hyper greedy because he's a caster. That makes sense. I'm going like a significant amount further out because it doesn't matter. I'm just standing in melee range. And the way the mechanic works, for those that don't know this fight, is that the boss does all those lines and then it shoots in those curved lines. And people discovered, and you can see my position, I'm the warrior. It's a little bit blurry, but I'm the warrior here. You can see that I'm basically like drawing a line where like you start out here and might be slightly curved. And then after the second line, you go all the way over to here, to this figurative line between A and C, because the first ones to explode will be over here somewhere. Like, it'll explode in this area. And then they'll explode, so you have to step back a little bit. Which means that my path, I know my mouse is a little small, it might be hard to see, but I basically start over here, and then I move over here, and then I make like a U shape. I draw a U, and then I stand here in the center. And there's a very good reason why we do that. The reason why we don't just go immediately to the center is because that explosion touches the center, so you have to like be out of the center. That explosion touches just in front of this spot, so you should actually be a little closer to there. And like it makes like this wall of explosions. But after that point, the exact dot, like, it looks a little different because it's a reckless abandon, I think it's called, or something. Marker or style arrow where it's inside, but right there in the dot, like you can see like the arrow shape. Right there in the dot there is a safe spot. You can see everyone like piling into that. If you stand exactly on the dot, like it has a little bit of leeway, but if you stand there, you don't have to move. Also, I think the opener went just fine in here. I was actually impressed that you could share your vision between looking at your mouse and also dodging properly. Yeah, that's a good choice. Lance charge is coming in a moment, so you want to hold it for a Drakesbane, the life surge for a lance charged Drakesbane or something. You should probably have used jump earlier, but it doesn't really matter. You'll probably get the same amount. Oh man. You didn't look. Fair enough. It looked like you looked. Hey, that's fair, Angel. If I remember correctly, the Dark Knight opener actually relies on the fact that Unmend takes like a second. Oh, you have high jump ready. High jump drifter! I do understand why you might not feel secure using it, but... I think you've drifted a full high jump now. Yeah, a lot of people do that, Magic Guy. The reason why I don't is simply because as a tank, it's free to move way out, and I find it safer. But I do recognize you don't have to move that much. Ooh. Wait, did you not get a dot? Are you not supposed to get a dot when you get hit by that? I guess not. Yeah, that's exactly it, Magic Guy. We saw Sip and Cat standing aggressively and pretty close in the center. You know what's the scariest part about this phase? When you kill your spike, a moment before the line AoE goes out, because there's a real chance that the person with the stack marker will feel compelled to jump to the middle one. It's only greed if you get hit. True. Nice. Oh, it would have been nice with a life surge on that one. Uh-oh. We have a out of order combo. I was wondering how you could get 2 Heaven's Thrusts there. For those that are not sure, this is Dragoon, yeah, that's true. Drake's Bane does the same potency as Heaven's Thrust. So in a 10-step loop, you have 3 optimal opportunities to spend Life Surge. But a 10-step loop is 25 seconds. Oh, we have a double Heaven's Thrust combo again. Oh, yeah, you know, I get it. We have a triple Heaven's Thrust. But because a 10-step loop is 25 seconds, it's a very real possibility that you will only see, you know, 8 GCDs during your burst, which means that depending on where you are in your burst, you might have 1 or 2 good life surges. But math checks out that if you have the choice between doing a Drake's Bane with Life Surge and nothing else, or a Chaotic Spring or Spiral Blow or something with Life Surge and raid buffs, including Lance Charge and Gaishgagul and stuff, then it is better to spend Life Surge on Chaotic Spring, because the potency difference isn't huge. That can be... Was that double Life Surge by accident? I don't think it can be, because it's already ready again. I guess you might have just, like, the click didn't go through or something. Oh, careful. I could imagine that it's actually incredibly annoying to be a Dragoon on this fight, Given how often you're forced to stand still for a sec. Overall, I would say that was a decent go. I would say that was pretty decent, Emir. The main thing, I would say... like, yeah, exactly, the first go, that's really good. The main things that I noticed was that there was some time, like, it was... there were a few times where your damage buff from Spiral Blow, Power Surge, dropped because it seems like you can call it whatever you want. It could be your panic default, it could be the one where you're not looking. Your default ends up being Heaven's Thrust combo. And I would say, like, obviously the correct answer is just don't get it wrong, Lamau, right? Like that's the most correct answer. But I would say that if you had to choose a default, it would probably be better to default to the Chaotic Spring combo. I'm pretty sure that's better. I'm pretty sure, like, I haven't actually done the numbers, but I'm pretty sure it's better to accidentally do the Chaotic Spring combo twice in a row than doing the Heaven's Thrust combo twice in a row. Even more so with the most recent patch adding, like, 180 extra potency to Mirage Dive. So if you don't have Power Surge up when Jump comes up, it's a bigger damage loss because of that. Slightly bigger. Obviously, the correct answer is always just do it correctly. Thank you, Hieronymus, and hope you have a great day. But that was one thing. Another thing was there was at least one time where Jump sat ready for over 30 seconds. I wasn't paying attention to whether it happened multiple times, but I did see times where it sat there for a while. Optimally, you don't want that. If you had let it sit for 15 seconds specifically, or 15, 16, maybe even 17 seconds, I might not have said a thing. Because there is Mirage Dive smuggling. That is technically a thing. So, like, if I had given you anything, like, pointed out as a mistake when you were intentionally Mirage Dive smuggling, then that would not have been a mistake. That is actually a small damage gain by sneaking extra Mirage Dive into your burst, which I guess is slightly easier now, because you don't have 3 Nastrons. Imagine making mistakes in your rotation high-end content. Couldn't be me. Yeah, I know, right? I do that too. Like, I also do that thing where... as a warrior, if I'm suddenly like, oh no, I have to focus on this other thing, I'll continue to keep my GCD spinning, but there's a much higher chance I'll choose Storm's Path than Storm's Eye. There's also a higher chance that I'll accidentally overcap on Beast Gauge if I was stockpiling it. Magic Guy says, I didn't know people were killing it that fast. I think we actually had at least one clear where it didn't even finish the second elemental phase, as in the first Ice or Lightning. But I think it went well. And then it's also really funny that you have that experience, and now they changed something, so you can, there you go, learn that again. Not that you have to learn that much, you have 2 Nastrons less to worry about. Yeah, the trick with Mirage Dive, it's really weird. Basically, because Jump's cooldown is 30 seconds, and the duration of Mirage Dive ready is 15 seconds, if you use Jump when the cooldown on Lance Charge is 13 seconds, for example, you use Jump, you don't use Mirage Dive, you just use Jump, then you will have Lance Charge available when Mirage Dive is still available. The problem is, of course, that in that moment you're like, Lance Charge, Battle Litany, Gaishkagu, like, you might actually have trouble getting it all out before Mirage Dive ends, so it's like, it's very tight. And the reason why that's relevant is because your wiggle room is like 4 seconds or so. Because if you wait longer than that, then you're basically pushing Jump out of the burst window, because, you know, it's 20 seconds and Jump's cooldown is 30 seconds. So it's very important that Jump is used when Lance Charge cooldown is, like, if we're talking like perfect, like machine perfect use on everything, which is impossible, by the way, but like, because you need to get things up and running, it would have to be like 12 seconds on Lance Charge, I would say. Then you use Jump. Then Lance Charge hits 0 seconds. That means that Mirage Dive is available for like 3 seconds, 3 to 4 seconds. And then, you know, get Lance Charge up, Battle Litany up, Gaishkagu up, and then use Mirage Dive. And because Jump was used when Lance Charge had a cooldown of like 12 seconds, the second jump will come up again when Lance Charge has 2 seconds left on its duration. So you can, you know, you do GCD, Jump, Mirage Dive right at the end. You have the space for that. Probably. Because who knows when Life Surge gets in the way, right? My favorite take is using the jumps as a gap closer. Yeah, that can sometimes work. The big question is, like, when you do that, when you could have ran up and used the GCD and then. But sometimes it works. But yeah, I'm glad you found your favorite. And yeah, exactly, Fat Man. That is extra bad. When you're in the middle of No Mercy. And yeah, sure, Ilian. What do you need? You want me to do the pose thing? Right. I believe we had a clip that Yannick sent, but it was not by Yannick. Are you sure it's fine we react to it, Yannick? Thank you, Hand Tom. Thank you so much. I hope you have a good day. A normal palace clip? Isn't that Gasol? Yeah, but it's a different clip. Fair enough, Yannick. As I said, I usually grab all the clips that I will check on the stream before I start the stream. I can't guarantee that I'll check that one. This clip was pretty crazy. Oh, that explains. I actually didn't notice that at first. This floor is perma-sprint. Yeah, that was the clip you sent, Yannick. That was just a random luring trap. Let's step on that. Sure, why not? Oh, there's a glare there. Just block that with line of sight. It's fine. Yeah, exactly. You can heal that, right? It's probably fine. I don't know if that is copyrighted music. And now I'm worried that that has played for a bit. So I sure hope it isn't. Otherwise we have a problem. Oh, was it? It wasn't playing that before. I didn't even realize. Let me just check. No, I'm pretty sure that was music not from the game. So I really do hope not. Now I can worry about that. Yeah, witching so that all the enemies hurt a lot less. They still hurt a lot, but a lot less. And then we have a mine. He's trying to make sure all of the mobs are covered. And then boom all of them? Well, most of them. And you have Toxicon to clear it up. You can see, like, all of these mobs, even though they're, like, crowd controlled technically. The trick was the dash made the landmine harmless to the player. That is pretty crazy. I can't remember, does it do it twice? Yeah, that does mean that you have to set up a mob so you can dash over it. Yeah, that clip is crazy. But yeah, now I really hope that that wasn't copyrighted, because otherwise, like, that's a minute where I talked a little bit over it. Like 40 seconds. Email says, I have a question. I pray you don't think it is weird or dumb. Is it odd to find Ninja easier to play than Viper? If you've played Ninja more than you've played Viper, then that is probably normal to feel like that. There's also like here's the thing, Kinbal. There are players that find Summoner difficult to play. So just because a job is considered easy doesn't mean that it is easy for everyone. That's why they sleep them up. Yeah, so it doesn't move out while they're setting it up. See. Thank you, Dairuru. Hope you're doing well, by the way. That's also true, Giraheen. From the start, Viper, just like so many other jobs, right from the start, like the jobs that start at a higher level will be like, you have to deal with all of that, and if you can't learn all of that, it'll get very overwhelming. Viper's tooltips also require PhD to decipher. Well, it's more that Viper has like a similar... It has the same weirdness as Summoner, in that the tooltips are not very helpful. Like, they don't say what they do next, right? Like, for example, this tooltip says on line, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, what combos into it. Which is Swift Skid Sting. We read that. And like, you know, again, around the middle, it says what combos into it, technically, if you understand it. Guess I didn't realize the summoner issue because, like, Ninja used to have level 1. Yeah, indirectly they combo into each other. For summoner... Whoops. For summoner... What does this mean? What does it mean that you have a Ruby Arcanum and a Topaz Arcanum and an Emerald Arcanum? What does that mean? And then you read this and then you go, okay, and only be executed while you have a Ruby Arcanum. Okay. But then you get 2 fire attunements. It makes Gemshine and Precious Brilliance fire respected. What does that mean? Read Gemshine and it does nothing, but when you have fire attunement, it deals fire damage to a single target. How much? And this is the biggest problem. If you're not level 72, or worse, you're not even a summoner, so you can't see the summoner exclusive things, then you can't see this. And you can't see Ruby Ruin. So you can only see Ruby Ruin when Gemshine turns into it naturally. Which means you have 30 seconds to read it while you're in the middle of combat. I'm adding tooltips being weird to the bingo card. Yeah, it makes sense. That was a nice one, Dairuru. Hope you enjoyed it. Does changing the display mode help? Nope. That's alright, Kinrao. Right. I still have clips from a bunch of people. Is Gazel still here? Anyway, while we figure that out, I'll be right back. And in the meantime, sanity restored. Let me see here. I had a similar issue when I first started leveling Black Mage. I was told Astral Fire increases damage, but I could not find that anywhere, so I assumed it was a trait from Black Mage. So I power leveled 1 to 30 with just ice spells. Oof. Well, in fairness, this trait didn't read like this initially. Which meant that before Dawntrail, let's see if I can find it. Oh man, there's so many here. I might have even skipped it. There it is. Before Dawntrail, this was what you had. How long does YouTube usually process videos? It's completely random, Yannick. Although I have heard that if you're a smaller channel with very few subscribers, it takes even longer. Thank you, Cyanide. Enjoy your day. But because this was what you had to work with, what you have is casting fire spells increases the potency and MP cost of further fire spells. And the immediate follow-up question is, how much? By how much? Because at level 2, they do the same damage. It's 180 ice, 180 fire. But to switch to fire, you have to transpose into it or cast fire twice. And it also says that it lowers the potency of ice or blizzard spells. And it also says here that it does the opposite for blizzard spells. So let's say, hypothetically, that Astral Fire increases the damage by 10%. So to switch from ice to fire, Blizzard does 180 potency. Fire does 180 potency. But in Astral Fire 1, fire does 198 potency. To switch, you have to transpose, and at that level back then, you didn't have any instants to do it with, so switching cost you half a second. Which is, you know, a fifth of a blizzard, which is 20% of a blizzard. And you're gaining 10% damage on fire. You can cast, like, I think 5 before you have to switch again. So you're losing 20% of 180 potency to gain 50% of 180 potency. And then you have to switch again, which costs you another 20%. And you cast Blizzard for a while. So your net gain would be 10%, if that's what you're doing. And if you cast Fire twice, then like you also get something that's like you get a 90% fire, and then you get a 100% fire, and then you get 110% fire. So the fact that it doesn't say how much damage it does, like how much it increases it, is a problem. Which is why this is important that it does now. Hey Rado, thank you so much, and I hope you're doing well. It has been a while. Emia says, I remember just using Fire and Blizzard 3 when I first got Black Mage to 50 because 3 is more than 1. Yeah, exactly. That's also a classic. And in fairness, in other Final Fantasy games, usually if you have the MP for the bigger one, right? I guess the reason why I usually didn't go so far astray was because I understood potencies rather early. So like I could see this and go like the thing that tripped me up about the Black Mage rotation was actually like this being better than this was obvious, because I was like, well, I can cast like at least two fire, like fire 1s for a fire 3, so that's totally better, right? And the cast time was also a problem. But Fire 2 cost way more and had a longer cast time. Like, that was the hard one for me. Cure 3 is better than Cure 2, right? Sometimes. What was your dream job when you were growing up? For some part of it, I didn't know what I wanted to be, but when I went to boarding school, I wanted to be a teacher. You know what's the funniest part about that, Tac, is that going Fire 1, Ice 1, Fire 1, Ice 1, just alternating like that, is is actually worse than if you had just used Blizzard. Like if you had just used Blizzard 1. Like just Blizzard, 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 Blizzard is better than alternating the ones. Like, that's the saddest part about that, is that you basically tripped yourself up by trying to do a little extra. Yeah, you could say that, Emia, in a way. Seems like Gazel might be AFK still. Thank you so much, Jared. Thank you. And hope you have a good day. Yeah, there's also, I guess part of it also, Tag, is that you might go, wait, but then all my MP goes. But then you realize, once you give it a chance, that, oh, when I'm in ice, I generate MP like a crazy person. Hey Vince, hope you're doing well. Good. But that is also an awkward part. That is still an awkward part now. Is that for the first, like, it's easier now because like the MP is granted when you cast an ice spell. So like you see it go whoosh. But before the Dawntrail change, the fact that you can get, like, if Black Mage is your first job, so you start as a Thaumaturge, you're like level 4 or something before you see an enemy, so you might not have understood what that self-help thing about Umbral Ice and Astral Fire actually is. And once you finally get out and fight something, you just cast fire, and then the mobs are dead. So like, you might be like level 10 before you are in a fight, where there's even reason to cast Blizzard 1 at all. And if Black Mage is not your first job, if you go out there and just kill mobs in your hunting log, then again, you might be like level 10 or 12 or something before mobs survive long enough for you to even need to worry about that. It is strange, Yannick. Sometimes I've had a video fully processed and complete and ready in under 30 minutes. I don't know. But yeah, this me saying now I have to worry about that is exactly the reason why the pinned comment in the clip reviews thing says that it has to be music from the game. Because it could be music from a different game that is like, it's fine, you can use it. But it could also not be. And then what might happen is when this stream ends, I could get a claim that says that, I don't know, they want the money for all of the ads. But they could also say the entire stream has to be muted. They could also say, you have to delete it. And then the stream's just gone. The only thing I can do is maybe I can download the stream, cut out that section, and then post it again as a video. So that's the reason, is that it takes just 1 minute of the wrong thing and then the whole stream is going to die, essentially. And that's a shame. What if I use royalty-free music? Well, Emia, I have previously looked at it and still said no. Because it has to be perfect. And I should also actually, come to think of it, say that normally I don't review clips that someone posted that is actually someone else's video without knowing that that other person has given permission. Which means that you can't go, oh, this video is really cool, I would like Kai to react to that, unless you have proof that the person that has posted the video has said, yes, Kai can react to it if they so desire. What if I give you the source of the source and proof? I will still say no, Emir. Because you also did that when I said no last time. Gleaming says, this may be an ignorant opinion as someone who doesn't play Black Mage too much, but I really like the Ice MP region change. I don't mind it. I think it feels better, more streamlined than the old system. But it would be nice, at least, if they had a way to generate MP outside of combat before they get Umbral Soul. Delane says, even the in-game music can get you in trouble. See, actually, the thing there, Delane, is that for the most part, the in-game music can lead to you getting a claim, but if you go to the content creator guidelines for Final Fantasy XIV, they say that you're allowed to use it, so you can just fight that claim. You can just say, nope, I am allowed to use this. And those that claim those are actually usually not Square Enix. It's someone who has not actually ownership of the song. They just have a bot claiming it because they made a cover this one time. But yeah, sometimes they'll claim if a song, like, for example, with the Nidhogg one, or Torn from the Heavens, if they play uninterrupted and without anyone speaking over it for too long, they might claim. But you can just counterclaim it. But if it's music from somewhere else where I don't actually know, and they claim it, then I can't do anything. I just have to let them have it. And sure, if a claim comes and they say, we want some of the ads, I'm like, well, I mean, usually my streams don't, like, there's not that many, like, there's not that much ad revenue coming from them anyway, and for the most part, people will, like, watch this kind of stream once, twice, ever. So, like, it's not like that's a big deal. But they could say, we want the whole stream muted. They could say, you have to delete it. And that's a problem. Thank you, Ian. Hope you're doing well. And Sing of the Heavens, what song has a label file claims? Has a label file claims. Exactly, Giraheen. But it is strange, Delane, because I have actually posted videos that use that song with no issue. Pre-Umbral Soul, it's kind of whatever anyway, because you can just lose it out of combat. That's true, Strat. I think it's just more that the more into the, like, the further, the more distant the pre-Dawntrail style gets, the better, because when Dawntrail initially came out and people had this feeling of, I can't recover MP out of combat as Black Mage, it was like, the only reason why that was a problem was because you used to be able to do that. Now that it's been like 4 months, people are starting to be like, well, I mean, that's just how it is. Like, it's the same as, like, in some capacity, the only reason why that's a problem is because it's MP. If it was special fancy schmancy Black Mage juice, that you had to generate in ice mode and then spend in fire mode, then it would have been perfectly natural that you don't generate it when you're not in combat, because you generate it by attacking. But because it's MP, it's like, well, I used to be able to generate a full MP bar between fights. Now I can't. But, like, for so many other jobs, it's perfectly natural that you don't generate your resource. So if we could make flare... Yeah, exactly, a bit like that. What if we could make flare stars while out of combat, and then they made it so they couldn't do that anymore? It's a bit like that. It would just be, oh, weird. But because it's MP, it feels weird. And also because you used to be able to do it, it feels like a downgrade, right? Like, that's the real problem, is that it feels like a downgrade. Hey Oscar, hope you're doing well. And thank you, Fila. Hope you're doing well as well. But like, in a way, Black Mages being able to generate a full MP bar between fights is a bit like, imagine if Warrior just slowly generated Beast Gauge while they were not in combat. Or the instant combat ends, Gunbreaker just goes shoop, and now they have 3 cartridges. Like, it's not like Dark Knights have this huge advantage. They can't generate a full MP bar out of combat either. Exactly, like, you know how Warrior can't use Infuriate out of combat. So the biggest reason why it was a problem in the first place was that you used to be able to. Exactly, Machikai. But they don't get to get a full pallet gauge. The real question is, why don't Gunbreakers just reload out of combat? Why is it Gunbreakers have to load, like, why is it they don't reload at all? Like, they enter combat with an empty gun blade. When they make Umbral Soul usable without being in a stance is when I'll be happy. I wonder... I mean, that would be an interesting thing. It would, of course, immediately change the landscape of all Black Mage openers. Because it means you can just start with Cold Fire 3 open. So after tanking DPS at the start of Tam Tower, I ran up to the first pack and then just left. Weird. How much do you think encounters would change if people could generate pip resources outside of combat? Well, it would mean that there would be much less difference between an opener and a reopener. Some jobs would also feel very awkward. Let's say a warrior could enter combat with a full beast gauge. Then you would probably not use Infuriate right out the gate anymore. Would you use Fell Cleave before you set up Storm's Eye? Or would you just eat that you lose 20 gauge while setting that up? Gunbreaker would actually probably be really slightly awkward right now. I know, right, Oscar? That's like a classic here. If Gunbreaker started with a full gauge, they would probably have to open with Burst Strike. Like 1-2 burst strike, no mercy. Yeah, correct, Space Queen. And then again, I'm guessing what would happen then is that you might just open with Bloodspiller, right? Yeah, if you imagine every single job starting with a full gauge, like whatever their gauge generates, it's full immediately. What would that change? Because for a lot of jobs, it would just be like, well, I guess I'm spending immediately. Like, a red mage having 100 would be a little weird. Because it means that your first melee combo will just be awkward anyway. But you would probably open straight with that instead of anything. Like, you'd probably still do the, like, pre-casted for the free damage, but you'd probably jump more quickly into melee combos. Not waste stuff. And a lot of jobs would actually feel like that. Where they'd be like, I can't start properly because, like, I'm not supposed to have this. Well, they'd have 2 full subtractive palettes because it costs 50. So yeah, they'd get a 3rd from Starry Muse. Alright, Emir, enjoy your evening. There's also other jobs that would be kind of like, okay. Like, Monk would be like, I start with a full gauge. So, like, I just get these filled out. Thanks. Bard could be weird. A bit. Nah, I don't think Bard would be weird. Because you just use Apex Arrow when you need to. How would Machinist go? Yeah. You'd probably have to work through these. And quickly get into Hypercharge. Yeah, that is pretty funny, Strat. In a way, Pictomancer's opposite to Sage in that aspect. Where right at the start, Sage has plenty to spend, but then they don't get more. And Pictomancer doesn't. Well, it was kind of interesting that they decided to make it so that you had to paint your motifs manually when you enter the duty. But it just doesn't work. Because it basically... Having it so that you have to paint the motifs means that you're in this weird position where the tank is the bad guy for pulling and not knowing how the Pictomancer works. But like reassemble drill check, queen, chainsaw, bot, both checks, air anchor, possibly something like that, Liv. Although you also need to get it'd be like air anchor, hypercharge, wildfire, and go. Lane says, I was always able to paint my motifs before the instance even let people leave the circle. This is sometimes the case, but there are also players that are a little bit longer in the loading screen, and the reason why you get a little more time before like people can leave is because it doesn't let people leave before everyone has like mostly left the loading screen. So if your machine is faster than average, then you're in fast enough for it to not be a problem. But it's just a pretty funny, like, general issue of Pictomancer. Was also that, like, if you're farming something, like repeatedly spamming something, the Pictomancer adds a little bit of extra time that everyone has to consider. Also that, Vigistila, not only because the Pictomancer is like, well, they're the last one out of the cutscene, but because everyone has sat there waiting, the tanks might be the group in general might be more anxious to get started. What about Dancer? Well, I mean, they already have this issue of like wanting to use standard step way early, but that's like, I mean, that's more of like a player optimization thing. Machinists would not change that much, maybe just leaving drill and excavator for after first overcharge. Well, the thing that I think would disappear if you had full gauges on the opener is you would probably not have a 1-2-3 combo in there anywhere. Exactly, Space Queen. They fixed that Tuesday. But it kind of made sense initially. Kind of. A little bit. Because of the logic of like just the fantasy or aesthetic of, well, the Pictomancer has to draw its motifs. In the same way that they really, like the developers really wanted Astrologians to draw their card. Which they did, like, which was the case until Dawntrail. I don't know, Yannick. The thing is, it depends on like if you're trying to do the optimal opener or not. There might be, I'm pretty sure there's a 1-2-3 combo in there for the optimal opener. But if you're doing casual content or not trying to do optimal rotation, like perfectly optimal rotation, again, difference isn't massive, so it's not that big of a deal. But if you are playing in a more casual setting, it probably makes perfect sense to skip 1-2-3. Yeah, you're right. There isn't a 1-2-3 combo in the opener anymore. Well, there is one at the end of it, but if you had a full gauge, you could just not do that and just do another hypercharge. And yeah, exactly, Magic Eye. The weird thing with the Dancer one is that the 15-second pre-pull setup with standard step actually leads naturally into a last dance smuggle. It's the same as the Mirage dive thing I mentioned earlier. Basically, because last dance, you have 30 seconds to spend it. You use, like, basically by using standard finish that way, it will be on 15 seconds of cooldown when the fight starts, which means that finishing move will line up with the opener itself, and the last dance will also be in there from finishing move. But on the even minute bursts after that, you'll have a standard finish 15 seconds before technical finish, and that last dance goes in the technical finish. Because you have 30 seconds to spend it. You can just do that. So that does mean that if you don't get the proper 15-second pre-pull standard finish, like depending on how you're optimizing. Also, by the way, Gavgura, depending on how much you care about optimizing, you might stand in a situation of, okay, so does that mean that after my opener, do I then intentionally drift standard step 15 seconds? Or do you like maybe if you have a weird GCD, which is very likely if you're like more of a casual player, you might not have the capacity to dodge skill speed because like your gear options are limited. You could, end up in a situation where like, oh, well, I could just like let standard finish drift a GCD or two every time it comes up so that it slowly moves over. And it could be a smaller loss because it means that you're not clipping your GCD to get standard step on time. Picture starts with motifs. Can Summoner and Scholar start with Ether Charge? Do you mean Ether Flow? But yeah, indeed, what if Summoners started with access to Ifrit, Titan, and Garuda? Like they just have the Arcanums right out the box, and they have 2 Ether Flows from Energy Drain. Thank you, Fox. Hope you're doing well. It wouldn't change that much for Summoner. It would basically just mean that you have the... Well, it would actually change some, because it means that you have the choice to, like, use Titan or something, and then summon Bahamut when raid buffs come out. What do you mean with 5 energy drains? DX says, how far are we with clip reviews in the stream? What did I miss? We did some clip reviews. And we kind of ran out a little bit of people that had something, I think. Because people were away, I think. So that's what you meant. I mean, we could take a look at one of VX clips, and say that was the. We also have the Gazel one, since Gazel seems to be back, and then say that was that. Kylan says, how does one start doing extreme and savage raids? Those seem too intense as someone that still is casually going through the story. I mean, extremes are generally considered a lot easier than savage. If you're still going through the story, savage might not really be the thing. But extremes are like... I mean, that's supposed to be the entry stage to harder content. For low-level stuff, it's going to be complicated, because depending on who you ask, like, you could queue for it. Like, in a Realm Reborn extreme, you could queue for it, but you will almost certainly catch some mentors that, like, they queued for mentor roulette. They didn't actually queue for the duty that you're doing, and some of them might deem that it's not worth their time and just leave. So the better path is usually to, like, make a party finder group. See if you can get, like, a group of 8 like-minded individuals that want to do it. But you have to start somewhere, right? Savage is, like, I mean, once you've gotten some practice, like, for example, with extremes, that's when you can then go maybe try a savage encounter. and see if you feel ready for it. Like, there's no way to know when you're ready without trying. So it's a little hard to say. But yeah, Gazelle, you're still here. We could check your clip. Copperbill Mines Megapull with White Mage. How big are we talking here? By the time you finish MSQ casually, you will have a good item gear level. You will have to buy it. If you're going into extremes. And Savage. Like, the gear you get to start with is good enough to start on the starting extremes, but most players will expect you to do more than that. This is the speedrun White Mage. Standing at the door, ready to leave. Not even looking at the boss mechanics. I'm pretty sure there could be an explosion next to you at some point. You could survive them, fair enough. The only thing exploding is the wall. You know, it is a little bit funny. You could have dotted up at like ads while you were running earlier, but I don't know if how many you got. But I mean, it doesn't really matter that much because of the AoE. Although it's just the Dark Knight and the Red Mage doing AoE. I believe Gazelle posted this like a day after I mentioned in a mentor video that White Mage has a slightly harder time with the big mage, like, or rather that it can depend on your healer how safe it is to do gigapulls even in low level dungeons, which is true. If your healer is bad, as in actually not good at the game, then it matters a lot more that their toolkit sucks. Whereas if the healer's good, then they know to play around it. They know that, oh, if the tank needs healing and we're running, all I have is one swift casted cure 1 and things like that. That's true, Brontom, but saying by the time you finish MSQ casually, you will have a good gear level. Suggests that it's something you have when you finish, as opposed to something you can buy. Like, that's why I had to, like, I added the correction that you can buy it. You now get a full augmented set just from hunt trains, the super casuals have access. Eventually, the problem is that if you reach max level today, you're still, like, you'd have to collect the weekly capped tomestones to eventually get it. Which is actually the funniest part about all that. Is that while there are a lot of ways to get the upgrade material now, we are now in a position where it's very likely that you will be lacking tomes. Like, it kind of works if you're like full casual, where you only get the one upgrade material per week, and if you've been farming tome gear since like launch of Dawntrail almost, then you have like about a full set of gear that you need to upgrade. So like you're like 11 weeks behind, right? Something like that. 9 weeks behind. You have to get all that first before it even matters. And then, like, if you're gearing multiple rolls, each, like, a large part of the gear is like, well, the chests and the pants you only get one of every 2 weeks, essentially. And all the other armor is less than 1 per week. And then the accessories is more than 1 per week. But point is that you're getting like 1 piece per week. So if you find any other source for this upgrade material, you can outrun it. Like me personally, from my notes, because I have been getting them, I have almost the resources to buy another one, and I have on my person 4 things that can be upgraded that has not yet been upgraded. 4. So every time I get an extra one from anywhere, like, that number decreases, and because I get one from Alliance Raid every week, it doesn't increase. So you can eventually reach a point where it's like, oh yeah, you can farm more upgrade materials with nuts from hunt trains, doesn't matter because you don't have any tomes. Hey Sally, thank you so much, and I hope you have a good day. Gazel says, by the time super casuals get a decent set with some augmented gear, it would be around the time of a new tier of gear comes out. Yeah, because it would take you 9 weeks to get a full set augmented through the Alliance Raid alone. And a patch cycle is like 16 weeks. You can't get 2 full sets. Tingle says, pretty much only thanks to hunts this week, I've now finally got fully upgraded Soam's gear on 2 rolls. You see, the funny thing is, Tingle, is that when we talk about weekly capped things, like where there is a limit, do hunts give current tomes now? Now, yes, Dawntrail hunts give, like, current tomes, but they're also restricted by the weekly cap. Thank you, Paz. Hope you're doing well as well. Did you happen to see the new Black Mage Infinite Paradox rotation? Oh, that doesn't surprise me. Despair being instant really adds something to that. Hey Nox, thank you Bimo. Hope you're doing well. Might as well ask why bards can't sing out of combat. Because it gives them stickers, and if you could sing out of combat as a bard now, your opener would be 2 minutes. Like your pre-pull would be 2 minutes, because the bard has to work through all 3 songs. And they also want to make sure that Army's Paeon is fully ready and everything before you pull. It would be pretty annoying. And even if you said, what if they just gave them their stickers, they would still go, well, I have to use Army's Paeon, and then sit here until I have 4 stickers. Like 4 repertoire stacks from that, before you can pull. Which means that they need a random number, or 42 seconds. That's true, Tingle. But, you don't need a full set of 730 gear to be ready for Savage. Also that, Bronto. But you'll probably get that in 2 minutes at least. But the weird thing with weekly lockouts on things is that why are there weekly lockouts at all on things, right? Give part and infuriate. Just suddenly very violently plays on a violin or something. Abyssal says Square Enix is not adapting to the current modern times. Many people just give up and leave the game instead of waiting. You do know that World of Warcraft also still has weekly lockouts on things, right? They actually have weekly lockouts on decade-old content because reasons. It's a normal thing for MMOs, live services, to have daily reasons for you to come back. That's the primary objective of daily and weekly tasks, is that you have to log in for that thing that you need to do. And now that you're here anyway, might as well stick around, right? Do something else. And then you log out, and then tomorrow you have to do the thing again, which is also the reason why often for players that have played a game for a long time that if they're like, oh, I'm kind of bored with this game, but it's just the game I play, if they manage to skip once, like one single day, they actually skip it, they might be fine. Or rather, might be like, I just realized I don't like this game, and then they'll just not log in again. All it takes is one day where they find something else to do. But having those daily tasks means that people will come back again and again. And when they've logged in, they're already in the trap, right? So that means that they have to try and leave next time. And it's like doubly effective to do this with daily and weekly tasks, because not only does it give you reason to come back every day, it also like stretches out the time in which the content is significant and relevant. And that's true, Tingle. I'm also not trying to say that doubling the weekly tomes wouldn't be nice. What I'm trying to get at is, what's the reason why they haven't, I guess. What's the reason why they haven't? And yeah, also that, folks, if there wasn't weekly lockouts, then the way that Savage raiding would be done would be in a similar fashion to Extremes. Except, once you have the gear you need, you have no reason to come back. Why do you think the drop rate for the mount is so low? How many clears do you have to do of M1S? Maximum to gear one job. If you're insanely unlucky, 12 times. And insanely unlucky would be, for some reason, your job wants all 4 pieces from that boss. And second of all, you never win anything. So you need 12 books. So you do it 12 times, boom, you're done. Until you want to gear another job or role. And you just continue like that. That's less times than your average player has to do EX1. Natsuma Bimo says, I just wish poetics would be increased. I'm always sitting on 2000 for a while before I remember to spend them. How would increasing the limit help that? Wouldn't you just sit on 4000 and go, oh right, my poetics? Or sit on 8000 and go, oh right, my poetics? Vicels, I can actually assure you that if there was no weekly lockout, The only reason why World First Savage Raiders would go clear M1S once, then M2S, then M3S, M4S is because it's a race. The rest would be basically farming each boss until they're done. Typically. Because why wouldn't you? There's a reason why there is the concept known as split runs. It's alright, Yannick. As I said, I don't know if that's in the pinned comment. I don't think it is, but I usually grab the links and videos that I'm going to like have on my list to review before the stream starts. So I think it'll be next time. But yeah, I do see the problem that the later you come to a raid tier, the more likely you're in a position where, well, now it's too late for me, what's the point? And I don't have an answer for that. It's like, usually they, as far as I remember, they unlock the weekly lockout like maybe a month before the next raid tier comes out. At that point, like, if we had actually thought, well, it should be such that, like, if we thought about it as, well, the closer we get to the next raid tier, the less weekly lockout there should be, then it would make sense that they'd be like, well, let's say, for the first 2 months, you can only do them once a week. Then for the next 2 months, you can do everything twice a week. Then for the next 2 months, you can do everything 3 times a week. And then, I guess, for the last 2 months of the raid tier, they just say, go, like, knock yourself out. Do however much you want. But I don't know how much that would help either. But the funny thing is that the players that want to raid in like that speed mode like that, where they have those options, could just wait until there's 1 month to the next raid tier. Problem solved. But I do see the problem that if you're late to a raid tier, then it might feel like, well, I can't catch up now. Ultimate Trainer says chaotic raids would help, maybe. Probably. It drops we've been told that drops 730 gear, but did they say what? Like, does it drop all gear? Does it drop weapons? Does it drop armor? Does it drop accessories? Like, what does it drop? And the things it drops, is that good? Like, consider the following. The gear that drops from the chaotic raid will probably be a third configuration of stats compared to the tome gear and the savage gear. And also, yeah, the drop isn't weekly limited. But consider that then, that if you have a role where, let's say, I can't actually remember if this is the case, but let's say that it drops a full gear set. Like, armor, weapon, accessories. Like, it's all there. But basically, every single gear slot has speed on it. There would be a lot of jobs that would go, I can't use this. Also, hey Ham, hope you're doing well. Tenacity plus skill speed, that would be pretty funny actually. But exactly, it's possible that every single gear piece from the chaotic raid has like idiotic stat distributions. Hawk says, I personally assume the 730 gear is just going to be functionally identical to the Dark Horse gear. Otherwise, it'd mess with everyone's gear very late in the tier. Like how the Alo weapon is identical to the P12S weapon in terms of stats. Well, the difference there, folks, is that the Alo weapon came required that you had already augmented the weapon, so it wasn't actually usable by players that weren't already Savage Raiders. And it was just a weapon. This is, I believe, targeted more at like extreme Savage, like somewhere around. So players that have not done it, have not done Savage, should still be relevant. So it might be a third stat option. Rontom says, I wouldn't be surprised if it isn't augmented alliance gear. That would be pretty funny. Is Viek still here? Yep. We could do the innocence clear. It's a very long clip. Is it one attempt? We should just... I would say we should probably just go to the successful attempt then. Hey, Shaq. Hope you're doing well. Whoops. I can't remember, does the extreme version have the weird ad phase with the blue beam? The weird thing with skill and spell speed, Yannick, is that the jobs that aren't outright hampered by it, it's usually kinda whatever. The reason why speed tends to be kinda garbage is because the longer the game has gone on, the more big cooldown buttons people have, or jobs have. And because of them having that, and speed doesn't help with that, it means that even if you're a job that doesn't really mind, it's still like, well, it doesn't help you with your burst. Adding more speed would be like, over several minutes, you get some more GCDs. OGCD heavy jobs don't benefit it. Let's be real here. How many, like, which jobs don't have a pretty nasty amount of? It's not even an OGCD thing. Take for example Samurai. Every 55 seconds they get Make Shisui. You having more skill speed will not change that. Every 2 minutes you get one Oginamikiri. Having more speed doesn't change that. Big damage. You know what's even weird about that, Space Queen? For all of Endwalker, Reaper's Soul Slice stated that it didn't benefit from skill speed. As in, the cooldown wouldn't be reduced. But before you got the charge system, it did. That's correct, Tinkle. And I've even advertised that specific option in my guide. But that doesn't change the fact that that's because it gives you a different benefit. It makes the rotation comfier. But as far as I know, the strongest option is still slow. Like, it does slightly more damage. It's not a big difference. It's not a big difference. But my point is that we have kind of reached a point, like, it's not about OGCD heavy jobs, it's about cooldown heavy jobs. And as soon as we talk about cooldown heavy jobs, is there such a thing as a job that isn't cooldown heavy? Is there a job, like, I think the closest we get is like healers. You know, the weird part about that... What do I do about the Starbirth mechanic? Which one was that? What was there? You can't do anything, I think. Or what? Are you supposed to go over there, maybe? Yeah, you're supposed to go over there. Tingle says they changed the sound effect and visual for reasons I don't understand on Tendo Chaiji Setsugeka. I can explain to you why. The animation you see for Tendo Setsugeka was meant for an attack with a GCD of 3.3 seconds. So when players said they didn't like that, they changed it to a regular GCD timing. And for the animation to, like, for the attack to look right, they had to basically speed up the animation by 33%, which is the reason why your character goes hyper mode while doing that animation, because it has to go like 33% faster than it was meant to. And then doing it twice in a row looks a little crazy, I'm guessing, so that's why they might have decided to change it. And they changed both the visual and the sound, of course, because they changed it to a single big slash. I mean, I also thought it looked really funny with the way it was. I didn't really mind. Yeah, I see it, Vek. I'm guessing the problem is that it looks like... It doesn't look like something you're supposed to avoid initially, and you were too focused on something else to worry about that. Yeah, I get it, Viek. I think what I might have done if I was in your position is that I would probably have tried to dodge it first. But because the marker looks very weird... Is the safe spot in the middle? Is the safe spot in the corners? Does one explode off key or something? Then it says here you aim an AoE at one and explode it early. Oh. See, that also is like, how would you know that without like testing it a bit? Bitter Black says, I'm so mad about one Nastron while Life Surge still lives. I feel like Life Surge, despite how wacky and weird it seems to Dragoon, is... without it... Dragoon's rotation would feel... strange in a different way. The fact that they give you damage down each time also doesn't help. Yeah, impressive that you managed to make it through anyway. What, did you get 7 stacks? But yeah, what I mean by I think that Life Surge is an interesting part of the Dragoon rotation is that if you didn't have Life Surge, then, like, I mean, Wormwind Thrust does exist as something that does connect the GCD and OGCD rotation on Dragoon, but I don't know if that really counts, because it feels more like just a resource that generates. Like, you get one approximately every 25 seconds. And you can just use it whenever, really. But Life Surge specifically means that when you're doing your burst, you can't just go and, like, use all of your OGCDs in a specific order and it works out every time. Because Life Surge is going to go in there somewhere, and depending on how you're, like, where you are when it starts, your like where Life Surge goes might be a little different, and that is a challenge of the rotation. Like, it's basically the thing that messes up your rotation. It's similar to how Warrior has this wacky thing with Infuriate, because Infuriate doesn't actually have a proper 60-second cooldown because it's reduced every time you fill cleave and such. It is a little hard to get it just right. What if they got rid of Life Surge instead of Nastron stacks? Well, then your rotation would look very, very, very boring. Even more boring. For low level. Cat says, I like that Midcore Paladin as a hive mind has decided to burst his Fight or Flight Goring Blade combo. Well, in fairness, before Dawntrail, this was what we all did. Like, the reason why we did that is because Goring Blade had a cooldown and the Blades combo didn't. So by pushing Goring Blade up to the start, you had the freedom to push it back later. But if you push it back at the start, then you don't have the option to pull it forward later. But now that it doesn't, then it doesn't matter what order you do it in. Like, if you could guarantee that all raid buffs came out exactly on time, matching with your Fight or Flight, then ultimately you could put the full Blades combo from GCD 4 to 7, so that, like, Blade of Honor still lands inside, and then you do, I don't know, Holy Spirit at the end. Or Sepulchre. But the point is that it has space for you to be creative with it if it's helpful. But if it doesn't matter, like if it's all the same to you, just using it first is better. Because damage. And there's a higher probability that the buffs will be up. Like, If everyone's doing their raid buffs on time nowadays, most buffs come out somewhere like 5 to 7 seconds into the fight. A select few, I think, might come out on 3 seconds, closer to 3 seconds. If you use Fight or Flight after your third GCD, then your first Fight or Flight infused GCD will be at about 7 seconds. About. If you start with your Blades combo there, then it will take about 10 seconds for that. If you're in a casual group, there's a possibility that there's someone that decided it was funny to do this when the timer hits 0. And then attack. Some people do that. Pre-pull raid buff. You would still catch that buff. Just barely you would catch that buff. But if you delay your Blades combo at all, then the last bit might not catch it. If everyone's doing their burst correctly, then it doesn't matter, really, where you put your burst. Parent says, pets are borked again, what is broken now? Did they not actually fix it? Fox says, I remember hearing that the raid buffs taking 5 to 7 seconds was an adjustment to let Astrologian set up its buffs. I don't think so. It doesn't need to anymore because of reworks, but people still wait 5 to 7 seconds out of convention. Warrior needs 5 to 7 seconds to set up. Paladin likes 5 to 7 seconds to set up. Gunbreaker, at least before this, didn't mind having 5 to 7 seconds to set up. Samurai likes 5 to 7 seconds to set up. Reaper, in a roundabout twist, kinda likes to have a chance to set some things up for 5 to 7 seconds. Viper likes to set up for 5 to 7 seconds. You get where I'm going with this, right? There's a lot of jobs that are like, I don't know, like having 2 or 3 GCDs for free, like before we go blast is pretty nice. There's a lot of them. It wasn't just Astrologian. They fixed potency but introduced extremely exploitable bugs. I don't know specifically what they did with the OGC code. I imagine it has something to do with hit detection from the PvP change, but just cooldown is refunded if certain conditions are met. Have they tried to fix ghosting? Have they tried to fix ghosting? And ruined it? But yeah, because we have this sort of like agreement that optimally we burst on 5 to 7 seconds, that is something you can plan around. If you're a job that doesn't care about it, you can still plan around it. Like, for example, Monk now needs this. And then they can just go Dragon Kick Burst. Like, literally, GCD1 Burst. They don't need to set anything up. But they can, you know, spend some of that perfect balance while they wait for others to be ready. Things like Radiant Aegis, Fey Illumination, Whispering Dawn, etc. Things that come from pets. If the right condition is met, you can use the skill, do the action with the pet, and it will refund the entire cooldown. Do you do it by dismissing the other pet? Or dismissing the pet in time? I'm guessing that it's an attempt to fix ghosting. Yeah, I could imagine that, Perrin. Although, it's like, it's just Radiant Aegis. But is, like you say, it's part of it. Are you sure it isn't the case? There's more to it than just a pet change. Do you have to move the pet? It's going to be hard because I'm on OCE, so I'm lagging. Well, it wasn't that easy. It worked there. It happened. I didn't get the effect, but it actually refunded me Fey Illumination when Summon Seraph failed to use it. I mean, that's pretty good. So I'm guessing that this exploit has come about as an attempt at fixing ghosting. And for those that don't play pet jobs, basically the story here is if you command your pet to do something, when you do, the cooldown activates. However, if the pet is busy with something, like for example, you told it to run to Narnia, and then also use Radiant Aegis on me, it will run to Narnia first, and then go, oh right, Radiant Aegis. And then if you're too far away, it'll come over to use it on you, but otherwise it'll use it on you from Narnia. But if you say, go to Narnia and use Radiant Aegis, when you say use Radiant Aegis, the cooldown activates. Then you summon Bahamut. Now the pet is gone. Hence, no Radiant Aegis because it didn't manage to cast it. That's like a setup where you're basically intentionally causing the problem to appear, right? That's not how it usually goes, but that is the reason why it's generally dangerous to use something like Radiant Aegis a moment before you're going to replace it. Yannick says, I don't know why the balance suggests reassemble pre-pull. Because it means you can run 5 seconds of the cooldown. let's say you use reassemble every minute, hypothetically. Say you do that. Use it 5 seconds later, it might do 20k more. How much damage does a reassembled drill do? Like 70k? Do you have time and the desire to do it like that? You have 2 tools you're using in that time frame. Sometimes this is true, Tinkle. Sometimes it's just people have like not explored fully yet. However, the general logic is the cooldown of reassemble is 55 seconds. That's important. If it was 60 seconds, then pre-pull reassemble wouldn't really do anything because you get 2 per 2 minutes anyway. You get, like, basically if you use one when raid buffs start and then use another one a little bit later, both of them will be ready for the next burst. It's like Shadowbringer for Dark Knight. You might as well hold them because you get both of them during the burst. Reassemble, on the other hand, because its charge time is 55 seconds, will, like, you will have one for every minute. Absolutely. You will have one for every burst. Absolutely. But the timing in which you get the second one, if you hold it, gradually drifts out of the burst window. But if you pre-pull reassemble, that means that the first time you use it, you've already run down 5 seconds of those 55 seconds, which means that you get your first in-combat charge at 50 seconds, then you get the next one at 1 minute 45, then 2 minutes 40, 3 minutes 35, 4 minutes 30, 5 minutes 25, 6 minutes 20, 7 minutes 15, and at that point it's actually going to be it's going to be in the 8-minute burst, naturally. And by 10 minutes or so, you will have gained a reassemble by making sure that it is always running. But if you wait, if you don't use it in the pre-pull, then you've already lost 5 seconds there. If you wait until raid buffs are up, 5 to 7 seconds in, let's say 5 seconds for that advantage, then it means that the first charge you will generate in the fight will happen at 1 minute exactly. Which means that you've lost 10 seconds, which means that it'll take 2 more minutes before that extra reassemble charge lands in raid buffs. And it'll take 2 more minutes before you will have generated an extra one, assuming the fight is long enough for that. That's just some of the considerations that go into this. But that's the kind of reasoning. It's the same reason why samurai don't, it's a little easier to explain for samurai because, they use Make Your Shisui and then they start spending it immediately, and they're spending it to set up to burst, which they do when raid buffs come out. But the reason why samurai use Make Your Shisui 16 seconds, or 15 or 14 seconds, something like that, 14 seconds before fighting starts is exactly the same. Make Your Shisui's cooldown is charge time is 55 seconds. So by running about 15 seconds of it before the fight starts, it means you get your first extra charge 40 seconds into the fight instead of 55. Which adds up a bit. Right? A bit. There's a few jobs that have this. It's basically if you have a cooldown that is not a multiple or is not divisible by 100, rather, that doesn't divide 2 minutes, 30 seconds or 40 seconds or 60 seconds or 20 seconds or 15 seconds, If it's some weird number like 25 seconds or 35 seconds, Flesh and Contra 6, or 55 seconds like Reassemble or Make Your Shisui, then you have to choose between using it on cooldown, approximately, if it has charges, you can, you know, hold one, or losing out on extra users by having a hypothetical 1 minute charge time or 2 minute charge time, but not using it. Another example is also Black Mage's Mana Font or Red Mage's Manafication, who also have weird offbeat cooldowns, and often it turns out that like whether it's worth it to use Manafication exactly on cooldown boils down to whether you had whether using it on cooldown will actually lead you to have an additional Manafication in the first place. If you don't, then it doesn't help you. But there's a much, much higher probability that Reassemble will get an extra one, especially because it's on charges. Doing this doesn't mean that it goes offbeat with the burst, necessarily. And also because of how the cooldown will like be weirdly offbeat with the burst, there's the possibility, I haven't like thought this through too much, but there's the possibility that in the middle of your burst you will get the charge, which means if you hold one and then you use it during the burst, you'll get the other one later in the burst and things like that. But that is kind of the reason. But pre-pull Reassemble isn't always optimal. In Endwalker we had 2 common openers. And one of them used pre-pull Reassemble, the other did not. If you're playing in a more casual setting, another argument for pre-pull Reassemble is that it optimizes around an unknown kill time. The sooner you use Reassemble, the sooner you will have Reassemble. The sooner you have Reassemble, the sooner you can use Reassemble. And that means that if you don't know when the boss will die, then having Reassemble a little sooner is beneficial, because having +1 Reassemble is better than having a slightly better Reassemble. Your example being, it could easily do 20,000 more damage if it was in raid buffs. Like, would you rather have 1 reassembled drill in raid buffs, or would you have 2 reassembled drills outside of raid buffs? That's ultimately the question. Sally says, I've seen some people claim there's nothing to use reassemble on in our burst, since the optimal burst is 2 hypercharges, forgetting the fact that 2 often splits those 2 hypercharges. And also forgetting the fact that 2 hypercharges take 15 seconds to spend. And a burst is 20 seconds. Use Full Metal Field for one of those extra GCDs. Did you have an extra one? You have exactly 1 extra one, which you could use reassemble on. You probably will. And it'll probably be that drill or whatever that splits those hypercharges. And it's usually drill partly because it's the easiest one to like have, because air anchor and chainsaw just don't line up well with that, and you'd have to sit on them for long to make that magically line up. And because drill can have 2 charges, you can, you know, you can hold it. But yeah, that is a good point. Because of how strong hypercharge is, it doesn't really matter that you could have 2 reassembles. Hey Coco, hope you're doing well, and thank you so much for the 10 gifted memberships. Wow. Thank you. Feels weird though with machines because it's always going to be used on drill and air anchor, so its cooldown is kind of artificially locked to the 40 and 1 minute cooldown. Well, it can be used on Chainsaw. Actually, in dungeons, it's much more common that you will use Reassemble on Chainsaw. The floor was slippery again, yeah. But it's weird. It's weird, it's wacky. But you could absolutely use Reassemble on Chainsaw. In dungeons. And also Excavator. Because they're AoE. They're like, basically, they're the best. On single target, it doesn't matter which tool you spend them on. On AoE, it matters that you spend them on Chainsaw and Excavator. Thank you for the 5 additional gifted memberships, Coco. Thank you. Are you targeting someone specific? Or is it the classic, I can't choose 15 from the list? Thank you so much. Wow. It will not, silly. It will actually not eat it. Your birthday is the 15th, so you get 15. Oh, thank you. If only my birthday was a later date. No, that did not change, Sally. The thing you've probably noticed is that if you actually use Reassemble and then Full Metal Field, there is a real chance that Reassemble will just end. Because it only lasts 5 seconds. If you early weave Reassemble and then use Full Metal Field, by the time the next GCD comes up, there's like under a second left on Reassemble, so you might just not make it. But no, Full Metal Field doesn't spend it. Another funny thing with Full Metal... I think I actually mentioned some of this in my Machinist guide somewhere. But Full Metal Field doesn't spend Hypercharge stacks, I believe. Yeah, it doesn't interact with Hypercharge, because the way Hypercharge works is that it enables you to use Auto Crossbow, and Auto Crossbow will spend overheat stacks. It also enables Blazing Shot, but Blazing Shot never needed to be allowed to spend them, because Hypercharge is spent on single target weapon skills automatically. Chainsaw also does not spend it, that's correct, because they're AoE. But it's pretty funny because Full Metal Field has to state that it doesn't interact with Reassemble, because Reassemble doesn't care that Full Metal Field is an automatic direct crit. But it doesn't have to say it doesn't interact with Hypercharge, because, like, it's just this mechanic and this mechanic. This one only interacts with single target, and this is AoE. Boom, doesn't interact. I like how Auto Crossbow indirectly got nerfed, making it even less useful. How did Auto Crossbow indirectly get nerfed? Is I'm guessing what you mean is Blazing Shot and the checks got a buff, and so did Flamethrower? Is that it? Because the other stuff got buffed. Okay, so I guess right. Yeah, it's a little interesting. Thank you, Nathan. And I hope you're having a good day as well. Thank you. The interesting thing with this is that Blazing Shot and the checks were like insane to begin with. I did like a pretty cursory check on this, but I'm pretty sure that Blazing Shot still only wins on up to 4 targets. Which is still stupid. Like, that's still silly, but it does. And it, like, just to be clear, Blazing Shot beat buffed Flamethrower on 4 targets before Blazing Shot got buffed. And Crossbow wins on 5 targets. And the weird thing here, because Auto Crossbow is good, the problem is with something else. Flamethrower beats Blazing Shot on 5 or more targets. Auto Crossbow beats Blazing Shot on 5 or more targets. Flamethrower beats Auto Crossbow on any Wait, no, it doesn't. Auto Crossbow beats Flamethrower on any number of targets, because 160 every 1.5 seconds versus 100 every second. Auto Crossbow is like a smidge better. But Auto Crossbow costs the same resource as Blazing Shot. So you could use Flamethrower when there is 8 targets. And then, as you're blasting at some point, now there's 4 targets. Then you use Hypercharge and use Blazing Shot. And you just either let Flamethrower run its course, or you just cancel Hypercharge Blazing Shot. Or you like Scattergun Hypercharge Blazing Shot and just go ham, because now that's better. But if you had just gone and used Hypercharge, Auto Crossbow, bam, 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 and then used Flamethrower, then when you got down to 4 targets where Blazing Shot would have been better, you can't, because you spent it. Now you have to use Scattergun, and Scattergun is objectively worse than Flamethrower on any number of targets. The thing that made Flamethrower pointless before this buff is 5 Scatterguns yields 5 Auto Crossbows. And that means 5 Scatterguns plus 5 crossbows takes 20 seconds to resolve, which means that by combining these, Scattergun and Auto Crossbow has a shared GCD of 2 seconds, which means they do 80 potency per second. And before Flamethrower's buff, it was 80 potency per second. So they were equal, and Flamethrower's range was 8 instead of 12. So they were just as good as Flamethrower and had more range. Now they don't have more range. Now the advantage that Scattergun provides is specifically that it generates heat gauge, and that heat gauge could be used on Blazing Shot or Auto Crossbow. Like, Scattergun competes with Flamethrower insofar that Scattergun gives you this like mystery box that could be used on whatever you need when you need it. Which means that you could do Scattergun on 5 plus targets, and then when it hits 4 targets, you can go Hypercharge Blazing Shot. You can't do that with Flamethrower. If you don't have a Hypercharge, then Flamethrower will not give you one. But that does mean that Auto Crossbow, as Tingle says, is in a weird spot, because you use Scattergun, use Flamethrower, and once you're done using Flamethrower, there's a chance there isn't enough targets for Auto Crossbow to be worth it. And even if there was, you might be better off using Scattergun to like mob up what's left so you can then go Hypercharge Blazing Shot. Plus, you have better things than Scattergun still. You could use Chainsaw, you could use Excavator, you could use Bioblaster. Like, Scattergun isn't at the top of the charts either. So the fact that Flamethrower is better than Scattergun is, I would say, a really big buff. Like, it didn't even need to beat Auto Crossbow. Alright, Yak, enjoy the cinema. And thank you. The eating buff? Exactly. It's pretty good. Machinist single target feels good now, but Machinist AoE is so scuffed. I feel like Machinist's AoE has always been scuffed. You just saw different pattern on the second boss of the newest dungeon in the forced the cursor thing. Yeah, the section where like there's the cursor over you deciding where you run, right? Yannick says, I don't know, I love Machinist AoE, it's great. Yannick, if I remember correctly, and this is not like, I'm not accusing or anything, I'm actually like, I'm saying, I'm not surprised. You play mainly Machinist and Reaper, right? Because that would make a lot of sense, because both of them, Machinist, Reaper, and Dark Knight, Both Machinist and Reaper are jobs where I feel like they get a little wacky on the AoE. A little wacky on the AoE. So it doesn't surprise me you'd have fun with it. Space Queen says, I've heard someone describe Machinist as like one person designed the single target, one did AoE, and neither talked to each other. That's possible. Bronson says, I actually haven't heard. You may have already gone over this. What are the overall thoughts of the job changes of this patch? My thoughts are over, like, the general consensus. Like, are you asking me, or are you asking more broadly? Because I don't think I can give, like, a good answer on the broader scene. But I can give you my opinion. You know, the interesting part there, Tingle, is that, again, as a result of how insane Burst has become in Final Fantasy XIV, on a poll where everyone's blasting, it feels like Dark Knight might use Unleash or Stalwart Soul, like, after the poll has, like, once they've started cleaning up the pack, like, once or twice. It's insane. You're asking me? Okay. I mean, it's fair. It could have been like, oh, do you know what people think? I would say Black Mage's change where they made us that despair is instant. That alone made me go, it's kind of a shame that my gear is not really good for Black Mage. Like, I have no spell speed on my gear. That's a shame. I might have found it fun to play around with that. And then, like, the ley lines having an extra charge on top is also me just going, I'm just saying, in a casual environment where you can't rely on raid buffs, you could line your ley lines up with Mana Font every time. Even with Mana Font having the shorter cooldown. Because you have 2 ley lines now. Like, you can just design your own 100-second burst window if no one else is going to burst with you. That sounds like fun. Machinist Flamethrower getting buffed, I think, was a good thing. I don't know if Blazing Shot needed that extra help, but Machinist needed that extra help. So there could be an argument that maybe they should have buffed Outer Crossbow while they were there. Maybe also Scattergun a little bit. But it's awkward because now they're like in this position where it's like, well, if we buff Scattergun and Outer Crossbow, then we're back where we started because Flamethrower has to be better than at least one of them. So they'd have to buff Flamethrower even more. Besides, I don't think Machinist has a problem with their AoE damage. It's just that it's really wacky. What else? Dark Knight getting healing on Carbon Spit and a buff to the healing on Abyssal Drain is pretty nice. Like, let me put it like this. I've done 1 expert roulette as Dark Knight in this patch. And when I did it, I was like, okay, well, I'm not going to try to play to burst windows. It's fine, I'll just do my best. And the reason I say that is because I went with Aradel in the group, so Sip was also there, which meant that I had raid buffs. Like, there would be raid buffs. I just went, I'm going to do the following. I'll use TBN on cooldown. I'll use a defensive cooldown alongside it, like in the opener, on packs. But I'll hold Abyssal Drain either until it's clear that I won't need it, or until I do need it. Because Abyssal Drain, like, imagine for a second if when warriors used Bloodwetting, instead of it being like, you have 8 seconds to do your 4 healing GCDs, it just gave you 4 charges to use over the next 25 seconds and said, you just click it and then your next GCD will heal you like crazy. Like, you just choose whenever you want it. That's Abyssal Drain, except it's 1 charge and it's once a minute. Yeah, it's per target. How much do you get from 500 potency heal? That's a good question. I don't actually know. It will be approximately the same as I get healed myself when I do this. Oh wait, you're not in my party. Can you join my party, Zip? About 20k. Certainly, about 20k. Having it drifted is a bit sad. That's true, but it's not too bad. If you use Abyssal Drain within 20 seconds of the rest of your burst, then it's still in the burst, assuming it's there at all. Overcharge also giving potency to AoE skills would mean auto crossbow would be better on 4 targets. That is an interesting suggestion. But it feels a little bit awkward now that both Chainsaw and Full Metal Field have sort of been designed with... Well, I don't know if they've been designed with that in mind. But it might actually change some rotations. I'm pretty sure I've seen openers and bursts where machinists use hypercharge. Yes, the combo dropping burst on machinist. You use hypercharge, Full Metal Field, 5 blazing shots into hypercharge again, like immediately, with nothing in between, and then 5 blazing shots. And the reason why that works is because hypercharge cooldown is 10 seconds, not 12. And the reason why it works at all is because Full Metal Field does not spend hypercharge. But if hypercharge interacted with AoE actions like that, then it would. Does that matter? Not necessarily. But it's an observation. But how much potency would auto crossbow need to compete with blazing shot? On single target, blazing shot starts at a ludicrous, let's see, 260 plus 340. Is that right? No, wait, it's 170 because it's just one of them that readies. So 430 potency per blazing shot at 1 target. Auto crossbow, of course, does 160. On 2 targets, you add half of 1. So it's a bit easier if we go on an odd number, because if it's 3 targets, I just add a whole 170. So on 3 targets, blazing shot is 600 potency, where auto crossbow is 480. So at that point, auto crossbow would need to do 200 to break even with blazing shot. At 5 targets, which is where auto crossbow wins, blazing shot is up to 770 potency. And auto crossbow is at 800. So auto crossbow would need like a buff of 40 potency to actually be like better on the target count it's meant to be used for. If we went down to 4 targets, let's see, it would be 685 from blazing shot, and auto crossbow would be 640. So it would need at least 10 to beat blazing shot on 4 targets. Crossbow doesn't really need too much potency. It just needs to give a full charge of checkmates instead of half of each, maybe. Crossbow doesn't need that. It doesn't need to give more charge than blazing shot. However, if auto crossbow also had that feature, just like blazing shot does, then auto crossbow would probably need to be nerfed. Like, consider this. If auto crossbow had blazing shot's effect, then blazing shot would be 430 potency on single target, and auto crossbow would be 330. And on 2 targets, where blazing shot would be 515, auto crossbow would be at, see, 320 plus. It would be at 555, I think? No, 575. We just went to 3 targets for a moment again. Where Blazing Shot would be 600. Auto Crossbow, if it had the same like cooldown reduction effect as Blazing Shot, then Auto Crossbow would first of all be 480 potency, just outright. But it would also be... see... 820 potency per cast on 3 targets if it had Blazing Shot's effect. So, like, you could give it... If you gave it that interaction... Like, first of all, I'm just saying it's a little strange that it doesn't. I think it's a shame that it never got that effect. I felt like it made sense that both of them did that. But if you gave Auto Crossbow the same effect as Blazing Shot, where it reduces checks, at low level, it would be a massive balancing nightmare for Auto Crossbow, because Auto Crossbow would suck. Because Ricochet would have an AoE component, but Gauss Round would not. And then you reach level 92, and then Auto Crossbow just becomes insane. And you'd have to balance it around that fact. Which means Auto Crossbow would need to have a higher potency at lower levels to be good. And then at higher levels, it becomes so insane that maybe it needs a nerf now. And that would feel really bad at lower levels. .172 potency Auto Crossbows beats Blazing Shot on 4 targets. Yeah, that sounds about right with the potency difference that I got as well. But yeah, Auto Crossbow is fine. The thing that I find important to consider here is that I'm pretty sure in Endwalker, Auto Crossbow, I can't remember exactly, but I'm pretty sure Auto Crossbow beat Heat Blast on... I can't remember if it was 3 or 4 targets in Endwalker, but it was closer. And the reason why, in a weird twist, I think it's okay that Blazing Shot wins on 4 targets is because Dawntrail has introduced a situation where a lot of jobs have weird target counts where they switch to AoE. Hey Nap, hope you're doing well, and thank you so much. The fact it doesn't reset the challenge of the checks just feels so wrong. Yeah, it feels weird, but like, the thing is, I get it and I understand it because it has been like this since Shadowbringers. Like, that's just how it works. Such weird optimizations are what makes jobs interesting. Yes, correct, absolutely. I actually remember before Endwalker, like, if you, like, they're old, they're not as well edited, and my voiceover isn't as great, but if you watch my job starter guides, which only went up to level 50, from before Endwalker, you'll notice that there is various different target counts for your AoE. Then for Endwalker, for most jobs, the answer is 3 targets. On the dot. For most jobs, the answer is 3 targets. Then Dawntrail comes around, and now it isn't that anymore. Like, from off the top of my head, I'm pretty sure Pictomancer is 4 targets for their AoE, like their filler AoE. But I'm pretty sure it's 3 for their Subtractive Palette version. Which is also really weird. Hey Tina Lee, thank you so much, and I hope you have a good day. But I think it's I agree with Yannick that having your job be weird is what makes it interesting. The thing is, for me, I think it's interesting, but that's also because I think it's fun to learn how a weird job works. I might not actually use it beyond going, oh, that's interesting. But I want to know how it works. That would be interesting. And like when you go beyond people like me and I guess Yannick, and this is something that I've like touched on before. A while back, quite a while ago, I made a video like as like almost like a conclusion to my stats series where I explained crit, determination, directed, tenacity, speed, piety. Like I explained all of them, why they're good, why they're bad, what they do well, what they don't do well, all of that. And then I finished that series with a video that's titled something like Stats in Final Fantasy XIV are boring. And I suggested various ways they could make them more interesting, make them do more, also nerf crit. It would be interesting if you could have a lot of skill speed or spell speeds. Like you could really reach those breakpoints where speed is so impactful that it doesn't even matter that it doesn't affect your cooldowns, because it gives you so many more GZDs that you would pick it anyway. Things like that. But, alright, Caetsu, enjoy your evening. A thing that someone then countered with in the comments of that video, which I completely agree with actually, is let's say that stats now were more impactful. Let's say they were. For like 99.99% of players, if not more than that, the stats being interesting will do nothing. Because what do? They Google something like stat priority machinist FFXIV the balance, enter. Or icy veins, I guess, enter. And then they'll see a priority list and a Abyss set. That's what they got out of it. And the stats now being more complicated means that the priority list might be more complicated. It could be like, oh, you need this much of this stat, this much of this stat, this much of this stat, and then this priority. Or something else. Yeah, Final Fantasy XIV best stats for machinist click first link. Exactly. So all those players get nothing out of the stats being more interesting beyond the fact that now it is probably more impactful if you choose wrong. Right? Because then being more impactful means that your choice matters more, and your choice mattering more means that choosing wrong hurts you more. That also means that choosing Lamau huge amount of speed because it's funny will hurt your damage more, because obviously to counterbalance that, the other stats are also stronger. This also applies to rotations. Having a super convoluted rotation that, like, has a lot of options, you could say, right? Having a lot of options, things you can do, means for a lot of players, the players that go Final Fantasy XIV best stats for machinist means that they have a higher probability of getting it wrong. Also, that's silly. Stats being more impactful also means that the fact you only have one good option means that if that good option isn't very good, your gear sucks. But in the same way, if you had more options for your rotation, then those players that Google the best stats for their job will also just Google the rotation, and the only difference is that they'll have a long list of don't use this, use that, or use this before that, and sometimes you'll have a crazy opener. Like some really, really stupid, ridiculous opener and rotation that makes no sense, but if you really look into the numbers, it does make sense. Which means that having a job be really weird can also just mean that the job is now really, 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 really hard to understand. And for a very small percentage of players, that's fun, that's awesome. And for a large amount of players, it's just annoying. So, and besides, if you had, like, as Janik says, while I very much enjoy games where you can make weird builds and stray off meta, Final Fantasy XIV is definitely a game that would not benefit from it. If you could make talent trees, like there were choices you could make to your job, there would also be a correct answer to that. Lin says, I do like the slight MP balance Scholar got with the latest patch. Yeah, that is interesting. It is for me a little hard to quantify the value of it. Sage got basically the same buff. And a damage buff. The reason why it's a little hard to quantify the value of it is because it is inconsistent how much MP, like how many suckers or how many adloquiums or how many of creation prognosis you need to cast in a fight. But what is consistent is, assuming you play quote-unquote perfectly, how many broils and doses casts you will have. And reducing the distance from broil to adloquium means that it is easier to determine how much MP you'll need in general. Ultimate Trainer says, I hate White Mage's Divine Caress range change since it doesn't matter your position at all anymore and makes it less interesting. Well, I feel like, in a weird way, the change there was, in some degree, an equality change, maybe? Because buttons like that tend to be enormous in range. In that case, Silly, I would say that it's like an evening of the playing fields, if you will. Because White Mage's equivalent is Divine Caress. But I get it. I had a little bit of a that's a little bit boring. In Endwalker, when they made all raid buffs 30 alms. Which was particularly funny because, like, a week later, I had a video come out where I randomly talked about Dancer's technical finish and your positioning for that. And someone was like, how long have you been making this video? It's been 30 yawns. It has been 30 yawns. I think it might have been for a few weeks, actually, when that video came out. And the reason they thought I didn't get it was because I'd used an old tooltip. I do that sometimes. Alright, Tinali, enjoy work. Nathan, apparently two things. The first one, yes, the potency bug has been fixed. I have a video on the bug that explains what it is, and I have pinned a comment at the top where I say that it has been fixed, because it has been fixed. However, I just got news in this stream from Perrin, who tends to be, like, keeping track of these things, that pets are bugged in a different way now. However, this time they're bugged in the way where you could benefit from it. Now they're bugged in the opposite direction. Thank you, Erdil. The bug is a little hard to demonstrate, so I'm not going to try to. But the bug appears to be associated with attempting to fix ghosting. Which requires that you know what ghosting is. I explained it earlier, but I'll explain it again. Ghosting is you tell your pet to use an action. When you tell your pet to use an action, it goes on cooldown. Or you spend the charge of it, or whatever. It goes on cooldown. If your pet disappears from the field for some reason before being able to carry out that command, the command will never be carried out. and you will not get a refund. That's ghosting. Apparently, it's a little hard to test where I am right now. No, Gleaming, we just circled back to it right now. But apparently, and I got it to work once, if you command your pet to do a thing, and it doesn't manage to do it, it does seem that you get it refunded. Under certain conditions, at least. The way I managed to test this was I summoned Eos, or Kabi, and it basically did something to this effect. Whispering Dawn got refunded because Kabi didn't manage to actually cast Whispering Dawn. But immediately, like it actually went on cooldown and then went back to a 1 second cooldown immediately after. And then here I'll try and do it again. There, it didn't go on cooldown, but somehow it managed to go through. I'm not actually sure if it was. It must have been Kabi that cast it, because it's Whispering Dawn and not, what's it called, Angel Whisper. But basically, the bug is that while this works, like this is clearly an attempt to fix this problem, that if the action doesn't go through, you get a refund. That's the bug fix, or bug fix, quality of life change, I suppose, because ghosting isn't exactly a bug, it's more like the way the game works. But apparently, some players have discovered a way to both use a cooldown, like Radiant Aegis, get the benefits, and the refund. Like, all at once. That's the bug. The Skull of FRU day 1 meta? Probably not. If it's too big of an issue, it'll probably get fixed, because that's not how it's meant to work. But as Perrin put it, if you can master abusing this trick, don't do it, by the way, that might be a bad idea. You know, bug exploiting is not very smart. But hypothetically, if you can consistently get Radiant Aegis refunded, it means that every time you summon something, which is a lot of the time, you just get Radiant Aegis. And you just use Radiant Aegis, get a refund. Use Radiant Aegis, get a refund. Which means you can have permanent, like you get 1 Radiant Aegis every time you summon something. Imagine that for a second. That would be pretty crazy when you get 1 per minute now. Someone that doesn't have a lot of pet abilities, huh? They have 1. They have 1 where this matters at all. It really helps scholars, though. Ghosting on summoner mostly just means, well, I lost the Aegis. Exactly. Like, the times where ghosting would hurt summoners' damage is if you sat on something for too long. So it's really, really unlikely it'll get in the way. But for Scholar, it might matter more, because there is a higher chance that you'll be in a situation where, like, I need to use Whispering Dawn, but I also want to use Dissipation. Or I want to get Whispering Dawn up, but I also need to use Summon Seraph. And then, like, depending on how much in a hurry you are, it would be nice if you at least get a refund if you get it wrong. Wish they had more. Right now it just feels like different flavors of spells to me. You know the weirdest part about that, Dawntrail, is that before Endwalker, pets in general were way, 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 way less responsive. It was like, you command your pet to do a thing, you hope it's done in the next GCD. And then Endwalker comes around, they basically remove all of those pet actions anyway. And then they fix it so that the pets are way more responsive. Which means that it might not have been necessary to change at all. Although, in fairness, they actually did run into problems in 6.0. Some of you may have seen an alternative icon for Searing Light in some videos, where Kabi is on the picture, on the icon. That's because originally originally, I've talked about this before, I think. Originally, summoners had a buff called, well, they had an ability called Ether Pact, which told their pet to use Devotion. And Devotion was like better Searing Light. It increased your damage done, I believe it increased your healing done, and I think it also reduced damage taken. But it had a 3-minute cooldown. But it was your pet that did it. Which did indeed mean that if you commanded your pet to run laps and then commanded Ether Pact, then when the pet stopped, assuming it hadn't been running so long that it forgot, it would use Devotion, and your cooldown would have been running down, so that you might have spent 30 seconds telling your pet to run laps, and then it used Devotion, and now your cooldown is 2 minutes 30 instead of 3 minutes. And then with Endwalker, they replaced Devotion and Ether Pact with Searing Light, which they decided, well, we just put it on the pet because that's how it always worked. But that meant that summoners basically opened with, like, Ruin, Searing Light, and then either Ruin again, or cross your fingers, close your eyes, and hope that Searing Light goes through before Bahamut takes over. And then just full send Bahamut, and hope it worked. And often it didn't. Because it was like less than half a second for the pet to do it. So then they changed Searing Light to just be from the summoner. So even when they had fixed the pet jank, one of the 2 things that were left that could still jank it up did. I fumbled it, I think. But it is funny. They could probably have made it so that it didn't go on cooldown until the command went through. But that could, of course, also feel janky in its own way. I think my latency might make it too hard. Hey Blasio, thank you so much, and I'm glad my videos helped you. Thank you so much. All jank can and will be used against you. See, the thing is, I'm sure just testing stuff like this is like, people aren't mad about it. But, well, devs aren't mad about it, but if you start abusing this kind of glitch for prog or something, I mean, it could be a problem. Alright, Liv, enjoy your evening. Ridlian says, you know what, I was memeing around with the party so much that I forgot we had a stream going. Okay, that is quite weird, Kylan. That is quite strange. Marcus and Game says, oddly enough, at level 30 you can get your pet glam for Scholar, but at 50 for Summoner. It kind of makes sense. Because Scholar already has unlocked all of the possible options for their pet glamour at level 30, because their options are Eos, Selene, Kabi, which they like had as Arcanist, and the 3 colored Kabis, which they had by level 22. Summoners don't actually have all of the possible options they could glam to by until level 45, so it makes sense that they just say, round it to 50. Ultimate Trainer says, I remember people abusing Squad Road Limit Break and it carried over for actual other PvE content, I think. People found out that they could issue a command to the game to trick the game into thinking that you could use the Squadron Limit Break. And then they could just access it elsewhere. Prakash says, I still hate that you can't glam the Eki pets at level 90 plus. Yeah, I think it is weird that you're not allowed to do that. And I'm just saying, I don't ask for much. I would accept if they just turn into the small Kabis as they are. Just small Ruby Kabi comes down and does the generic attack animation that they use. And then the Ifrit eruption thing happens. Or Inferno. Like, I'd be fine with that. However, it would be way funnier if it was like a huge Kabi that came down. It would also be weird if you could glam something like Solar Bahamut. If they make an option to get a pink Kabi, would you get it? Yes. Of course I would. Man, it would just be funny if you could replace those big primals with small ones. I would also love it if you could have, like, replace Bahamut with a Kabi. Did you ever get Nox's pink dice? I have not. But I am here, so if Nox actually came over, I would trade them. Welcome back, Bronto. Your character's here. Wait, where is it? Is it that one? There you go. You wanted 99, right? Now remember to use them and not sell them. Vin says, what's sad is I don't see much of a difference between regular Kabi and Emerald Kabi. I believe the Emerald Kabi is basically just like... Let's not forget that Emerald Kabi was the first Kabi. Like the one you got as your first pet before the rework. Which makes it kind of weird that they kind of flipped the order, right? Can we get an Obsidian Kabi? We cannot, but Alphino has one. I think he also has shown an Onyx one, I think. Both Onyx and Obsidian. The funny thing is, they add, yeah, exactly, the Moonstone copy, sorry, that's what I meant. They add the ability to glam your pet to various colors. Why not just add all the colors, right? It's just also the same reason, like, that's the thing is that whenever we're given options to customize, right? That, like, the developers give us the option to choose something, and then the players go, thanks, where's the rest? Hey Astoria, thank you so much. Hope you have a good day. An amethyst copy would be so cute. That sounds pretty nice. Like, every time it's like, oh, thanks. But where's the rest of it? Like, okay, we can glam our pets now to what we want them to be. They, like, I just want to be clear, they even allow you to mix up the things. I'm pretty sure that, like, when you're low level, you can actually have Garuda. I think you can I never tried it, but I think you can have Garuda Eggy appear when you summon Ifrit. Like, I'm pretty sure they've given you this amount of customization. But it's still, well, we don't have a purple one. We don't have a pink one. We don't have an orange one. We don't have a properly green one, do we? We don't have a white one. We don't have a black one. And we don't have a gray one. We don't have a greenish turquoise one. And yeah, also, we can't choose the color of the jewel on its forehead either, which has always been red. Like, it's, well, yeah, you gave us some customization. Where's the rest? Can we have more? Doesn't seem like you can mix them. Oh, okay. Exactly, Cat. Thanks for the glamour dresser. Why only 200 slots? Thanks for doubling the space in our glamour dresser, but why only 400 slots? Thanks for doubling the space in our glamour dresser again, but why only 800 slots? Thanks for giving us so many glamour plate slots, but why only 20? You can reduce down to their colored copy, but not mixed. Can you not change Ifrit into Topaz copy? Parents, as I use 3 glamour plates total, more realistically only 1. How many jobs do you play, Parent? Because that would probably explain that. Unless the glamour you use is like all classes. A number of plates equal to the number of combat jobs is a reasonable ask. Well, I'm pretty sure there was a time where you only had like 10 glamour plates. Which means that I think the reason why people are asking for this is because it's possible and it's close. Like, if we only had 10 glamour plates, then going, can't we have one for every job? Or every combat job? Is a little bit of a bigger ask, right? But I'm not saying that it's unreasonable. I'm just saying that it's pretty funny that that's how it goes. Like, there have been people that have complained that we don't have enough inventory space. Thank you for celebrating 7 months as part of the Cult of the Pink Ham, and thank you. Hope you have a good day. But like, exactly, Rust. People ask for more inventory space, but we have all of this and all of this. And I think part of the reason is, if you only had a fourth of this, like if you only had this top shelf here, then you would have been better about choosing what things to keep and what things not to keep. And the funny thing is, I think if you only had a fourth of this space, like let's say you started with only a fourth of this, you only had this top left shelf, and you had to like get special items to have more space than that. Like not store items, but items you had to like go out of your way to make or unlock. So like you started with this, like this extra space here is something you earned. Then you have probably spent a lot of time getting acquainted with making do with only this amount of space. And that's how other MMOs do it, where they're like, well, you need to get bags and stuff like that to get more space. So you really start to appreciate how much space you do have, because when you get more space, exactly like the extra bags in WoW. Like consider that when you make a new character in WoW. In like classic WoW, you had like 16 slots. And you might be lucky that a random mob will drop a pouch with 6 extra slots within the first hour of gameplay. You could also be insanely lucky and find 4, but you could also just not find anything. And then you're just stuck with 16 slots until you pay 5 silver or something for a bag. Less when you like if you go to the auction house or something, but exactly, Silvermint. A mob dropped me a bag. I better go play the lottery. Get 4. Imagine you get 5. You can sell one. And because you only had 16 slots, every inventory slot was valuable, right? But here, you make a new character, you start with 140 slots that can be anything. Anything. Plus, every time you find equipment, it goes into this bottomless well that is the armory chest. You can, like, if I remember correctly, some that watched enough of Small Kai's Rewind Replay series might know better, but I think we managed to complete Heavensward. I can't remember if we also completed Stormblood. Alright, Bluefish, enjoy your evening or day. Before we actually cleaned inventory at all. At all. Like, we just quested and sold nothing. Exactly, the inventory Tetris stream. $32 classes right now. Oh yeah, I guess so. If you have a class job specific piece of gear for every class and job, then you would actually run into problems quickly. But the way that I make my glamour plates really stretch and last is that I have this is my healer outfit, this is my mage outfit, this is my tank outfit, this is my scouting outfit, this is my striking outfit, and this is my gather outfit. This is my ranged physical outfit. This is my crafter outfit. And this is my maiming outfit. My scout outfit. So you can see there's like just random sets in between because I have extra space. Sense of theme, yeah. Many of them don't have hats because glasses, right? This is white hair, isn't it? Seeing all the forbidden Kaiglams you really never get to see. What do you mean? What do you mean forbidden? Some of them are like have been there for years because I haven't needed the slot for anything. It's because of the cone hat. Hey, by the way, I have so much glamour plate real estate that I have this one. This one because it was the first set that I made. Your limbo rings look more glowy than usual. They look more glowy since Dawntrail, I think. What are those pants? Deep Shadow Breach is offending. And also Deep Shadow Solarits offending. They're from Shadowbringers. Double glasses are goofy. Yes, they are. Almost looks like I put googly eyes in my glasses. And also almost cross-eyed, yes. I was given a party hat. The party hat came with extra glasses. But yeah, if you have role specific glamour plates, then you need like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 to cover everything. Turn the glasses off then? You cannot turn the googly glasses off. You don't turn these off. Yeah, that's what I clicked, Zip. Doesn't work. You know what, did you think I hadn't tried that? No, I tried it at the start of the stream. When I was handed the cone hat. How do you unlock phase wear? You find the item. You buy this. Use it. Now it's unlocked. But only these glasses. You have to find the specific glasses that you need. Vince says, I had to look to be sure, but even in Soto, let's see, you only start with like 20 inventory slots and can expand it to up to like 80 total. But those could be done account-wide. Yeah, that's fair. And technically, if you had 2 characters and you got them both into the same free company. Let's say you're an officer, like a leader in that free company. So you have like control over the company chest, you could say. Then you could use that company chest as like a portal to pass items between 2 characters. And every character that you get into that free company just means you have 140 plus 2 retainers extra of space And if you progress a little further, you also get this. And to mention, you also have this. But only for, like, you know, not untradeable items, of course. So you could expand your inventory really, really hard. I think the reason why people sometimes get caught up on the I wish we had more inventory space in Final Fantasy XIV no worries, Nox. Enjoy your food. Is because in more in MMOs where inventory is a problem, it's a pretty common thing that either it is something you have to earn, like for instance, World of Warcraft, you have to get the bags. So you have to expand them. I don't know if that is going to lead into what I'm saying next, but in some MMOs, you do that with real money. Which quickly makes it a little because then if you don't have very much inventory space, then it's a case of make problem, sell solution. Oh, you only have 20 inventory spaces? Oh, that's a shame. But if you paid, I don't know, $5, you could have 30. If you paid $5 more, you could have 40. If I remember correctly, I've seen, like, Guild Wars 2 players with so much inventory space, like their inventory combined with their bank, that they just have everything. Like, they keep everything unless they need to specifically sell something or use it. They just keep it because they have the space to just go, put it on the pile. And they have a reagents tab. Like, that, if Final Fantasy XIV got a reagents tab, I think a lot of players would just go, in regards to inventory space. Because a reagents tab, it means that, imagine any item that is considered a reagent could be put into this tab. Which means you go out as a botanist and you chop some logs. You can have 999 of those logs in your reagents tab. And it takes up the slot specifically for that kind of log. You can have 999 of every kind of log, and every kind of skin, and every kind of leather, and every kind of ore, and every kind of ingot, which I'm sure some players would actually fill out just for the sake of it. But you can, to my knowledge, buy more space through the Guild Wars 2 cash shop. And you could argue that Guild Wars 2 does not give you that much space to work with out the gate. So it does feel a little like it has a small case of make problem, sell solution. But for the most part, it's not a problem I hear much about. In Final Fantasy XIV, they give you a ludicrous amount of space. And then shortly into the story, they go, what if we double, like what if we gave you an additional 50%? What if we gave you 50% more? And yeah, exactly, Angel. That is, I do believe that's it. You can buy extra bag slots in Guild Wars 2. And then, like, you just find a big bag. It's like, there's a limit, and you have to get some part of it in-game, I guess. Thank you so much, Zero Knight, and I hope you have a good day as well. Meanwhile, as I said, in Final Fantasy XIV, you have an insane amount of space. But, and yeah, exactly, Hieronymus, that's what I'm trying to get at. There's a lot of items in Final Fantasy XIV. It's not difficult to fill your inventory. You can absolutely do that. And if you have the money, you can have 9 retainers instead of just 2. You could have 9 retainers, and each of those retainers have the same space. And each of those retainers can have 20 items up for sale. And a funny thing that happened, like a few days, I think, after they doubled the dresser, the glamour dresser space. They doubled it from 400 to 800. It took a few days, and then someone reported that they could get, I think they got their game to crash by using the search functionality. And the reason was that they actually had filled out every item slot on their retainers, and their chocobo saddle, and most of their inventory, and their glamour dresser. The whole thing. They had gone, I have like 1,000 inventory slots, I'm gonna use them. Turned out that the database was not built to handle that, so it just went when he tried to do it. So when the developers say that they're giving you as much space as they can, like for instance they go, we can't double it again, like, one thing is saying they could have a better database structure that can handle that, surely. But a whole different subject is they don't. They don't. And who knows how much effort it'll take to change that. So when they say we have given you all we can, like, I believe I heard somewhere the story went that we're talking about inventory space, that they said give it as much as we can. So the reason you have 140 inventory slots is because that's as much as they can safely give you. And then when they went, we could give you more, they gave you more. But it does make it an awkward conversation when they sell more space, right? It does get awkward when they sell you more space. But in fairness, see, remember PlayStation 3 limitations were also behind the original space constraints. Exactly. But admittedly, your average player doesn't need more space than what they give you baseline out of the box. You don't need more than that. You just need to sort your inventory more. But I think the problem there, and that's what I started with, is imagine if you only had a fourth. If you only had this first quarter and you had to earn the other 4. Then you would have been used to the fact that you only had this space. And you had to make the most of it. Imagine if you started with this space and then you had to earn space in an armory chest. Like, it would gradually open as you progressed through the game. So like at first you had space for like 3 weapons, so maybe it's a bad idea to pick up every single starting class immediately. And as you play through, you unlock more space. Then you as a player would probably be more well acquainted with being careful with what things you carry, because you don't have space for everything. But part of it is also that, you know how, what's a good example? It's not something everyone does. Some people might do it. If you're in the habit, some might be that, like if they're like, I don't know, they go to college or high schoolers or whatever. Or maybe you just like it. You buy a pizza. You order a pizza every week. Maybe even every few days. You get like the package with the pizza. You eat it. What do you do with the cardboard? Done. Next time you order a pizza, you get a box. You eat it. Recycle. Yeah, you just... this is my plate. You need a cardboard plate? But some people would indeed do that, you know. Just place it somewhere. I'll go down to where you need to get rid of it later. And the thing is, when there's 1 or 2 or 3 of them, you're like, I can get that easy. It takes a moment. I'll just grab them. If there's 20, you have to go 2 times, possibly. Or 3 times, or 4 times. Now it's more of a burden to do it. So now it's harder to convince yourself to do it, right? No, I don't know, Zero Night. Recycling is healthy. But genuinely, that's the same idea. When you have, like, the thing is, I clean my inventory typically before I log out on Final Fantasy XIV. Every time I play, I finish by cleaning my inventory. Or I clean during the session. Which does mean that when I end the stream here and maybe I do some other stuff, I'll figure out what I do with all of this. I might keep some of it. I'll eat this. But I'll figure out what I do with it. Because it's not staying there. Because if I get this much inventory, like that all this is full, and all this is full, then it takes like an hour to clean it. Efficiently. And now it's suddenly an overwhelming task that I can't overcome. So my advice there is, and let me just scroll up to that. Someone actually said the magic word there. See if I can find it. Demo saying, it's just hoarder mentality. I was stuck with that for a while until I realized I don't need that many things. Precisely. Thank you, Minmay. And I hope you have a good day as well. But genuinely, see, Meowton Dew says you can't recycle pizza boxes. The oil from the pizza is too fatty for the machines that remake the cardboard. That's correct. The best you can do is, like in Denmark, we have these like specific boxes for getting rid of things like paper, cardboard, and whatnot. But as far as I know, most of it just goes in the fire. Just yeah, so like there is a way, like it's not exactly recycling, but I guess it's slightly better than just throwing it in the garbage bin. Also, the pizza cardboard boxes are usually too big, right? But yeah, to get back to the point, it's indeed hoarding. A lot of the things in your inventory in Final Fantasy XIV, you don't need it. You almost certainly don't need it. You don't. And I've given advice on this before. My suggestion is look at the items in your inventory and go, will I need this soon? Like, will I use it in a week? Some of the, like, if you check my inventory, I use these 5 regularly. This item is used rarely, but it's a problem if I don't have it. This item is used even more rarely, but it's a problem if I don't have it when I need it. This item is, because of the Dawntrail Black Mage rework, this is not used very much, but when I need it. This is really handy to have on hand when I need my chocobo for something, like a demonstration in a video. This is my gem drafts. Notice that I don't have I don't have tenacity or piety materia on me. Because I don't use them. I have some dyes that I use. I have some food. I have RNG tokens. Like, most of this is either used regularly or it's like things coming in to leave. Like, they're there until they leave the station later. And some of these things were added today. So my advice is, if you have an overburdened inventory, you need to get rid of stuff, is look at every item. Go, will I need this in the next week? If the answer is yes, then you keep it. If the answer is maybe, then note it for later. check if you actually did need it in a week. If the answer is no, get rid of it. Consider the best way to get rid of it. There is, of course, also the possibility that you go, no, I will not need it in a week, but I will need it in a month. And then you could extend this logical sequence by going, yes, I need it in a week, because if I don't have it in a week, then I won't have it next week to need it weeks down the line. Like, I need this item in 4 weeks, so I have to have it so that I have it in 4 weeks. But there is also the possibility, if this is a tradable item, that you could sell it now, and then in 4 weeks either figure out that you didn't actually need it, or you can just buy it again. And it might even be cheaper. It might also have been a little bit more expensive. But if you sit on an item that is worth 10 gil, and you can't bring yourself to get rid of it, because what if I need it? Then you have deemed that that inventory space is worth 10 gil. And I don't think it is. But genuinely, a lot of the time with materials, unless there's like an item upcoming that you know is coming that will make the material more valuable, there's a reasonable assumption. It's a reasonable assumption to say that materials will drop in value as time passes. So I like materials that no longer serve a purpose, like any new purpose, will just go this way in price. So sell, you can probably save money if you need to buy it back later. You'll probably just save money. Like you sell it for 100 gil now, 2 months later you figure out, I actually needed this. Now they're half price. Zero Knight says, I'm 2 to 4 katanas shy of the entire game sitting in my chocobo saddlebag. Yeah, Gazel says, that space would only be worth less than 5 gil considering you could sell it before you repurchase it. But genuinely, one thing that can also be difficult is exactly there are items in the game that are reasonably easy to replace but cannot be purchased. For example, totems. You can't buy these. But take basically any Heavensward totem. You can replace those. Yes, it's a little annoying to run Thordan like 10 times or something if you need something that is expensive from him, but there's a chance you'll get the thing you want in one go. And that totem isn't needed outside of that. And there's money to be had. Like, I made like, I'd say at least 1 million gil, if not 2, since the extreme mount farming stream recently. Because I went, oh, I'm probably not going to be running Ruby Weapon, or Emerald Weapon, or Seed of Sacrifice, or Diamond Weapon, or Innocence, or Hades, or Titania Extreme again in the immediate future. So I took all of those totems, went to a vendor, and just said, give me a paladin sword, thanks, desynthesis, give me a paladin sword, thanks, desynth, give me a paladin sword, because they cost slightly less, and I don't actually know if there's a lower or higher drop rate of the special material you get. I feel like the shields never give, so I don't buy those. But then basically what I did, I just turned them all into materials that I could sell. And then sold those. And that included like 114 diamond weapon totems. Exactly, Zero Knight. Very conveniently, 7.1 was like, oh, by the way, diamond weapons. But yes, genuinely, look at the items in your inventory and go, is this hard to replace? If yes, think about, is it actually hard to replace or just a little tedious to replace? And are you sure you will need it And then work your way down. Take every item and go, will I need this? Will I need this? Will I need this? Will I need this? And for many of them, the answer is probably no. By doing this, like, I cleaned out so much junk on my retainers that I have a retainer dedicated to garbage collection right now. I can't show it because we're on Ravana. But I have a retainer where, like, when I did the Dawntrail MSQ, I just said thanks every time they gave me a gear coffer. Just thanks. Not gonna use it. And just dumped it on the retainer. I'll figure out what I'll do with it eventually. But because I have like one of these quarters, and then like I have more of them, every time I look at it, I'm like, whoa, that's a lot of stuff. I'll figure it out later. You see where I'm going with this, right? Like, that's exactly the problem, because the best way to make the most of them is to figure out for every coffer which item that you can turn it into is the most valuable. And then sell that. But each item turns into, like, every armor piece turns into, like, 7 items. And each weapon turns into 21 items, with paladins turning into, like, a pair. So you basically have, like, for every coffer go, which one of the items is best? And you might even be in a situation where it's like, well, today it's this item, and it doesn't sell very fast, so by the time you've sold it, it would have been better to choose something else. But as long as you don't sell it, the potential is there. But I also use that same retainer to go, like, some of you probably noticed if you did Extreme 1 or 2 that you can't desynth the, you cannot desynth the, or you couldn't desynth the Extreme equipment. You can now. So whenever I, like, no longer needed an Extreme item, just put it on the retainer. Hey Lexi, thank you so much. I hope you're doing well. It's easier nights as I kind of blew all my money buying all the 710 crafted high quality items prior to 7.1, so I could have a full set of 720 easily through my roulettes, grinding out aesthetics. Yes. Tomes with rain being the cost. That's smart. If you already have the... If you already had a crafted set and you're using it, then, like, you could just cycle through it. See, the interesting thing is that if you're already using crafted items, every crafted item, you know, pays for itself to be upgraded. Just not the rain. But if you're not using crafted gear, then you have to, like, get some to, like, get the ball rolling at least. I made the mistake of regularly going, oh, I don't need this crafted piece anymore. What should I do with it? I don't know, so I should desynth it. And then I desynth it, and then I wake up to 7.1 and go, wait a minute. Actually, I realized it a few days before, and that's the reason why I have 18. Because I managed to save a small amount from my aggressive inventory destruction. Alright guys, Dragoon, enjoy your day, and thank you so much. But yeah, what you can do now is, because these tokens are universal, you can buy the cheapest thing, like the cheapest thing in relation to, like, money per token, and then just buy bulk of those and then turn them in. It says double checking you love Summoner, right? I mean, I really like Summoner. What's the context? See, Brontom says, is there a reason to remove old gatherer material? Spirit bonding is different this expansion. Endwalker, you'd keep that set for spirit bond farming. Remove old gatherer materia? Enjoy your evening, Ridlian. I mean, other players might buy it. The old Gatherer materia. But you could also Mutamix it. Sometimes a pentameld is like the final meld is like, there's space for 1 point of GP, so you might as well use a grade 1 materia, and the grade 1 materia is much more likely to succeed on the pentameld compared to like a greater one. But then again, if a grade 1 materia isn't worth very much, then holding on to it might be stupid. Speaking of which, I should be carrying these more, so I just spent them for less important fights. Yeah, I have materia, like, gather a crafter materia where I look at it like, I don't know if I'll need this. They cannibalize the 690 for the 720, or do we still hold on to the Pentamelted set? I mean, you're not getting very much materia out of cannibalizing the lower set, are you? You're getting up to 5 materia. Wouldn't it make more sense to just keep it? Right, Rust. Enjoy your evening. Right, Zero Knight. Enjoy your roulettes. Noxus, I need to remind myself that everyone, including myself, is biased. Absolutely. The best you can do is be considerate of others' opinions. Or at least be willing to discuss. I'm gonna pentameld the new set regardless, but I don't know if we still keep old sets or if we just toss it now. My suggestion, Bronson, would be hold on to it until you have a definitive answer. And it's hard for me to say because I haven't paid that close attention to gathering or crafting metas for years at this point. I considered your opinions and stored them in the trash. Exactly, Ilana. Oh, that's an interesting hypothesis. Shame that it's wrong, though. Weird how that works. That incidentally, your opinion happens to be different from mine and also incorrect. Strange. And that's also a funny one that exactly happens. Thank you so much, Owl's Neck. Thank you so much for the super chat. Thank you. Here's a coffee for the birthday king. Thanks for being as helpful as you are. Thank you so much. Oh, thanks. Wow, that must have been expensive. Thank you, Sip. That's very loud. Well, it must still have been expensive, the materials, right? But the funny thing that happens frequently is that it can be difficult to discuss difficulty, ironically, of jobs. Because some players get attached to a job because it is complicated. And therefore, their job being considered easy feels like an insult to them. Especially if they think it's hard. Which has this weird effect where a job that is hard or has been the hardest, unless there's like definitive proof essentially that it is not hard anymore, they will be like, yeah, they made it slightly easier, but it's still the hardest. Like a particular example that I see, I would say the most frequent butting of heads is Red Mage versus Black Mage. Black Mage is like, it has its difficulties and it is very heavily impeded by the like mobility needed in the duty. Hey, thank you so much for the super chat, Min Mei. Thank you. Well, that's cool. Level up. Thank you. Oh, that looks weird in my overlay. Wow. I wonder why it does that. I think we've seen that happen before. Thank you so much. But Black Mage is like at its base level, it's not that hard to play right. And once you figure it out, of course. It has optimization, but it's not that bad. Red Mage isn't that hard to play at like a base level in the same way, but optimizing Red Mage can feel harder than Black Mage. According to many. I would agree. I think Black Mage is easier to play personally. But I also feel that I'm more impacted by boss mechanics as Black Mage than I am on Red Mage. But I'm also just feel it's more easy to just go, oh well, and then just not cast for a bit as Red Mage if you really have to. Whereas with Black Mage, you have like that timer ticking down. And it gets a lot more obvious when you goof it up as Black Mage than Red Mage. Another one is, I would say, depending on who you ask, Samurai can be the easiest job in the game. No contest. Or one of the hardest ones. Depending on who you ask. Depending on how much you care about optimization. Depending on how much you know about optimization. And this can also be the case with Ninja. It's actually pretty funny because with Ninja, I've noticed that players that are really good at Ninja are like, Lamau, Ninja's D is easy. And players that are like, that don't spend very much time on Ninja say that it's insanely hard. And the funny thing is that with Samurai, your burst is like, it's a product of the raid buff window existing. If there was no such thing as raid buffs, then Samurai could just like just make sure she's like, if there was no such thing as raid buffs and no such thing as gem drops or anything, you could just, you know, you eat through your opener immediately, you do everything you need to do, and then after the opener, when make your Shisui is ready, you just click it after finishing your combo and go for it. When Oginami Q is available, you just use it immediately. You just spend Kenki when you have it. Like, it doesn't matter. Which is very easy. Like, that is insanely simple. In some ways, you could argue it's easier than Viper. But when you understand that there is such a thing as a raid burst window, and the power difference of adhering to it or not, then Samurai can be harder. But if you're really good at following a strict rotation and making the most of it, then Samurai's strict rotation is not that bad because you can spreadsheet it to some degree. Ninja, on the other hand, is pretty terrible if you don't burst correctly. If you just throw out ninjutsus when you get them, then you're already missing damage. If you just go, I'll use Tenjijin now, I don't have Kunai's Bane up, but I feel like doing it now, you're losing a ton of damage. If you're not using Yoshirandu, you're doing Kunai's Bane, you're losing a ton of damage. Like, if you're not doing your burst right, Ninja loses a ton of damage, and that's because Ninja is built around that fact that its burst buttons are balanced around the fact that most of them are going to do 10% more damage than listed. So if you don't do that, then you just don't do it. You just don't have that damage. Oof. But that also means that with some wiggle room, of course, the difficulty of getting Ninja to do good damage is like only slightly adjacent to getting Ninja to do all the damage. That's not entirely true, but it's close, which is the reason why a lot of Ninja mains are likely to be like, yeah, Ninja's trivial, because just to pick the job up, you have to understand this. Now that you've mastered it, you're here. Again, not entirely accurate, but this kind of stuff leads to masters of the job being like, no, it isn't hard. Sally says, I will always say that just because you can make a spreadsheet for a job doesn't make the resulting rotation easy to do. Just makes it easy to memorize. It might not even make it easy to memorize. But if you are good at memorizing, then yes. A thing that's also there with Samurai is that just because you can write out the entire sequence from start to finish doesn't mean you get to do it. And I'm pretty sure Tristan, Milo in-game, would be able to acknowledge that as a Samurai main. The boss has you step away from the boss, from them for one GZD. You have to use NP one time. Now you can take the whole spreadsheet and throw it out the window. That's it. So you have to figure it out. Like you have to know how to adjust that. Parent says, there was that clip review from Halfin a couple of weeks ago that I think was a 9-minute memorized rotation. In fairness, with Summoner, there's a little bit less to remember because you have like segments where you can be like, and then I use Garuda. And then it's just, do you start or end with Slipstream? Then I use Titan. I think it's a lot more segmented, whereas with Samurai, it's like, I mean, technically you do a 1-2-3 combo, but you could interrupt that 1-2-3 combo with, like, Midara Setsugeka. You could do that. You probably won't, but, like, there are more, like, more Lego bricks, so to speak, in that spreadsheet. It's also, like, Paladin is, like, one of those jobs that is notorious for spreadsheeting. But if you compare Paladin's burst to Samurai... Sorry. If you compare Paladin's burst to Samurai's burst, Paladin going into their burst at an awkward angle will just be like, so what? So I don't get supplication in my burst. Okay. Whereas Samurai is like, okay, how do I make it so that I get Kaishi Setsugeka and Tendo Kaishi Setsugeka, and I have to refresh my Higanbana at that exact time in the sequence, and I have to use Oginami Kiri at some point. Like, one GZD, like, flattening over the path means that you suddenly have to think ahead and plan around that, if you can, to make the most of it. And you don't have that much wiggle room, you just have to make it work. So even though you could spreadsheet Samurai's rotation from start to finish because there's no randomness involved, Samurai doesn't have a way to stay on target unless NP is in your spreadsheet. Absolutely, Perrin. I do that to some degree. But the thing is, it's usually a case that you will have memorized your rotation up to a point. And then, like, as you repeatedly do it correctly, you'll memorize more and more and more. Because the only way you can memorize that rotation is if you consistently get it right. Like, if you consistently get it exactly right, then you will remember that, oh, at exactly this time in the fight I do this. I always do this. Which is also like, I think I mentioned this on stream. If you have a GCD of 2.50 as a warrior, and you do a Stone Sky Sea striking dummy, if the striking dummy survives the full onslaught for 3 minutes, you do your full perfect rotation for 3 minutes, and it's still standing, your last GCD will be Storm's Path, generating enough Beast Gauge to use Fellcleave, but you don't have time to use Fellcleave. And if you choose to use Storm's Path, it will fail to connect because Storm's Path takes too long. So you don't use Storm's Path. You probably use Heavy Swing. How do I know that? I use Stone Sky Sea a lot. And there was a period where I actually had a little bit of trouble with actually beating the M4S striking dummy on time. I don't anymore. Depends, as I could probably do my 20-minute warrior rotation from DSR pretty easily. Indeed. Thank you, Perrin. I'm pretty sure that the vast majority of it is just gear. So he says, I find that I have an easier time memorizing a fight-specific rotation for casters or melees due to movement. Ranged physical, I always end up forgetting something important like don't burst here. And I also know that one, Ham. The thing is, for me, if I have to use Tomahawk a certain number of times because of something with the fight, whatever it is, then of course I go off track if I have to do it over a certain number of times. That's improvement in a sense too. Yeah, it is. I mean, so I got the dummy to 0.1% of the extreme 3 Stone Sky Sea. As what job? As Dragoon or? As Dragoon. Well, it can be a gear thing. It can also be a rotation thing. With Dragoon, I believe there is some wacky stuff that can happen when you're trying to play optimally if your GCD isn't like 2.5 or 2.49 or something like that. You didn't crit much. That is unlucky. What item level does XEX3 want? 710. How many button presses is the Ninja Burst? See, Kunai's Bane Dokomori goes somewhere. Hyoshoranryu. Then we also have 2 Rhytons. Let's see. That would already put us up to 12 button presses. Then you also have 3 Fleeting Raijus, so that's 15. Then you have 10 Chijin. which is 4 button presses. We're up to 19. You also use Mage, we're up to 20. And then you would also use at least 1, probably 2 Bahava Chakra, Sesho Meppo. That's 22. And you also have 10 Regindo. That's 23. So at least 23, right? This peak burst with Bunshin. Well, the thing is that I'm pretty sure that Phantom Kamaitachi might not even feature in the optimal burst of the ninja. But yeah, it's over 20 button presses. Bunshin is just a button. Oh. I mean, that could also be counted. That's true. Sandy says, Stone Sky C is very mean to people with bad luck. You can do everything perfectly, but oops, crit less than average and you fail. Yes, but the way you resolve that, Celia, is you just go again. You just try a few times. I've genuinely gotten gradually better and better times with Paladin by going in and changing nothing. Just changing nothing and just doing the same thing again, same thing again, same thing again. Sometimes it does better. And that is, like, the thing is, if you recognize that you were unlucky with your crits, then you can probably also recognize whether that made the difference. Like, if the dummy had 10 or 15% HP left and you ran out of time, you're probably not going to make that unless you're supremely lucky. Which means that it doesn't really matter whether you were unlucky or average luck. You needed to be, like, godlike lucky to get it to work anyway. So at that point, you're a little bit missing the purpose of it, right? Green says, speaking of button presses, Viper is the melee job with the most overall button presses, right? I don't know. The thing is, both Ninja and Viper are a little harder to calculate. Actually, Monk and Samurai as well. Because of their unusual GCDs. And Viper's particularly ridiculous because it has like 5 or 6 different GCDs. What we could do is look at it a little. Like usually what I do when I'm trying to figure out something on average is that I'll look at how many things people are doing per minute. Like if we say in 2 minutes, a Viper will perform 3. Like in a total 2-minute window, a Viper will perform 3 reawakens start to finish. And in a 3-minute window, they'll use 3 Vice Winders because 40-second charge time. And because of Serpent's Ire, they would be using 4 Uncoiled Furies. And then, of course, the various weaves that are associated with that. For the rest, like, whatever else is left after you've counted all that is 1 to 3 combos. And every 3 of those leads to +1 action, right? But because Viper's GCD changes in combat, it's not as easy as me just looking at Reawake and go, oh, 2.2. Because it's 15% less than that. But I wouldn't be surprised if Viper has the highest APM. Because it is like the one that regularly weaves out of bursts and then even more in bursts. Nimia says Dragoon has more in the burst, but not anymore. I don't know. Dragoon had a lot of double weaves, but I'm pretty sure other jobs had more. Exactly, it lost 2. But I'm pretty sure other jobs had more before it lost anything. Yeah, Viper in their burst also gets weird because their burst is a little wacky. And then I was wondering what the melee DPS with the lowest APM was. I would guess that the melee DPS with the lowest APM is probably Reaper. Reaper gets... like, basically, Reaper gets their GCD and a select amount of times per 2 minutes they get Gluttony and these for weaves. And in their burst, they get slightly more GCDs per second, right? Like, in terms of APM, and they get 2 extra weaves. Like, the sheer amount of weaves that Dragoon has, I'm pretty sure puts it ahead. But I guess it might be close. Was there step 3 a drill? That is a good question. Although it isn't quite, because Machinist does have a built-in 20% damage boost from a trait. Maybe Monk, given how much weaving is based on Forbidden Chakra? Well, we're talking about APM, Nox. Actions per minute. Just out the box, every time a Dragoon or a Reaper has done 8 GCDs, which takes 20 seconds outside of Enshroud, a Monk will have done 10. Assuming it doesn't have any skill speed. So just in a minute, a Monk will have done 30 GCDs, where a Reaper or a Dragoon will have done 24. And yeah, because of Brotherhood being wacky, Monk might get more Forbidden Chakras, depending on the group composition. The reason being that Brotherhood gives 20% chance to everyone, which means that the slower jobs would scale worse with it. And then they have these weaves on top, right? They have these 3 extra weaves. And this, of course. But then it's just they get 25% more GCDs than Reaper and Dragoon. So the question is, how many weaves does Monk have per minute? And how many weaves does Reaper and Dragoon have per minute? And how many GCDs do they have, for that matter? It could be that Monk is weirdly the one with the lowest. Yeah, that's the thing, Sully, is that when you look at a Monk's weaving, every 6 GCDs in their filler is a guaranteed chakra stack. They need 5, which means that it's every 30 GCDs that guaranteed gives Forbidden Chakra, which means that's once per minute. The rest is random chance. Every time you use Brotherhood, every GCD you land gives 1 chakra, which means that during Brotherhood, because it lasts 20 seconds, you can fit 10 GCDs in, Brotherhood gives you for certain 10 chakra. Guaranteed. But it can give you more. It could give you more. And that's like the problem, is that out of your filler, there's a chance out of 6 GCDs that you get 6 chakra. But there's also a chance you only get 1. So it makes it a little hard. But what we can do is calculate, like it would be possible to calculate how much Monk definitely does, and then how much Monk could be doing. This was at 7.0 launch, so things have changed since. Oh yes, yes, it has. 7.0 launch Monk is like... I think I mentioned this in a video. Monk's filler rotation was 4 steps long. Well, thank you, Brother Bear. Brother Bear. The reason why that was in 7.0 was because, well, first of all, in 7.0, the way this gauge worked is that step 2 had 2 orbs and step 3 had 3 orbs. That's one thing. But Dragon Kick, some might say it was bugged, others say that it was an oversight. But the way Dragon Kick was designed was that it didn't say, it wasn't written like this. It said additional effect grants a stack of Opo's Fury. And then explained what that was. Which meant that if you use Dragon Kick for any reason at any time, it would give you the orb for for Bootshine. Which meant that Dragon Kick always gave full value. And as you know, in perfect balance, Dragon Kick and Bootshine is good. Dragon Kick and Bootshine is good. Which means that in any situation where Bootshine is optimal, you use it. Any time where Dragon Kick is fully functional, you use it. The 4 other GZDs are just there to spare, like, to be okay, or alternatives to Dragon Kick and Bootshine. So because Dragon Kick had no downside to be used while you were in Raptor form, you basically went, like, you opened with, for example, Dragon Kick, Twin Snakes, Demolish, Bootshine, or Leaping Oppo, Dragon Kick. And then Rising Raptor, Pounce and Curl, Leaping Oppo, Bootshine, or Dragon Kick. Over and over and over again. It was really, really silly. And thank you, Brother Bear. But that meant that you basically had like this weird and wacky rotation where you basically every combo sequence started with Oppo, Dragon Kick, wham. Oppo, Dragon Kick, wham. The rest was just like, it was basically like it is now. The funny thing is, before you got Masterful Blitz, this was amazing. Because it meant that perfect balance didn't screw you over. You could just start again with Dragon Kick. But then they had to change it. And the reason why this makes it difficult is, of course, because if your filler combo is essentially 4 steps long, that's already confusing. But you know that one of the 4 steps is guaranteed to give you a chakra stack. Then it means that it is impossible to compare that in, like, fairly to the current Monk, right? Actually, Gazel, it's not just back to being meh. I ran some numbers recently and found that before you get Masterful Blitz, or at least for certain at level 50. For certain at level 50. Your 6 combo options, all 6, are so close in power to each other, including the guaranteed crit from Bootshine, that it almost doesn't actually matter which one you use in perfect balance. And when that's true, it means that using perfect balance to choose the best one is kind of redundant when the best one is like 1 potency better on average than the second best. And perfect balance finishes you with no form, which means that the point of perfect balance before you get Masterful Blitz is that it gives you an uptick in damage for, 6 GCDs as you use them back to back, and then afterwards you have a slight dip because then the GCD that follows sucks. But if the gain doesn't outweigh the dip, then you have no reason to do it. Hey Jake, hope you're doing well. So until you get Masterful Blitz, perfect balance is really awkward, and I think the best you can do, it is possible that it is better once you get Forbidden Chakra. But certainly at level 50, like if you're doing Coils of Bahamut or something synced, then it is possible that the only time you'd want to use perfect balance is you're basically using perfect balance like you would use Six-Sided Star. Like you could basically use perfect balance like, oh, the fight is ending, and then you just like snap punch, true strike, boot shine, like just spend all your remaining orbs so you finish on 0. That would probably be the best way you could spend your perfect balance. Just throw everything that's left on the table, because if perfect balance ends and you then have to restart your rotation, then you get the downside of perfect balance before you get Masterful Blitz. But if you get it with only the upside, then it can be used to skip ahead somewhere in your rotation. Could you imagine if they made Bootshine the highest potency GCD of Monk even without the crit? That would be pretty funny. But it is really weird like that. Which is the reason why I've said, why don't they make it so that perfect balance gives you form shift or formless fist? But that isn't a problem anymore. Anyway, it's the best GCD because of the crit. At level 50, that's exactly the weird thing. It's really hard to see because of like all the various potency increases you get. Let's see if I, whoops, not that one, this one. At this level, a guaranteed crit giving you a chakra stack is worth 36 potency. Bootshine is 380, yeah? And Dragon Cake is 240. But it's of course a guaranteed crit. And Snap Punch is 440. But because it is like, that's the difference, right? Because you can also see Demolish is 340 versus 440, like 100 potency difference here, whereas the difference here is 140, actually more than that, because Bootshine's crit and the chakra stack. It means that it's a bigger swing, but the actual value comparison, like I calculated in a spreadsheet at a different time. But basically, it is so that the competition is so fierce that when I actually like calculated it out in detail, at level 50, it is a possibility that Demolish and Snap Punch are the better ones to use. But it's by a single digit, like it's less than 10 potency difference on average, which is the reason why perfect balance sucks in this level. Snap Punch being the highest potency is weird to me. You know what's even weirder? True Strike is the highest potency. Oh, that's weird. Let me raise you one better. It's the middle step that is the strongest. But the reason why Snap Punch kind of wins is because you do Demolish once, Snap Punch twice. Whereas True Strike is only slightly better, and Twin Snakes is even with Demolish. So... but it's so small that in that content, it doesn't really matter. The key is... perfect balance kinda sucks at level 50. That's the main takeaway here. Perfect balance sucks at level 50. So much that there might actually not be a reason to use it because it's a small gain at best that turns around and becomes a loss. So you can use it as a finishing move for ending a fight. That's a move you could do it with. Technically, if you enter combat so that you can use perfect balance before your first GCD, then, I mean, you could use it. It just means that you delay using your correct form, like getting your form 6 GCDs into the fight. But that, I mean, isn't that worse? If you have like a bard with battle voice, wouldn't you rather have it that your sucky GCD you start with is the first one? Exactly, silly. But as I said, I could even take that they just made it so that perfect balance was the one that gave you Formless Fist instead of Masterful Blitz. Like, I could work with that. That would still be okay. But, given how close the potencies are, if perfect balance did that, it would not do very much. The problem is that with the rework of Monk, it doesn't really work. Like, at level 50 before the rework, there was the argument of, oh, well, you have to set up Twin Snakes, damage buff, you have to set up the dot, and then you can, you know, do the double perfect balance, but if you do them 2 back to back like that, and you only do Dragon Cake and Bootshine, Disciplined Fist, which was the name of the Twin Snakes buff, will probably run out. So maybe you don't want to do that. But you probably will, because otherwise you have to, like, quick start twice. But maybe you'll include Twin Snakes in the perfect balance just to keep it rolling. Who knows? Ransom says, got an answer for the green materia now. Once you have a new 720 set, you can simply get rid of the 690 set. It's the level of the item compared to the level of the gear. And not item level compared to the level. Oh, okay. Yeah, that's also a way you could do it, Emily. That's also a way you could do it. They should undo the rework completely. I don't know if I agree entirely with that, but I do understand why some would prefer that. Anyway, I've reached the point where I'm now very exhausted. I think this is a good time to round up the stream. If you enjoyed this stream, it helps me a lot if you leave a like on it here on YouTube. That tells the algorithm this was an enjoyable stream and like other people to enjoy it as well. So thank you so much for the support. And if you'd like to be part of the Discord community server, there's a link there where you'll find the weekly schedule, where you can see what else is coming up in the coming days. And you'll also find the announcement room with links to streams and videos when they come out. And if you grab the reminder role in the role assignments room, you'll get a notification when I post a video or stream. And you'll get an extra run around 15 minutes before stream starts, so you don't miss a second. And if you'd like to support the channel even more directly, you can become a member of the channel, you can gift memberships, you can use the super chat system, or if you prefer, you can also use the Ko-Fi link in the description. It all supports me and the channel directly so that I can focus on doing things like this, and sharing things like this with all of you, I should say, for you and I's entertainment. So thank you so much for the support. But with that said, thank you all so much for watching. Good night, good morning, afternoon, or evening, depending on where you are in the world, and I hope to see you all very soon. Bye-bye!